So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was raised in Weasley's family. So this is a movie, and if you want more movies like this or videos like this, then please leave a like, share, and make sure to subscribe. And if you have any more ideas, you can comment down in comment section. So I will be working on them for more videos. Now, without wasting any more time, let's jump right into the video.
Dumbledore's choice, and the night Harry became a Weasley, the night James and Lily Potter died, the sky over Godric's Hollow did not thunder. That was one of the things Albus Dumbledore would remember later, when memory became less a comfort than a catalogue of failures. There had been no storm, no omen, no trumpet of doom. The village had lain under a cold, breathless dark, the sort of stillness that belongs to places moments before history tears through them. Then the Fidelius charm broke. Then the house on the lane exploded with green light. And by the time Dumbledore arrived, the world had already changed. He stood in the ruins with his robes stirring around his ankles in the autumn wind, blue eyes dim behind half-moon spectacles. The cottage was broken open like a cracked rib cage. Smoke crawled out from its shattered windows. Plastered dust floated in the air like ghost ash. There was the smell of scorched wood, burst magic, and something deeper underneath it all, something bright and terrible, the raw scent of sacrificial spellwork still burning through the cracks of reality. Hagrid had already found the child. The giant stood in what had once been the sitting room, massive hands cupped with impossible gentleness around a bundled infant. Harry Potter was not crying. He should have been crying. A 15-month-old child in the wreckage of his murdered parents' home should have been screaming himself breathless. Instead, he stared, his green eyes. Lily's eyes, too much Lily all at once, were open wide and unblinking, fixed on the smoking nursery doorway behind Hagrid's shoulder. There was a jagged red mark on his forehead, angry and fresh as a wound cut into fate itself. "Poor little mite," Hagrid muttered, voice thick. He stopped crying, Professor. Soon as I picked him up, he stopped." Dumbledore did not answer immediately. His attention had snagged on the magical residue curling around the child like invisible threads. Lily Potter's final act had not merely rebounded the killing curse, it had done something older, wilder. There was love there, yes, and protection, and the desperate alchemy of a mother choosing her child's life over her own. But there was something else too, some strangely structured permanence the spell should not have had, not a shield, a bond. Dumbledore stepped forward, lifted one long-fingered hand, and murmured a diagnostic charm so quiet Hagrid barely heard it. Silver light spiraled over Harry, then flared red, gold, and finally an eerie, deep crimson. Dumbledore's expression changed. "Professor," said Hagrid at once. "What is it?" "Is he all right?" Dumbledore lowered his hand very slowly. "He lives," he said, which was true and not enough, "but the protection left behind is unusual." He did not say more, not to Hagrid, not yet, because over the child's tiny beating heart he could feel a bloodword trying to form. And bloodwords required blood, not affection, not guardianship, not simple proximity. Blood recognized blood, and Lily's final magic, whether by instinct, desperation, or some ancient maternal law, had not just defended Harry, it had reached for continuity. It had sought a family line to flow into, an inherited vessel through which the protection could anchor and endure, which meant the answer Dumbledore had intended all evening, Petunia Dursley, resentful sister though she was no longer simple. It might not even work. The scar pulsed once. Harry's fingers clenched in Hagrid's moleskin coat, and for the briefest instant every loose shard of glass in the ruined cottage rattled. Hagrid nearly dropped him. "Did ye see?" "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly. He looked again at the child, at the wound on his brow, at the strange crimson structure still knitting and failing and knitting in the air around him, as if looking for somewhere to belong. A blood relative, or something close enough to fool old magic. Behind him, boots crunched over rubble. Alastor Moody emerged from the wreckage of what had once been the kitchen, his magical eye whirring madly in its socket. He looked more battered than usual and more furious. "The Aurors are sweeping the perimeter," he growled. "No sign of Black." That name hit the room like flint on steel. Hagrid's great face crumpled with grief and confusion. "Black wouldn't betray them," Moody snapped. "Wouldn't hand James and Lily Potter over to you-know-who. That's exactly what he did." Dumbledore's voice was soft, but it cut through the room cleanly. "Not now, Alastair." Moody stopped. His normal eye narrowed. The boy, Dumbledore said, "must be placed tonight." Moody looked at Harry, at the scar, at the strange tension in the air around him. He was too experienced not to feel it. "Something's wrong." "Something is unfinished," said Dumbledore. And because Moody was not Hagrid, because Moody had seen enough war to smell hidden costs before they arrived, he did not press further. He only said, "Then finish it quickly. Every witch and wizard in Britain will know before dawn." He was right. Already the magical world was tipping. Owls were taking flight. Wards were flaring in old houses. The mark over Britain had not vanished exactly, but something in the night had broken it. Voldemort had fallen. People would celebrate. People would weep. People would begin naming survivors before the dead were even buried. And somewhere in all that noise, the child in Hagrid's arms would become a symbol. Dumbledore had no intention of letting that happen. Not yet. They did not go to Privet Drive. Not immediately. Instead, Dumbledore took Harry first to Hogwarts. There were safer places, better hidden places, but no place in Britain was as magically responsive as Hogwarts when it came to diagnosis. The castle had known blood, sacrifice, inheritance, and the consequences of old family magic for 1,000 years. If anything could tell him what Lily's final spell had become, it would be the castle's wards. McGonagall was waiting in his office when he arrived, still in tartan dressing gown and square spectacles, fury and grief holding her rigid. Fawkes gave one low, aching trill from his golden perch when Hagrid set Harry down in the armchair by the fire. Minerva McGonagall crossed the room in 3 sharp steps and stopped dead at the sight of the scar. "Oh," she whispered. There was too much in that one word: rage at James's recklessness, grief for Lily, horror at Voldemort's touch upon a child, and beneath it all a tenderness she would never fully admit to. Poor boy. Dumbledore had already spread silver instruments across his desk. Spindles, mirrors, a basin of moon water, a hooked brass needle once used by medieval healers to read curse residue. One by one they responded to Harry. One by one they confirmed the same impossible thing. Lily's sacrifice had left a living blood imprint. It was trying to attach itself to a family structure, and it was rejecting the obvious line. Petunia Dursley's name, when tested through the spell lattice, produced a weak, sputtering thread that refused to stabilize. Not because Petunia lacked the blood. That much was clear. Because the magic itself recoiled, Dumbledore stood very still, hands folded behind his back. "Remarkable," McGonagall's eyes flashed. "I hope you are not admiring the problem." "No," he said. "I am revising my solution." She drew herself up. "You mean to say the Dursleys will not suffice?" "I mean to say," said Dumbledore, "that Lily's final act appears to have encoded more than bloodline. It contains emotional criteria." McGonagall stared. "That is not possible." "Ordinarily, no. Tonight, very little has been ordinary." Harry made a small sound in his sleep. Every instrument on the desk chimed at once. Then, faintly overhead, from somewhere deep within the rafters of the castle, came a creak like a body shifting inside old wood. McGonagall went pale. "Albus." "Yes," he said, because he had felt it too, something about Harry's magic disturbed structures. Not violently, not yet, but intimately, as if old houses and older wards were becoming aware of him, like listeners turning toward a sound. The office door burst open. Madame Pomfrey, hairnet askew and expression thunderous, swept in with a blanket and a bottle. "If the 3 of you are quite finished staring at the poor child like he's an enchanted cauldron." Then she saw the instruments, saw the crimson trace above Harry's sleeping form, and stopped. For once, Poppy Pomfrey said nothing at all. Dumbledore turned away from the desk and made his decision. "Send for Arthur Weasley." McGonagall frowned. "Arthur!" "And Remus Lupin." Dumbledore added. That made her blink. Remus is barely standing after the full moon, all the more reason to move quickly. Albus, she said carefully. What in heaven's name does Arthur Weasley have to do with Lily Potter's sacrifice? Dumbledore looked at Harry. The Weasleys are old, he said softly. Older than most remember, not wealthy, not powerful in the modern sense, but old. Their family magic is idiosyncratic. That was one word for it. Another would have been feral. The Weasley line carried a peculiar magical resilience that scholars dismissed because it rarely expressed itself through prestigious achievements. Their magic clustered around survival, domestic enchantment, blood loyalty, improbable luck, and structures of belonging. They did not produce many famous curse-breakers or ministers. They produced homes that held, clocks that knew, burrows that stood when they should have fallen, family magic, not decorative, foundational. McGonagall understood some of this from his tone, if not the full shape of it. She looked at Harry again, at the stubborn crimson imprint trying to become something permanent around him, and asked in a lower voice, "You think an old rite might help?" "I think," said Dumbledore, "that the child requires a line willing to claim him not as ward but as kin." Arthur Weasley arrived just before dawn, mud on his boots, cloak thrown over mismatched pajamas, and grief carved so deeply into his face that it made him look older than his years. He had liked James. Admired Lily. Not closely, not in the way the marauders had, but enough that the news had hit him like a hammer to the chest. He stepped into the office expecting tragedy. He had not expected a sleeping infant with a lightning-shaped wound and half the room's instruments circling him like anxious birds. "Albus," Arthur said hoarsely. Dumbledore did not waste time. "Thank you for coming." Arthur's eyes fixed on Harry. "Is it true?" "Yes," a muscle worked in Arthur's jaw. "And you know who?" "Gone, for now." Arthur let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh and absolutely like a man on the edge of breaking. "For now," he repeated. Then he came closer. Harry was very small in the oversized armchair, wrapped in one of Hogwarts' wool blankets. Someone, likely Poppy, had tucked the edges neatly around him. His black hair stuck up in untamable directions. His cheeks were tear-stained and soot-smudged. He looked, Arthur thought, with a sudden painful twist in his chest, like any child who had fallen asleep after crying too hard. And then there was the scar. Arthur stared at it. "Merlin!" "He survived the killing curse," said McGonagall from the window, still sounding as though she could not believe her own words. Arthur looked at Dumbledore. "Why am I here?" The old wizard folded his hands into his sleeves. "Because I may have to ask something of you that no decent man would ask lightly." That made Arthur very still. Before Dumbledore could continue, the office door opened again. Remus Lupin entered leaning on the frame. He looked dreadful, not just tired, ravaged. His skin had that gray, stretched fragility that followed a bad transformation, and there was fresh blood crusted at one cuff where some wound had not fully closed. His eyes, however, were lucid. Exhausted, grief-stricken, but lucid. He saw Harry and stopped breathing for a second. "Oh no," he whispered. And in that whisper Arthur heard the whole ruin of the night: James dead, Lily dead, Peter missing, Sirius accused, and Remus alone with his guilt and his suspicions and the old self-hatred lycanthropy taught too well. "Come in, Remus," Dumbledore said gently. Remus did, each step measured as if he were teaching his own body how to obey. He came to stand on Harry's other side, opposite Arthur, and looked down at the child he had half expected never to see alive again. "He has Lily's eyes," Remus said. No one answered. There was nothing to add. Dumbledore let the silence settle for a moment, then spoke. "Lily's sacrifice left behind an extraordinary protective structure, but it is incomplete. It requires an accepting bloodline to stabilize." Arthur frowned. "Her sister, then?" "That was my assumption." "Was?" Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "The magic rejects Petunia Dursley." Arthur blinked. "Rejects," McGonagall answered before Dumbledore could. "It seems Lily's magic made certain moral distinctions." Arthur absorbed that. Remus, quicker on the uptake despite exhaustion, said, "It needs family, not mere blood." "Yes," said Dumbledore. Remus closed his eyes briefly. "Then there may be another way." Arthur looked at him sharply. Remus swallowed. There are old rites, adoption rites, pre-ministry, mostly household magic, blood acknowledgement. The sort of thing purebloods pretend to despise while quietly keeping copies in family grimoires. Arthur went still. Dumbledore watched him with grave patience. The Weasley line still maintains one. Arthur's face changed in a way that made McGonagall inhale softly, not fear, recognition. It's not been used in generations, Arthur said. No, said Dumbledore, but it exists. Arthur rubbed both hands over his face. Albus, that ritual isn't ceremonial, it's binding. I know. It doesn't create a wardship, it creates kinship. I know. Arthur looked at Harry again. At the tiny fist peeking free of the blanket, at the soot on his cheek, at the scar. When Molly married me, Arthur said slowly, my Aunt Muriel made me swear never to meddle with grave rites and blood-old nonsense just because the family kept them. Said half of it belonged in a museum and the other half buried under one. Muriel, said McGonagall dryly, is not commonly wrong about danger. Arthur gave something like a broken smile. No, Remus, still staring at Harry, said in a low voice, if he goes somewhere loveless, he'll survive. That's all. He'll survive because that's what children do, but if you're asking what Lily would have wanted, his voice failed. Arthur turned to him. Remus tried again. Lily wanted him loved. The office fell silent. Outside, dawn was beginning to silver the edges of the black windows. Hogwarts stirred in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a suit of armor clanked as a house elf moved past it. Life, persistent and ordinary, was beginning again in a world that had ended hours ago. Arthur thought of the Burrow. Of Molly upstairs right now, likely awake though she should not be, feeding little Ginny before sunrise. Of Bill and Charlie asleep in a tangle of limbs and blankets. Of Percy curled around a book he had been forbidden to bring to bed. Of Fred and George, those tiny red terrors sprawled in opposite directions like starfish. Of Ron in his cot, soft snoring, one fist open against the pillow, of a house already too full and never full enough. You said it requires blood, Arthur said. Dumbledore nodded. Arthur exhaled slowly. Then say the rest. The old wizard's eyes were very blue in the grey dawn. The rite demands willing blood from the line that claims the child. Arthur's mouth tightened. How much? Enough to signify cost, Dumbledore said, which meant enough to matter. McGonagall looked genuinely alarmed now. Albus, it need not be fatal, Dumbledore said at once. Remus let out a ragged laugh with no humor in it. Strong sails pitch. Arthur did not smile. He was thinking, not as a ministry clerk, nor as a pure-blood son, nor as any political creature at all, but as a father. A child needed a home. A frightened infant had no one left. Old magic asked for blood. There were worse bargains in the world. Will it hold? He asked. Dumbledore did not lie. I believe so, but there may be side effects. Arthur looked up sharply. What sort? And here, for the first time that night, Dumbledore hesitated. He could have softened it, framed it gently, but Arthur Weasley deserved better than partial truths. The Weasley family seat is not a manor, Dumbledore said. It is a living magical structure, improvised, layered, heavily responsive. It has adapted itself around your family's magic for years. There is also the spirit in the attic, McGonagall muttered. Ghoul. Remus's brow furrowed. Arthur grimaced. It mostly bangs about and sheds in the wrong places. Mostly, said Dumbledore. But blood rites awaken dormant correspondences. Harry carries not only Lily's sacrificial imprint. There is also, he glanced at the scar. There is foreign magic in him, violent magic, incomplete magic. If the adoption succeeds, the Burrow may react. Arthur stared. How react? I do not know. Arthur was quiet for a long moment. Then he said very simply, Molly will say yes. McGonagall blinked. Without asking, Arthur gave her a tired look that was all tenderness and certainty. Especially without asking. For the first time since Godric's Hollow, something like warmth touched Dumbledore's face. Then we should not delay. The ritual took place at the Burrow. There were older, cleaner places to perform ancient family magic. Stone circles, ancestral halls, chapel vaults beneath forgotten manors. The Weasley rite itself had likely once belonged to such a place, but the Burrow was where the Weasley family lived. And in family magic, that mattered more than elegance. The house stood bent and beloved against the paling sky, all crooked stories and patched windows and impossible architecture rising out of the damp earth as if assembled by stubborn affection rather than engineering. It should not have stood. That was part of its power. Everything about it suggested precariousness. Everything about it endured. When Dumbledore arrived with Harry, Arthur had already woken Molly. She was still in her dressing gown. Her hair hung in a thick braid over one shoulder, and her face, broad, strong, usually so animated, had gone white with shock when Arthur explained. Then Dumbledore put Harry into her arms. That was the end of discussion. She did not ask first about prophecy, politics, Voldemort, or risk. She did not ask whether the child would be safe or cursed or famous or difficult. She did not even ask how long. She just looked down at the baby, saw the scar, saw the black hair, saw the dazed, exhausted confusion in his huge green eyes, and made a sound so low and fierce it was closer to a vow than speech. "Oh, you poor lamb." Harry, who had been quiet almost to the point of eeriness all night, reached up with one tiny soot-streaked hand and fisted the front of her robe. Molly's expression changed. Something in her seemed to lock into place. Arthur saw it happen and loved her a little more than he had 5 seconds before, which hardly seemed possible. "Tell me what to do," she said, so Dumbledore told them. The kitchen became the ritual chamber because it was the heart of the house. The scrubbed wooden table was pushed aside. Chairs were stacked against the walls. Molly laid Harry in a nest of blankets in the middle of a hand-drawn circle made from hearth ash, rosemary, salt, and a handful of earth from the garden. Arthur fetched the old iron key from the top shelf above the dresser, long black metal wrapped in a strip of faded red ribbon. The key to no physical lock. The symbolic key. House right. Kin entry. Remus sat at the table because he could no longer stand for long, face ashen, but stubbornly present. McGonagall remained in the doorway, grim and watchful. Dumbledore conducted outside, morning thickened over the fields. Inside, the Burrow held its breath. "State the child," Dumbledore said. Molly's hands trembled only once. Then they steadied around Harry's shoulders. "Harold James Potter," she said. Arthur stood opposite her with a small silver knife, its blade newly purified in flame. His face looked hollow. "Child bereft. State the house." "Burrow of the Weasley line," said Molly. "State the claim." Here Arthur faltered, not from uncertainty, but because the weight of what came next was real, binding, and irreversible. He met Molly's eyes. She gave the slightest nod. Arthur drew a breath. "We claim him," he said, voice rough. "Not as guest, not as ward, not as burden, but as blood given welcome." The kitchen went cold. Remus straightened abruptly in his chair. Something shifted overhead. The ghoul in the attic gave a single muffled thump. Dumbledore's gaze flicked upward and sharpened. "Continue." Arthur pressed the blade to his own palm. Molly flinched. Not to stop him, never that, but because love always flinches when it watches itself bleed. He cut deep enough to matter. Blood welled bright and immediate. Arthur let it fall. 3 drops first onto the iron key, then onto Harry's blanket, then finally onto the child's brow just beneath the scar. The effect was instantaneous. The entire Burrow shuddered, not violently, not like an earthquake, more like a body drawing breath after being held underwater too long. Every hanging spoon in the kitchen rang against its hook. Upstairs, a door slammed. Then another. Then all at once, the Weasley family clock in the sitting room, old, ugly, beloved, gave a horrible metallic shriek. Molly whipped around, heart in her throat. The clock's hands were spinning, not 6 hands, 7. Then, with a sound like a nail driven into oak, an 8th hand tore itself into existence from the face of the clock. It was smaller than the others. New, copper-colored, trembling, and it pointed unmistakably to home. Molly made a strangled sound. Arthur swayed on his feet. Dumbledore did not stop the ritual. The mother must seal. Molly looked at Arthur's bleeding hand, then at Harry, then did something no ritual text had asked for, and every true one would accept. She took Arthur's bloodied palm in both hands, pressed it over Harry's tiny chest, and bowed her head until her forehead touched the baby's black hair. "My son," she whispered. The world answered. The crimson structure Dumbledore had seen all night flared into visible life, bright as a coal under bellows, winding around Harry in branching filaments. One line shot toward Arthur's bleeding hand, another toward Molly's heart. Another raced up through the walls, through the beams, through every patchwork board and crooked stair of the Burrow. Then, from the attic above, there came a sound no one in that room would forget, not moaning, not animal racket, not the stupid, irritable yowling of a common house ghoul. It was 3 deliberate knocks, slow, measured, aware. Remus went rigid. McGonagall whispered, "What in God's name?" The nursery upstairs erupted with wailing as Ginny woke. One of the twins began crying in sympathy. Ron, somewhere down the hall, let out an outraged toddler shout. And Harry Potter, Harold Weasley now, if the ritual had truly taken, opened his eyes and looked straight up at the ceiling as if he recognized the sound. The scar on his forehead pulsed once. Then the crimson magic collapsed inward and vanished. Silence hit the kitchen like snow. Arthur was still breathing hard through his teeth. Blood ran down his wrist. Molly had both hands on Harry now, clutching him to her chest so fiercely it was nearly a shield. Dumbledore stepped forward, touched 2 fingers lightly to the child's temple, then to the center of Molly's brow, then to Arthur's bleeding palm. The magic held. He could feel it. Deep, old, stubbornly domestic. Less like a fortress wall than a woven thing, messy, resilient, impossible to separate without tearing the whole pattern apart. "It is done," Dumbledore said. Molly closed her eyes. Arthur sat down hard on the nearest chair, all strength going out of him in a rush. Remus laughed once, ragged, disbelieving, almost a sob. "Harold Weasley," he said faintly. "Harry," Molly corrected automatically because she was already a mother to him. "He's Harry." Then Ginny wailed again upstairs, and Molly, still holding Harry, looked toward the ceiling with the wild expression of a woman who had just accepted an 8th child before sunrise. Arthur, pale as parchment, started to laugh. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. Even Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though the look did not reach all the way to peace. Because the house was still listening, they all felt it. The Burrow had accepted the child. More than that, it had recognized him, folded him inward, added him to its strange arithmetic of belonging. And in doing so, something in the upper reaches of the house had awakened. Overhead, the attic floor creaked, 3 more knocks. Harry turned in Molly's arms and made a soft, curious noise. Remus looked toward the ceiling with a werewolf's sharpened instincts and said very quietly, "That is not behaving like a normal ghoul." Arthur wiped his bleeding hand on a tea towel and said, with exhausted honesty, "I know." Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed upward for a long moment. Then he turned back to the family and became, for just an instant, not the headmaster, not the strategist, not the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared, but an old man who understood exactly how much he was asking others to carry because he himself could not carry it alone. "There are things," he said softly, "which I do not yet understand about what was done tonight." Molly's answer was immediate and unshaken. "He stays." Dumbledore looked at her. She held Harry tighter. "Whatever else comes of this, he stays." Arthur nodded from the chair, spent but firm. "He's ours now." The word hung in the room. "Ours not as property, as promise." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Then I will trouble you only with what must be known. The child is protected here. Deeply. More deeply than he would have been elsewhere. But the ritual has braided several magics together. Lily Potter's sacrifice, your family line, the house itself." His eyes moved once to the ceiling. "And perhaps older correspondences already in residence." "Say that plainly," McGonagall said. "The ghoul may react." Arthur let out a tired breath. "It already has. That may continue." Remus dragged a hand over his face. "Can it hurt him?" Dumbledore considered. "I do not think so." Then, more honestly, "Not intentionally." No one liked that answer, least of all Molly. But she looked down at Harry and saw, to her astonishment, that he was no longer dazed. no longer hollow-eyed with shock. Curled in her arms, with the Burrow's kitchen warmth around him, children crying upstairs, kettle hissing faintly on the stove, and family magic settling into his bones, he was finally relaxing. His tiny fingers still clutched her robe, his breathing had evened. He was safe enough to sleep. Molly kissed the top of his head. "All right," she said, not to Dumbledore but to the room, to the house, perhaps to fate itself. "Then we'll learn." Dumbledore stayed only long enough to renew the outer wards in accordance with the adoption. This was no trivial matter. Protective enchantments built for one line had to be recalibrated when another line absorbed the child in full magical law. He worked at the threshold with wand and old language, threading Lily's final protection through Weasley blood signature and anchoring it not in a suburban doorstep, but in the Burrow's improbable foundations. When he finished, the house glowed faintly gold for a breath. Then it went back to being a crooked house in a field. He gathered his cloak. Harry was asleep in Molly's lap by then, while she sat at the kitchen table drinking tea gone cold. Arthur had bandaged his palm and was half-risen, unwilling to let Dumbledore leave without some final answer. "Will he remember any of this?" Arthur asked quietly. Dumbledore looked at the sleeping child. "No," he said. "Not in any way that language reaches, but magic remembers." Arthur absorbed that. Remus, who had not yet found the strength to leave, sat slumped by the stove with his eyes half closed. "And his name?" Dumbledore's gaze moved to Molly, then to Arthur. "That is for you." Molly did not hesitate. "Harry," Arthur smiled faintly. "Harry Weasley." Something soft passed through the room, not the ghoul this time, something gentler, a settling. As though the house, hearing the name spoken aloud, had written it down in its own beams and bricks. Dumbledore moved to the door. McGonagall followed, pausing just long enough to look back at Molly with an expression that managed to contain warning, respect, and the smallest seed of admiration. "You are either very brave," she said, "or completely mad." Molly gave a tired snort. "I've 7 children, obviously both." For the first time that night, McGonagall almost smiled. Then Dumbledore stepped out into the paling morning and left them, left the child, left the consequences. That decision would haunt him in some ways and save Harry in others. Years later, when he thought of the roads not taken, he would remember this dawn at the Burrow and wonder whether destiny altered by grand design or only by small mercies. By a kitchen, a tired mother, a father willing to bleed, and a crooked old house deciding to make room. After he was gone, the Burrow slowly resumed itself. Ginny was fed. Ron was soothed back to sleep. Fred and George were discovered attempting to escape their room in search of the excitement, then firmly returned to their beds by a mother who somehow managed gentleness and terror in equal measure. Percy demanded to know whether the noises had been important noises, and was told they had. Bill and Charlie woke late, vaguely aware something monumental had happened, and immediately accepting the new baby in the practical, unceremonious way of children whose home was already chaos. By noon, there was a cradle being cleaned out. By afternoon, there were debates about where Harry should sleep. By evening, his first hand-me-down blanket had already been mended twice because one of the twins had dragged it through spilled jam. And through it all, the attic went on being too quiet. That was what unnerved Arthur. Not banging, not moaning, not the usual stomping irritation that came from the resident ghoul whenever weather changed or too much laundry was hung nearby. Quiet, the sort of quiet that meant listening. Late that night, when the children were finally asleep and Molly had Harry tucked in a basket beside her bed, Arthur stood alone at the foot of the attic stairs with his wand raised. The wood was dark in the dim light. The hatch above was shut. Nothing moved. Still, he could feel a faint vibration under his feet, not from the house, from above, a slow, rhythmic tapping like knuckles against timber. 1, 2, 3, Arthur's throat went dry. He climbed the first stair, then the second. By the 5th, the tapping stopped. By the 7th, the entire burrow seemed to hold still around him. Arthur reached the top landing and stared at the hatch. Dust clung to its hinges. Nothing pushed against it from the other side. No shadow shifted beneath the crack. He lifted a hand. Before he touched the latch, Something knocked once from above, softly, not threat, acknowledgement. Arthur snatched his hand back. He stood there a long moment, every instinct torn between fatherly courage and the cold, primal recognition that some doors ought not be opened in the dark unless one has chosen the consequences. Below him, from Molly's room, Harry gave a tiny, sleepy murmur. At once, the thing above the hatch fell silent. Arthur looked down the stairwell toward the sound, then up once more at the attic, and understood with a certainty he could not explain that whatever had stirred tonight was not interested in him. It was listening for the boy. Arthur backed away from the hatch one step at a time. He did not tell Molly, not fully, not then. There would be time enough for fear tomorrow. Tonight they had a baby in the house and 7 children sleeping and a new hand on the family clock pointing stubbornly toward home, so he went downstairs. He checked the doors. He checked the windows. He stood over Harry's basket for a long time, watching the child sleep under the Burrow's patched roof. A sliver of moonlight caught the scar. And for a moment, only a moment, it seemed to Arthur that Harry's hair had shifted at the roots, not black but touched with the faintest ember red, as if the Weasley line had already begun writing itself into him. Then the light changed, and it was only shadow. Arthur let out a breath and rested a hand lightly against the basket's edge. "Whatever you are," he whispered, not sure whether he meant the child, the magic, or the thing in the attic, "you'll do it under this roof kindly." The house creaked, the clock downstairs ticked. Up in the attic, something gave one last slow rattle, warm as an answer. And the boy who lived slept through his first night as a Weasley. 10 years of hand-me-downs, ghoul lullabies, and a scar no one can explain if Harry remembered anything of his first year at the Burrow. He remembered it the way old houses remember rain, not in pictures, in feelings, warmth against his cheek, the smell of wood smoke in his hair, Molly's voice moving through rooms before her body arrived, Arthur's laugh from somewhere below, the thud of many feet on many stairs, Ginny's baby squeals, Ron's indignant crying, the high, criminal cackling of Fred and George when they had discovered that Harry, unlike Ron, made excellent dramatic faces when startled. And above it all, always above it all, the attic, rattle, pause, rattle, rattle, silence. As a baby, Harry slept best to that sound. Molly noticed long before she told anyone. Most infants woke at strange knocks in the night. Harry listened to them. When storms rolled over Ottery St. Catchpole, and the wind shoved at the Burrow hard enough to make its patched windows chatter, Harry would squirm and fuss like any child until the attic answered with its slow, deliberate knocking. Then he would settle again at once, breathing out in little sleepy gusts, soothed by something no one else in the house found soothing at all. "It's that awful ghoul," Aunt Muriel said on one of her visits, glaring upward as if the creature had personally insulted her hemline. "Mark my words, Molly, leaving a child under it is asking for a weak temperament." "He sleeps," Molly said flatly, bouncing Harry on one hip while simultaneously stopping Fred from putting a spoon up his nose. "That is a stronger temperament than most grown men in this family," Muriel sniffed. "He's still not yours by blood." The room went cold. It happened so fast nobody had time to understand it. The fire in the grate dimmed. Breath plumed silver-white in front of George's open mouth. The teaspoons in the sink gave a bright, startled clink against the basin. Harry, not yet 2 and sitting on Molly's hip in a sweater 4 sizes too big, looked over at Muriel with a solemn frown. Then the attic knocked once, slowly, a warning. Muriel went pale beneath her powder. Arthur lowered his paper. Molly did not move at all. "You may," she said, in a voice far quieter than anger and therefore far more dangerous. "Finish that sentence if you want to leave this house through the front door rather than the garden wall." Muriel did not finish it. Afterward, when the room had warmed again and the teaspoons stopped trembling, nobody explained the incident to Harry. He was too young for explanations, too ordinary-seeming most days to justify frightened ones, and besides, in the Burrow, strange things happened all the time. Jam jars unscrewed themselves, socks vanished into impossible corners, gnomes bit ankles, the clock sulked, The twins laughed like tiny criminals. Magic saturated the life of the house so thoroughly that a cold draft at the wrong moment did not feel like an omen. It felt like Tuesday, so Harry grew. And the attic kept talking. By the time Harry was 3, he knew the house by sound before he knew it by map. He knew the stairs to Bill and Charlie's old room groaned in a downward rhythm when anyone heavier than Percy crossed them. He knew the second kitchen cupboard stuck in damp weather and had to be kicked low and left. He knew the ghoul in the attic made one sort of racket when annoyed, another when curious, and another, rarest of all, when trying to get his attention. That last pattern was not obvious, not to anyone else. To Arthur and Molly, the ghoul was an old domestic nuisance, mostly harmless and too embedded in the Burrow's magical structure to remove cleanly without toppling half the top floor into the garden. It moaned, lurched, scraped, banged, sulked during thunderstorms, and occasionally dropped dust down cracks in the ceiling like a passive-aggressive ancestor. To everyone else, it was just one more oddity in a home built out of love, salvage, and improbable structural optimism. To Harry, it had cadence, 3 knocks. Wait, 2 quick rattles. Wait, 1 drag against the floorboards. He would sit cross-legged beneath the attic hatch, chin tilted up, and answer by tapping the banister with a wooden spoon. Tap-tap. Pause, tap. Then silence overhead, as if the thing were listening. One evening Molly came around the landing with a basket of laundry balanced on one hip and found Harry sitting in the dusty stripe of late sun beneath the attic, spoon in hand, staring up with deep concentration. "What are you doing, love?" she asked. Harry held up one finger for patience. The attic gave 2 small, deliberate knocks. Harry tapped back once against the stair rail. Molly froze. The ghoul fell silent. Harry looked over his shoulder and smiled like someone caught in a perfectly innocent game. "He's cross today." Molly set the basket down very slowly. Harry pointed upward. "The attic." She stared first at him, then at the ceiling, then back at him. "What do you mean he's cross?" Harry's face pinched in the effort of saying something obvious to an adult who was being a little dense. "He does that," he explained. "When Daddy took the kettle apart, he doesn't like the bangy noises after tea." Arthur was indeed in the shed taking apart a Muggle kettle he had sworn was fascinatingly illogical. Molly swallowed. "Harry, has the ghoul spoken to you?" "No," Harry said, because words were not the thing. He considered this, then added with toddler seriousness, "Not with mouth." That night Molly told Arthur. Arthur listened without interrupting, one elbow on the kitchen table, tea cooling untouched in front of him. When she finished, he looked automatically up at the ceiling. The attic creaked as if aware of being discussed. "Maybe he's imagining patterns," Arthur said, though without conviction. Molly folded her arms. "Arthur!" "I know," she described your kettle. Arthur rubbed his face. "I know." And he said the ghoul was cross before it started stomping. "I know." "Do not say I know like that unless you know what to do." Arthur took a long breath, then rose to fetch a key from the dresser drawer, not the ritual key, another one. Thin, brass, old, used for the desk in his workroom where he kept the harmless family texts, the old household ledgers, the inherited scraps of magical nonsense he pretended to organize and mostly just loved. He opened the desk, pulled out 3 books, one on domestic entities, one on spirit adherences in magically saturated homes, one very old Weasley family miscellany bound in flaking brown leather and smelling faintly of dust and rosemary. Molly eyed it. "You swore that thing was mostly recipes and superstitions." "So did my mother," Arthur said. And she also swore the ghoul preferred attic corners to south-facing windows, which turned out to be true. Molly sat down opposite him, tension tightening her shoulders. "Arthur!" He put a hand over hers. "I'm not frightened yet." Molly looked toward the ceiling. "I am." Arthur squeezed her fingers. "That's because you have better instincts than I do." "That is not reassuring." "No," he admitted, "it never is." The years at the Burrow did not pass in straight lines. They passed in scraps, in collisions, in the kind of family life that refused neat chronology because life with that many children never happened neatly. Harry's first broom was half broken and therefore perfect. Charlie insisted he could fly before he could read. Percy insisted that was irresponsible. Fred and George insisted Percy saying something was irresponsible automatically made it excellent. Ron insisted the broom was unfairly better than his own, though this was both untrue and irrelevant because he and Harry shared nearly everything except tempers. Ginny, from the age of 4 onward, decided Harry belonged to her in some undefined but absolute way. She would toddle after him dragging blankets or dolls or one-eyed toy dragons and climb into his lap wherever he sat. If anyone asked why, she would say, with total confidence, "Because Attic likes him," as though this settled the matter. In a way, it did. At Christmas, Harry got hand-knitted jumpers like everyone else, though his arrived with an extra inch in the sleeves because Molly was forever underestimating how quickly he was growing. By 6, his hair had started doing what James Potter's hair had always done, defying brushes, weather, and maternal discipline alike. The difference was that every now and then, in certain winter lights, the black at the roots seemed touched by something warmer. Not red, not truly. Just a thread of copper where no copper ought to be. Molly noticed. She noticed everything. She noticed Harry slept lighter than Ron. Not less, just thinner, as if his sleep lived closer to the waking world. She noticed he would sit bolt upright some nights seconds before the attic began knocking. She noticed he never seemed afraid of dark staircases or old corners of the house, but would stop dead in cheerful places if the wrong kind of silence gathered there. She noticed he hated loud sobbing from strangers more than skinned knees or broken toys. It unsettled him on some level deeper than empathy, as if grief made the air itself ring. Arthur noticed other things. He noticed Harry's accidental magic never behaved like the others. Bill had once set the curtains on fire as a toddler during a tantrum. Charlie had launched every spoon in the kitchen at once, trying to imitate a conductor. Fred and George had turned a turnip invisible for 3 days and lied about it magnificently. Ginny made toy blocks float when angry. Ron once caused his own bed to hop across the room in protest after being told it was bedtime. Harry did none of that. When Harry lost his temper, sounds changed. One summer afternoon, when he was 5, 2 boys from the village cornered him near the lane and called him names for his patched jumper and the way he stared too long before answering questions. Harry did not hit them. He did not shout. He felt something in him tighten. The air around the 3 boys went abruptly cold enough that one of them yelped. The leaves on the hedge nearest Harry shivered, although there was no wind. Then, from somewhere behind the boys, though there was only empty lane, came the distinct sound of heavy footsteps approaching through gravel. Not running, walking, slowly, deliberately, the village boys whipped around, faces draining white. Nobody was there. Then a shape moved in the corner of Harry's eye, a smear of pale outline, taller than a man and wrong in the way reflections are wrong when they move half a second after you do. The nearer boy gave one look over Harry's shoulder, screamed, and bolted. His friend followed so fast he lost a shoe in the mud. Harry stood alone on the lane, breathing hard, heart pounding. The spectral aftershape vanished. A moment later his scar prickled once, sharp, brief. From far off, almost too soft to hear, the attic in the Burrow rattled 3 times. When Harry got home, he found Molly kneading dough with flour on her nose and flour on the table, and the sort of look that meant she had already sensed trouble by maternal alchemy alone. "What happened?" she asked without turning. Harry hesitated. "Nothing." Molly turned. Harry, he stared at the floorboards. 2 boys were stupid. He realized too late that this was the wrong tense to use around Molly Weasley. They ran. Her expression sharpened. "Why?" Harry looked up, honestly unsure how to explain it. Something scared them. "What something?" He opened his mouth, closed it, then lifted one shoulder. "I don't know. I think maybe," he faltered. "Maybe me, but not really me." Molly went very still. Later that night, Arthur found her in the kitchen with the old brown Weasley book open again and her jaw set hard. She did not look up when he entered. "It happened again," she said. Arthur sat. "What kind?" "Cold sounds, frightening the local children half to death." Arthur winced. "Were they hurt?" No. Then that's something? Molly lifted both eyebrows. Arthur. Yes, yes, all right, not enough of something. He leaned over the book. Some of the pages were pure nonsense. Protective rhymes against mold, 7 methods for getting stains out of school robes, a feud notation involving geese. But other passages were stranger. Household intelligences, blood-claimed structures, the tendency of old family homes to express emotional magic through architecture, sound, and resident entities. Buried in one margin was a note written in cramped 19th-century script: children born under warden-attentive roofs may hear before they cast. If such a child is bloodbound from outside the line, watch for chill, echo, and threshold sense. Arthur stared at it. Molly saw his face and went pale. What? He turned the book toward her. Together they read the line 3 times. Neither said anything for a while. Then Molly asked quietly, "What's a warden?" Arthur looked upward, toward the attic, and for the first time he had to admit he might not have a nuisance over his ceiling. He might have a witness. Harry never thought of himself as different inside the family. That was one of the great mercies of the Burrow. He was not the chosen one there, not famous, not tragic, not especially exceptional. He was simply one more boy in a riot of boys, expected to wash behind his ears, share pudding, own up to muddy footprints, and stop letting Fred and George convince him that educational sabotage was a valid hobby. He knew, abstractly, that his hair did not match the others. He knew neighbors occasionally said unfortunate things like, "You can tell he's not one of them at first glance," right before Molly froze them solid with a smile. He knew older witches sometimes peered too long at his scar when they thought he wasn't looking. But the Burrow had a way of flattening differences into chores. At breakfast, everyone was equally loud. At laundry time, everyone lost socks. At dinner, everyone got shushed. In the orchard, everyone climbed trees. In summer, everyone went red in the ears. And when Fred and George launched a garden gnome into the neighbor's pumpkin patch, everyone got yelled at regardless of actual guilt. That sameness built something in Harry stronger than certainty and quieter than pride: belonging. It was the reason he did not tell Molly everything. Children often protect their parents first with silence, not because they do not trust them, but because they do. Harry knew Molly worried every time he came awake before the attic started knocking. He knew Arthur watched him sometimes when he thought Harry wouldn't notice, measuring the white flecks that seemed to appear in his dark hair after bad nights and disappear again by morning. He knew the grown-ups exchanged looks after incidents with cold rooms or echoes in shut cupboards, or the brief impossible moment when Percy's discarded school quill had started writing by itself in answer to Harry's muttering. So he learned his own secrecy, only a little. Just enough to keep worry manageable. When his scar hurt, he didn't call it pain, not even in his own head. He called it warning. At first it was only a pinch, no worse than a pulled thread in skin. It came rarely, usually at night, and always before the attic responded with its steadying knocks. Harry, who had never known privet drive and therefore had never learned to fear strange sensations in solitude, assumed the connection was obvious. Something bad or angry or wrong stirred somewhere in the world. His scar ached. The attic answered. The house told him he was not alone. Comfort, not terror. The first time it happened hard enough for Molly to see, he was 7. They were shelling peas in the kitchen while rain tapped at the windows, and Ginny argued with Ron over whether a crumpled bean pod could qualify as a dragon. Percy was trying to read through the noise and failing with personal offense. Fred and George were suspiciously quiet, which was always a bad sign. Harry, laughing at something Charlie had said, suddenly put a hand to his forehead and went white. Molly dropped the bowl. Peas went everywhere. Harry! The pain lasted only 3 seconds. But in those 3 seconds, every bottle on the shelf gave a tiny chime. The window latches rattled. The fire dipped blue. Overhead, the attic gave 4 rapid knocks, then one long dragging thud, as if something had flung itself against the floorboards to answer a call only Harry had heard. Then it was over. Harry lowered his hand. Molly was already kneeling in front of him, both hands on his face, searching. "What was that? Are you hurt?" He blinked, still half inside the sensation. "No, Harry," he swallowed. "Just the scar." The whole kitchen went silent, even the twins. Arthur set down his paper very carefully. "Has that happened before?" Harry realized, too late, that the honest answer would frighten them more now than before. A bit. How often? He looked at the peas on the floor instead of their faces. Sometimes. Molly's voice thinned. How many times is sometimes? Harry wished with sudden intensity that the attic would knock and save him. It did not. "I don't know." Arthur exchanged a look with Molly, a silent parental conversation full of fear, guilt, and immediate practical thinking. That night, after the children were sent to bed, Arthur owl-ordered every obscure reference he could legally request through ministry archives without flagging himself to people who would ask questions he did not want to answer. Molly sat awake in the kitchen with tea she never drank and listened for sounds from Harry's room. Nothing more happened, which in some ways was worse. When Harry was 8, the attic started teaching him rhythm, not letters, not language in any direct sense. Patterns. That summer was hot enough to make the Burrow smell of sun-warmed boards and old apples. Bill was often away by then, Charlie nearly grown, Percy insufferably improved, the twins ingenious, Ron inseparable from Harry, and Ginny at the age where her questions arrived in swarms and expected immediate feeding. Most evenings, once Molly had finally bullied the younger children toward washing and pajamas and bed, Harry would slip out to the landing below the attic with a blanket and sit in the dark where the house cooled around him. Tap, pause, tap, 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 long silence. Then his answer on the wood with his knuckles. He did not know why he understood some arrangements and not others. He only knew that certain sequences made feelings in him. Warning, quiet, wait, listen, wrong, safe, again. Once, during a thunderstorm, the attic rattled so hard the whole upper floor seemed to hum. Harry sat under the hatch with his knees drawn up, scar prickling, and knocked back one of the patterns he knew. Nothing happened. Then the hatch above him shuddered. Dust drifted down. Something on the other side scraped close, close enough that Harry could hear breath, if breath was the word for that dry, drawn sound. He should have been terrified. Instead, he felt the same thing he felt when Molly wrapped a blanket tighter around his shoulders without asking. A tension made gentle. The scrape came again. Then 3 soft, measured knocks directly above his head. Harry, without knowing why, pressed his palm flat to the wood of the stair rail. The house answered him. A faint vibration ran through the banister under his hand and up into his wrist, like an echo traveling through old bones. And suddenly Harry understood, not in words but in certainty, that the attic did not simply contain the thing listening. The house and the thing were connected, not the same, but threaded. When Molly found him half an hour later, he was still sitting there, hand on the rail, eyes distant. "Bed," she whispered. Harry looked up. "Mum!" That still did something to Molly every time. The first few years he had alternated between Molly and Mum depending on emotion and exhaustion. By 8, it was always Mum without hesitation. She never let herself visibly react, but Arthur knew. "Yes, love," he frowned upward. "Does the house know me?" Molly's breath caught. She crouched in front of him, close enough that she could smell dust in his hair and summer sweat on his collar. "Of course it does." Harry considered that. "No, more." She did not ask more what, because she already understood the shape of the question, so she answered the part she could. "This house knew you were ours before anyone outside it did." Harry accepted that with the seriousness of a child handling a truth too large to fully unpack. Then he stood, wrapped his blanket around himself like a solemn little ghost, and let her guide him downstairs. Molly remained on the landing a few seconds after his door shut. She looked up at the attic hatch for a long moment, nothing. Then from above came one small rattle, not hostile, not even warning, recognition. Molly put a hand over her mouth. "You keep him kindly," she whispered to the ceiling. The attic did not answer. But the house, all around her, gave one long, settling creak, as if adjusting its weight more comfortably around the family inside it. Arthur's research worsened matters before it helped them. That was often the way with old magic. The more carefully he read, the less he liked the possibilities. By the time Harry turned 9, Arthur had pieced together enough scattered references to build a shape and not enough to trust it. The old Weasley miscellany mentioned wardens only in fragments, always as something half understood even by ancestors who lived closer to the knowledge than he did. Household-attached entities, bloodline listeners, spirit-adjacent presences that anchored themselves not merely to houses but to family continuities. Harmless when respected, helpful when acknowledged, dangerous when violated, not ghouls then, or not merely ghouls. Something older or stranger, wearing the habits of one because time had made everyone forget the distinction. And there were notes about children, always children. Some hear the knocking and never answer. Some answer and are answered back. If a blood-strange child is accepted through rite, the warden may claim attention. Watch for threshold sense, grief sensitivity, and premature listening. Arthur hated that phrase, premature listening. It suggested a door opening before a child knew what doors were for. He hid most of what he found from Molly for nearly 3 weeks, which was a terrible decision and lasted only because life at the Burrow kept interrupting confession with practical crises. Percy's exploded ink, George's suspiciously singed trousers, a denoming effort that turned briefly military, and Ron coming in covered in pond water insisting it had been mostly Harry's fault, which it had not. Eventually, Molly found the papers anyway. She stood in Arthur's workroom doorway with the old notes in one hand and a face so controlled it became dangerous. "You absolute idiot," she said. Arthur, who had been expecting perhaps Arthur and maybe a tea towel to the shoulder, blinked. "Fair. You did not tell me there were entries about children. I wanted to be certain. You wanted not to frighten me. That too." Molly slapped the papers against the desk. "I am his mother. You do not get to curate my fear." Arthur flinched because she was right. She pressed both hands to the desk and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the anger had become something sadder and more useful. "Do you think it's hurting him?" Arthur answered immediately. "No." Molly searched his face. "Do you know that?" "No," he said, equally immediately. "But I believe it." That mattered, coming from Arthur. He was curious by nature, hopeful by instinct, but not foolish where the children were concerned. If he had truly thought Harry was in danger, he would have boarded the attic shut with every charm he knew and asked forgiveness later. Molly sat down hard in the chair opposite him. "Then what is it doing?" Arthur looked toward the ceiling. "Waiting, perhaps." "For what?" He thought of Harry on the landing, tapping back, of the scar prickling before bad dreams, of the impossible cold, of old margin notes written by dead relatives in impatient ink, for him to grow enough to understand the answer. Molly hated that even more than the uncertainty. By 10, Harry had begun to understand what frightened other people about him, not because his family treated him differently. They tried very hard not to, but because outsiders did. Teachers at the village primary occasionally blinked when doors in closed classrooms rattled after Harry went quiet. One lunch supervisor refused to seat him near the windows after a particularly bad day in which every glass bottle on a shelf had started humming in unison, when a girl from the older class cried in the corridor. A boy who shoved Ron in the yard once turned around and found, just for an instant, the shadow of an adult figure standing behind Harry where no adult stood. He never touched Ron again. Ron thought this was brilliant. Hermione Granger, though Harry would not truly know her for another year, had not yet entered his life to ask impossible questions with relentless intelligence. At 10, Harry's world was still the Burrow, the village, Diagon Alley in flashes, and the ongoing comforting chaos of being one child among many. But even there, differences had started to calcify into concern. Molly saw the way Harry paused in doorways sometimes, as if listening to rooms. Arthur saw the brief silver cast that occasionally haunted his eyes in certain lights when he had used odd accidental magic, though it always faded by morning. Ginny, who noticed everything nobody respected enough to ask her about, once announced over breakfast, "Harry hears old things." Percy nearly dropped his toast. Fred asked if old things included exam answers. George asked whether old things minded being bribed. Molly told them all to hush. Arthur made a note of Ginny's phrase in the margin of the old Weasley book, and Harry himself. Harry adjusted. That was his real gift before magic ever became a defined system in his life. He adjusted. He learned that when his scar hurt, something far away was wrong, but if he sat quietly enough and listened upward, the attic would eventually answer. He learned that if a room felt too loud while silent, someone had argued in it badly enough to leave residue, though he did not yet have language for residue. He learned he could calm himself by touching old wood, banisters, table edges, door frames, as if vibration mattered. He learned not to mention these things to anyone but Ron and Ginny, because Ron accepted anything with the lazy confidence of a boy raised in the Burrow, and Ginny accepted stranger things than most because she had grown up under the same roof and knew some truths came sideways. One autumn evening, just months before his Hogwarts letter, Harry sat with Ron on the back step watching the orchard darken into blue. Ron was talking about dragons. Ron was often talking about dragons. And Charlie says the Welsh greens are underrated, which is mad because they're enormous. But Bill says curse-breakers in Egypt see stranger things all the time, so maybe dragons just stop feeling dramatic after a point. Are you listening? Harry blinked. Sorry, yes, Ron squinted at him. No, you're attic listening. Harry huffed a laugh. That's not a thing. It is in this house. Ron pulled his knees to his chest. Did it say anything? Harry looked toward the upper windows of the Burrow. In the fading light, the attic didn't look ominous, just high, quiet, dusty in the imagination. Not exactly. Ron considered this with perfect seriousness. Warning or talking? Harry tilted his head. Neither. Waiting. Ron digested that. Well, that's creepy. Then, after one beat, do you want half my sandwich? Harry laughed properly. That was Ron. The haunted, the impossible, the completely incomprehensible, none of it mattered as much to him as whether your hands were full and whether there was bread left. Harry took the sandwich. Above them, faint as breath through beams, the attic gave a slow, warm rattle. Ron did not even turn around. See, he said, chewing. It likes me too. Harry looked at him, at the house, at the sinking dark, and felt that strange doubling he had begun to live with more and more in recent years. Something in his life was deeply wrong. Something in his life was also deeply good. And somehow, both truths had grown together under the same crooked roof. The last week before Harry's Hogwarts letter arrived, the knocking changed. Molly noticed because of course she did. The attic's usual rhythms, cross, warning, acknowledgement, storm noise, gave way to longer sequences. Not louder, more deliberate. Like someone pacing at the edge of speech and deciding whether the listener had finally learned enough to hear it. Harry grew quieter too, not unhappy. Not withdrawn. Just inward, the way he always became when the house was trying to tell him something he could almost catch. Twice, Molly found him standing in the upstairs corridor with one hand pressed to the wall and a faraway look in his eyes. Once Arthur came home from work to find Harry in the kitchen tapping out a pattern against the table with the blunt end of a fork, then frowning when the cupboard doors answered with tiny sympathetic clicks. And one night, 3 days before the first owl came, Harry woke from a dream he could not remember with his scar burning hard enough to bring tears to his eyes. He sat up at once. The room was dark. Ron snored on, oblivious. Moonlight striped the floorboards, then the attic knocked. Not the old warning cadence, not comfort. A pattern Harry had heard only once before during a storm, years ago, too complex then to hold. Now he understood the shape, if not the words. Soon, Harry swung his legs out of bed. Above him, from the attic, came 3 more knocks. Listen. He stood in the dark with his heart hammering, not quite frightened, not quite ready, and very suddenly aware that childhood was not ending all at once, but rearranging itself around him. The house that had cradled him, the ghoul that had soothed him, the scar that had warned him, the odd cold and the echoes and the secrets his parents thought he did not notice. All of it was turning, aligning, preparing. Something was coming. School, yes, but more than school. He did not yet know the word warden. He did not know rattle magic. He did not know what had really been bound to him the night Arthur Weasley bled in the kitchen and Molly called him son. He only knew the Burrow was listening harder than ever before. And so was he. Harry put a hand lightly to his scar until the pain dulled from sharpness into throb. Then he lay back down. Above him, the attic gave one final slow rattle, not warning this time, not comfort either, but promise. And beneath the Burrow's patched roof, between the breathing of his sleeping brother and the hidden pulse of old wood, Harry Weasley closed his eyes and waited for the letter that would change everything. Harry's first lesson and the truth about what the blood right actually bound the night before Harry's Hogwarts letter arrived. The Burrow would not sleep. That by itself was not unusual. The Burrow had never mastered silence. It settled, sighed, muttered through its beams, clicked in its patched joints, and complained in the old familiar grammar of houses built from too much love and not enough planning. The pipes coughed. The clock ticked with theatrical judgment. A door somewhere on the second floor always needed shutting twice. If wind came down from the hills, the windows rattled in their frames as if the whole house were gossiping to itself. But this was different. This was tension. Every sound felt arranged around a center Harry could not see. Rain had come after sunset, thin, silver, steady, and by midnight the roof had become a drum. Ron slept through it with the infuriating ease of the deeply normal. Harry did not. He lay awake on his narrow bed, blanket kicked to his knees, listening. The attic had been restless all evening. Not angry restless, not warning restless. Focused. The knocks had come in long, measured sets, always stopping the moment somebody else entered the corridor, then resuming the moment Harry was alone again. At dinner, the kitchen spoons had chimed together when he reached for the salt. Afterward, the hallway to the stairs had gone strangely cold under his feet while the rest of the house remained warm. Ginny had looked at him over her goblet and said, in the casual tone of someone commenting on weather, "It wants you upstairs." Percy had asked what it was and immediately regretted doing so when Fred and George spent 20 full minutes inventing answers. Now, in the dark, Harry pressed the heel of his hand against his scar and stared at the slant of moonlight across the floor. It had been aching on and off all day, not badly. Not in the sharp, breath-catching way it had during the worst episodes, just enough to make him aware of it, like a finger tapping glass from the other side. Then above him, from beyond the ceiling, came a sound Harry had waited 10 years to hear. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause. 1. Not warning, not comfort, not soon. This one meant come. Harry sat up. Ron snored and rolled over, stealing more blanket by instinctive younger brother malice. Harry slid out of bed, shoved his feet into socks, and stood listening. Nothing. Then again, softer, come. He did not know how he knew the meaning. He simply did. Harry opened the bedroom door and stepped into the corridor. The Burrow at night always felt older than it did in daylight. During the day, it belonged to jam and laughter and bickering and Molly's voice carrying from room to room. At night, it became what it had always secretly been beneath all that life, a structure held together by stubborn magic and old intention. The shadows were not threatening. They were attentive. Every stair knew who crossed it. Every beam remembered weight. Harry moved barefoot quiet to the landing below the attic hatch and stopped. Rain whispered over the roof. The house breathed around him. The hatch above was shut. Dust rimmed its edge silver in the moonlight from the far window. For years he had sat beneath it, answered its knocks, listened to its rhythms, felt its moods through the banister and floorboards and old wood. He had never opened it alone. Tonight the latch lifted by itself, not dramatically, not with force. It just clicked. The hatch rose half an inch. A line of darkness looked down at him. Then the ladder folded slowly from the ceiling with a dry wooden clatter that somehow managed to sound expectant. Harry swallowed. His scar pulsed once. Above him, something shifted, heavy, careful, waiting. For one absurd moment, he nearly went to get Arthur. Or Molly, or both. That would have been the sensible thing, the child thing. The thing people in stories who survived to the next chapter usually did, but this had been waiting for him longer than Hogwarts, longer than memory, maybe longer than language. And beneath the nerves there was something else, the absolute certainty he had felt all his life whenever the attic answered him. Whatever was up there, it had never meant him harm, so Harry put one foot on the ladder and climbed. The attic was larger than it had any right to be. He noticed that first. From below, from the proportions of the burrow and the slant of its roof, it should have been cramped and low and full of cobwebs and boxes. It was full of boxes. To be fair, old trunks, cracked chairbacks, a broken cradle, jars of screws Arthur swore would be useful one day. Molly's retired preserving pans. A stack of magazines Charlie had never admitted were his, and enough dust to suggest a secondary ecology. But the space around those things felt deeper than geometry allowed. The beams curved overhead like ribs. Rain tapped them. Shadows pooled in strange corners and did not empty when Harry looked straight at them. The air was cool, almost cold, and carried a smell he had known all his life without naming. Old wood, old iron, lavender gone dry in sachets, and something else beneath it all, not rot. Memory, in the middle of the attic, under the highest point of the roof, sat the ghoul. At least, that was the word Harry's mind supplied automatically. It was hunched atop an old wardrobe with its knees drawn up, long arms folded, head tilted. In daylight, glimpsed through cracks or heard thumping overhead, it had always seemed like a domestic nuisance half imagined by the house around it. Up close in moonlight, it was neither comic nor stupid. It was terrible in the way old things are terrible, not monstrous, not deformed. Just wrongly ancient. Its skin was the color of paper left in walls for a century. Its hair hung in dusty ropes. Its eyes were too pale and too aware. Its mouth, when closed, looked almost human. When it moved, its joints clicked softly as though they had been built from spare hinges and patience. Its body wore the shape of a ghoul, yes, but Harry saw immediately that the shape was not the substance. The room around it bent. The shadows leaned toward it. The house listened to it. And it was listening to Harry with a concentration so total it made him feel. For one dizzy instant, as though every knock of the last 10 years had been this moment clearing its throat. Harry stopped 3 steps from the top of the ladder. The ghoul regarded him. Then it knocked once against the wardrobe beneath its hand. The sound did not come through his ears. It arrived directly in the place where his scar ached. "Hello, Harry Weasley." The voice was not a voice. It was wood under winter strain. A cup set down on a table years ago, rain in gutters. Arthur's blood on kitchen flagstones. Molly saying "my son" with her forehead against his hair. It was all those things at once, braided into meaning and laid gently into Harry's mind. His breath caught. "You can," the creature's head tilted further, the closest it could come to amusement. At last. Harry stared. The ghoul? No, the thing wearing ghoul shape unfolded itself and stood. It was taller than he expected, nearly as tall as Arthur. Its long fingers brushed a beam as it straightened. Dust cascaded from its shoulder and never touched the floor. The cold in the attic deepened, but not unpleasantly, like stepping into a church when nobody is there. "You heard poorly when you were small," it said. "You hear better now, still badly, but better." Harry swallowed again. "What are you?" The creature considered him a moment, then gave 2 soft knocks on the beam beside it. The answer spread through the attic like vibration through a plucked string. "I am what your people forgot, and your house remembered." That was not helpful. Harry, who had grown up around adult wizards and therefore knew evasion when he heard it, narrowed his eyes. "That's not an answer." The creature's mouth moved very slightly. If it had ever smiled, it had done so before modern plumbing. "Good. Ask cleanly," Rain whispered over the roof. Far below, the clock ticked on the landing. Harry drew a slow breath and tried again. "What are you called?" This time the answer came quicker. "Warden." The word settled into him with a weight that made his skin rise. Not a name, a function, a title older than ownership. Harry heard it in the wood of the attic, in the beams, in the nails, in the buried roots of the Burrow's foundations. Warden, not resident, not parasite, not pet haunting. Guardian, witness, keeper of thresholds and continuities. His scar throbbed again. The warden's pale eyes flicked toward it. "That part listens too." Harry put a hand reflexively to his forehead. "My scar!" The warden made a low, dry sound that might have been a scent. "Your wound, your doorway, your wrongness." That word should have hurt more than it did. Instead, it felt precise. Harry looked around the attic. "Have you always been here?" "Here," said the warden. "No, with your line, long with this house, less long with you, since blood opened." Harry's heartbeat stumbled, the night in the kitchen, Arthur bleeding, Molly naming him, the clock growing an eighth hand, the first deliberate knocks. The warden watched him make the connection. "The rite called family magic," it said. "Family magic called house magic. House magic woke what watches family magic. Then your scar answered. Then I looked down." A cold line moved through Harry's spine. "You looked down." The warden stepped off the wardrobe without sound. Its bare feet touched the floorboards, and the whole attic gave one soft, responding creak. "You were not empty." Harry could not speak for a moment. The warden came closer, not threateningly, not quickly, just enough that Harry could see the texture of its strange skin, the ancient dust clinging in folds of old cloth that might once have been a nightshirt or burial wrapping or something in between. "When blood took you in," it said, "it should have braided one thing. It braided three." The air changed. Harry felt it before he understood it. The attic dimmed around the edges, not because the moon had gone, but because the warden was drawing his attention inward. It lifted one long finger and touched the center of Harry's chest, not physically. The touch happened a hair's breadth above his skin. Still, Harry felt the shock of it like cold water. "One," said the warden, and Harry saw, not with eyes, but with whatever part of him heard Knox as meaning Molly and Arthur in the kitchen, the red thread of Weasley blood taking him in, the Burrow opening its rooms around him. The warden moved its hand up to Harry's scar. "Two." Green light. A nursery destroyed. Lily's arms. Love turned into something sharper than shielding and older than law, a mother's death refusing to stop at death. Then the warden's hand hovered, not over skin now, but somehow inside the ache behind Harry's forehead. 3. And Harry saw a thing he had never had words for, a shred, a sliver, a jagged little black-red fragment driven into the wound like metal into wood. Not alive in the ordinary sense, not dead either. Wrong, furious, splintered. It rang at a frequency he knew at once, because some part of him had always heard it every time the scar hurt. Harry staggered backward, breathing hard. The warden did not move to steady him. "There!" "What is that?" The attic went colder. Death that did not leave. Harry's mouth had gone dry. "Is it his?" The warden's eyes, pale and depthless, held his. Yes. Harry knew who it meant without the name being spoken. Every magical child in Britain knew the shape of that absence, that terror, that unfinished war. Voldemort, something of Voldemort had remained in him. The thought should have shattered him. It did not fully, not yet, because the warden did not present it as corruption or guilt or destiny. It presented it as structure, a fact, a wrong thing lodged where it should not be. Harry backed until his calves hit an old trunk. "Why am I not?" He stopped. Started again. "Why has nobody told me?" The warden tilted its head. Nobody knew enough. Harry thought of Arthur's worried research, Molly's sleepless kitchen tea, Dumbledore's half-kept secrets, the careful adult terror that always seemed to stop just short of answers. No, perhaps not enough. "But you knew." I listened. "That's not the same." "For me it is." Harry almost snapped something back. Instead, he dragged both hands through his hair and stared at the floorboards. The attic hummed faintly under his feet, rain on the roof, breath in old beams. Blood and house and scar and death, and his entire life turning out not merely strange but constructed around a thing no one had understood. Then another thought struck him. "You said 3 things braided," Harry said slowly. "Weasley blood, my mother's magic, and that." He touched the scar. "So what are you to it?" The warden was quiet long enough that Harry looked up. When it answered, the meaning came carefully. "I attend lines that hold, houses that remember, oaths that keep shape after mouths are gone. Your Weasleys are loud and careless and powerful in the way roots are powerful. They're blood cold. I answered generations ago." It stepped nearer the central beam and laid its hand against it. The attic, the walls, perhaps the whole Burrow answered with a tiny sympathetic shiver. "I am drawn to continuance, to households that survive themselves, to grief that does not break belonging. I watch, I keep, I warn, sometimes I teach. Harry frowned. Teach what? The warden looked at him as if the question had been waiting longer than either of them. Then it knocked 3 times against the beam. The whole attic changed. The shadows did not deepen. They sharpened. Harry suddenly became aware that the room was not full of objects. It was full of after. Every box, every trunk, every cracked pan and stored-away cot carried a residue, not memory exactly, more like the pressure left in a cushion after someone rises. He could feel where Charlie had once hidden forbidden dragon sketches in the old wardrobe. He could feel Molly crying exactly once into the retired cradle before passing it down again. He could feel Arthur's excitement lingering around the pile of dismantled Muggle plugs in a biscuit tin near the wall. None of it appeared as images. It arrived as texture, echo, emotional shape. Harry's eyes widened. The warden's voice entered him like the knock of old iron on oak. Living magic moves by will, wand, word, intention, push, shape, command. As it spoke, a loose nail by the rafters lifted itself, turned once in the air, and clicked back into place. Simple, direct, spell-like. Then the warden tapped the beam again. All dead things leave a little. The air around the cracked cradle stirred. Harry felt, not saw, but felt, Molly's exhausted joy, Arthur's fear the first time Bill burned with fever, the absurd, fragile triumph of a baby surviving the night and still breathing at dawn. The old cradle did not remember events. It remembered weight and emotion and vows made over it, the warden's pale gaze fixed on Harry. Places hold this, objects hold this, oaths hold this, violence holds this loudly, love holds this longer. Harry did not realize he had stopped breathing until his chest hurt. That, said the warden, is resonance. The word dropped into place like a key turning. Rattle magic, it continued, and Harry felt the phrase settle behind his ribs as if he had always known it and only now heard it named. Not casting, not forcing, hearing first, then answering, then tuning. Harry looked at the cradle again. You mean I can hear leftovers? The warden gave one dry click of approval. Poorly said, mostly correct. Harry might have laughed if his skin were not still trying to decide whether to crawl off him. Why me? This time the answer came bluntly. Because you died. Harry stared. The attic held still. I did not. You did enough. The warden stepped closer again, and the cold around it seemed to fold the whole room into sharp attention. The curse struck. The child remained, something of you crossed and returned, very little, enough. You carried death resonance without being dead, then another death lodged in your scar, then family blood tied you to a house already mine to watch. It lifted one finger and touched the air between them. No one else has all 3, not the living. Not now. Harry's stomach turned over. He knew, in the abstract, that he had survived something impossible. Everyone knew. The boy who lived. A phrase so repeated it had become meaningless, almost annoying, because it belonged to strangers' mouths more than his own life. But this gave it shape. He had not merely lived. He had been altered by the almost not living, and somehow that had made him audible to old things. The warden's next words landed with deliberate slowness. You are the only living practitioner because you are the only living ear built from house bond, sacrifice echo, and soul shard. That is why the castle will be loud for you. That is why the scar warns. That is why you hear me. Harry's thoughts leapt ahead of themselves. Castle, Hogwarts, ancient stones soaked in 1,000 years of grief and oath and blood. His mouth went dry all over again. Loud. The warden's expression, if it could be called that, became almost mercilessly patient. Deafening. Harry made a strangled little sound. The warden ignored it. So you will learn before you go. How much? Very little. That's reassuring. It is true. Harry shut his eyes for half a second. When he opened them, the attic was still wrong, the warden was still there, and his life was still newly impossible. All right, he said. Teach! At that, the warden moved for the first time with something like satisfaction. The first lesson began with a spoon, not a wand, not a dramatic relic. A spoon. The warden drew Harry down to the attic floor and pointed toward an old tea crate full of mismatched cutlery Molly had retired over the years for bending, thinning, or simply being too ugly for guests. Harry knelt beside it while the rain went on overhead and the house held its breath around the lesson. "Take one," said the warden. Harry obeyed. The spoon was bent a little at the bowl and warm from his hand. "Do not move it," said the warden. "Listen to it." Harry looked up. "It's a spoon." "Yes." "That's not an instruction." The warden gave him a look that would have reduced better men to improved silence. "Your family has used it, dropped it, burned porridge with it, stirred grief and soup and medicine and jam. Listen." Harry sat back on his heels and stared at the spoon. At first, nothing. Just metal, a bit of tarnish. One shallow dent near the stem. Rain, dust, his own pulse. Then the warden knocked once very gently against the floorboards with one long nail, not sound, alignment. The room shifted a fraction. Harry looked at the spoon again and felt it. Molly stirring blackberry preserve, while Fred and George shrieked outside because one of them had been stung, and the other was laughing too hard to help. Arthur using the same spoon to test tea and wincing because it was too hot. Ginny once bashing the bowl of it against the table in fury at being told she was too little to come along somewhere. Ron absent-mindedly chewing the handle while pretending to do homework. Harry himself using it to tap patterns on the stair rail. The spoon was full of tiny domestic ghosts. Harry jerked back. The warden said, "Good. Good," Harry hissed. "I'm losing my mind." "No," said the warden, "you are extending it." That was not comforting. Harry looked again, cautiously this time. The impressions did not come as pictures unless he pushed too hard. Better to let them brush past. Emotion, pressure, repeated use. The spoon held no consciousness, no talking dead, only residue. "Can I do that with anything?" Harry asked. "With anything that has been lived with," said the warden. "Some things shout, some whisper. Fresh things are loud, old loved things are deep. Violent things cut." Harry glanced involuntarily toward the scar. The warden saw. "Yes," Harry swallowed. "Can I hear people, not as they are, as they leave?" The attic seemed to grow narrower around that sentence. The warden went on, neither cruel nor kind, merely exact. "A room after an argument, a staircase after fear, a shirt after grief, a house after a death. You will learn the difference." "And then what?" Harry asked. "Then you choose whether to answer." The warden took the spoon from his hand and set it back in the crate. "Rattle magic is not taking." "Not first. First it is attunement. If you force before you hear, you become clumsy, dangerous, like a child striking every piano key at once because one note frightened him." Harry thought of the times cold had poured out of him by accident, of footsteps on empty lanes, of people recoiling. "I've already done that." "Yes." Harry waited for rebuke. None came. Instead, the warden crossed to the old retired cradle and laid one hand above it. Now the second thing. The air tightened. Harry felt the cradle's residue again, but stronger. Joy, fear, protection, sleeplessness, fierce parent love. The warden looked at him. "Do not listen only. Match. How? Find the strongest note." Harry reached carefully with whatever sense had just opened in him. Beneath the jumble of impressions was one dominant strand, Molly's protective love. Not abstract maternal love. Specific. Practical. The kind that fastened blankets and counted heads and killed for children if required. Harry found it. The warden clicked 2 fingers. Now answer with it. Harry had no idea how. But instinct, once named, becomes easier to trust. He thought of Molly standing between any of them and danger. Thought of being feverish once and waking to her hand on his hair. Thought of the kitchen ritual he did not consciously remember but had somehow always carried. Something in his chest vibrated. The cradle rocked once, just once. Empty. Gentle, Harry went still as stone. The warden's pale eyes sharpened. "There." Harry stared at the cradle. "I moved it." "No," the warden's answer came at once. "You resonated with what was already there, and it answered in matter." Harry's breath came quick now. "That's magic." "Yes." "Without a wand." "Yes." "Can anyone do this?" "No." Harry laughed once, a short, shocked sound. The attic did not laugh with him. It had none of that in it. The warden stepped back. "Again." So Harry did it again and again, not perfectly. The second time the cradle gave only a faint shiver. The third time he pushed too hard and the whole attic answered. A pan ringing, a wardrobe door jerking, dust spilling from a beam. The warden knocked once in rebuke, and Harry felt the correction immediately, not force, attunement. Do not command the room, listen to the note inside it and join. When he finally managed a second smooth rocking of the cradle, the motion was so slight anyone downstairs would have called it a draught. The warden, however, inclined its head. First lesson. Harry sat back on the floorboards, dizzy. Rain softened overhead. Somewhere in the house a board creaked as though someone had turned in sleep. The burrow, for all its listening, remained the burrow, full of life below this attic, full of older things. Harry looked up at the warden. "Why tell me now? Because the castle is near." "Hogwarts?" "Yes." "My letter hasn't come yet." The warden's eyes held his. "It is near anyway." Harry almost smiled despite everything. "You make it sound like weather." "It is weather." That, he suspected, was probably true. The warden turned toward the darkest corner of the attic, where old trunks sat stacked like shut mouths. "You will hear old stone. Oaths, death, buried fights, children afraid far from their mothers, teachers who carry ruins in them. You will hear the wrong one before others do." Harry's fingers went again to his scar. "The one in here?" "Yes." A long silence passed. Harry should have been afraid, perhaps he was, but fear had been sharing a house with him for years and had never quite learned dominance because love got there first. The burrow had made sure of that. So what he felt now was not only fear, it was gravity, truth dropping into the right places. "What do I tell Mum and Dad?" he asked quietly. The warden was silent long enough that Harry thought it might refuse. Then, the truth in pieces. "They are not deaf, they are only kind." Harry looked toward the hatch, toward the sleeping floors below, toward everything ordinary and warm and breakable in the life he loved. "Will this hurt them?" The warden's answer came like a beam settling under weight. "All gifts hurt someone if named badly." That was maddeningly unhelpful and probably wise. Harry stood. His legs felt odd, as if the floorboards under him had become part of his balance in a new way. The attic itself felt different now, too, not less frightening, exactly, but less opaque. He could feel the traces in things around him. Small domestic residues everywhere. And beneath them, deep in the wood and foundation, the immense patient attention of the house. He looked back at the warden. "Will you keep teaching me?" The warden's head tilted. "I have been teaching you since you were a cradle." Harry opened his mouth, shut it, then tried a different question. "Will you keep talking plainly?" A pause, then, at last, "When you hear plainly enough." Before Harry could object to that answer, a new sound broke through the rain, an owl. He and the warden both went still. The sound came again from outside the roofline. Wings, wet feathers, the scrape of claws on sill or gutter. The warden turned its pale face toward the eastern side of the attic, as if listening through 3 walls and a lifetime. "Morning," it said. Harry looked toward the dark window and realized the rain had thinned. Gray was beginning at the horizon, barely there. His Hogwarts letter, something childish and immediate, flared in him despite everything else. Excitement, nerves, the sheer impossible reality of school arriving. Then it tangled instantly with the lesson, with the scar, with the knowledge that the world he was going into was older and louder and more haunted than anyone else would admit. The warden stepped back toward the wardrobe. Its shape seemed to loosen slightly at the edges, becoming more ghoul-like again, more like what anyone else would see if they opened the hatch now. A nuisance in a dusty attic, a domestic oddity, an answer mistranslated by time. Harry understood then that the plain speaking would not be for everyone, only for those who could hear it. "Wait," he said. "One more thing." The warden paused. Harry took a breath. "When the blood rite happened, when Dad bled and Mum said I was her son, did you choose me?" The attic went very quiet. The answer, when it came, was the gentlest thing the warden had given him all night. "No." Harry's chest tightened oddly. Then the warden finished. "I recognized you." Something in him settled, not because it made things simpler. It did not. But because some deep part of every child wants to know whether belonging was pity or selection or accident. Recognition was none of those. It was older. Cleaner. The owl scratched again at the window below. Downstairs a floorboard creaked. Molly rising early, perhaps, or Arthur, beginning another day before the children woke. Harry backed toward the ladder. The warden folded itself once more into that impossible ghoul hunch atop the wardrobe, pale eyes dimming, body becoming all awkward joints and attic dust. Only the house still knew better. Harry put one foot on the ladder and stopped. "Warden," one slow knock answered. "Thank you." A longer silence. Then, from the wardrobe beneath its hand, came the warm, dry rattle he had fallen asleep to since infancy. Home. Harry climbed down. By the time his feet reached the landing, the attic latch had closed above him with a soft click, and the thing beyond it would have looked to anyone else exactly as it always had. A resident ghoul in an old magical house. But Harry knew what lived in the attic now. And when he went down the stairs toward the kitchen, toward Molly's bread and Arthur's tea, and the owl at the window with his future tied to its leg, he carried more than a school letter waiting. He carried the first true shape of his power, not spellwork driven by will, not wand magic commanded into obedience, resonance, attunement, the ability to hear what death, grief, love, and oath left behind in places and things, and, if he was careful, to answer. In the kitchen, the owl was already there, damp and affronted, glaring at the room as if personally insulted by weather and humanity both. Molly looked up from the stove. "Harry, you're up early." Arthur, half-buttoned and still reaching for his glasses, turned too. For a moment Harry saw them not only as parents in a kitchen, but as the strongest notes in the house. Molly's fierce, sheltering warmth, Arthur's worried wonder, the living pulse of the family that had taken him in and made his strangeness survivable. He almost told them everything right then. Instead he stepped into the room, rain-cold and attic dust still clinging to him, and said the first true piece. "The ghoul isn't just a ghoul." Molly went still. Arthur's glasses froze halfway to his face. The owl, offended by delay, smacked the letter against the window once with its beak. And in the Burrow's kitchen, as dawn arrived and Hogwarts reached for Harry at last, the next part of his life began. Gryffindor gets Harry Weasley. But Harry Weasley hears the castle screaming by the time September 1st arrived. Harry had learned two things. First, telling Molly and Arthur part of the truth was somehow more exhausting than telling the whole of it might have been. Second, the warden had not exaggerated about Hogwarts. It had, if anything, been merciful. The morning after the letter came, the Burrow's kitchen had become a battlefield of silence. Harry still remembered the way Molly had set down the bread knife very carefully, the way Arthur had pushed his glasses properly onto his nose and looked at Harry with the expression he only wore when the children said something that changed the shape of the room. "The ghoul isn't just a ghoul," Harry had said. And because there are sentences that divide a life into before and after, that one had done exactly that. They did not laugh. They did not soothe. They listened. Harry, who had spent 10 years learning the limits of adult comfort, gave them what the warden had advised, the truth in pieces. He told them the attic had spoken, not with a mouth exactly, but clearly enough that denying it would be idiotic. He told them the thing upstairs had a name or something like one. Warden. He told them it watched the house and the family. He told them it said the blood adoption right had awakened an old connection. He told them he could hear things in objects now, or perhaps he always could and only knew it now. He even told them the warden believed his scar held foreign magic tied to the night Voldemort fell. He did not tell them everything, not yet. He left out the soul shard language because he had not yet learned how to say it without making it sound like contamination. He left out the phrase death that did not leave. He left out the part where the warden had said you died, and the part where the attic had taught him to move a cradle by matching the emotional note left in it. Those truths were too raw, too newly alive in him. Arthur listened without interrupting, though Harry could feel the panic under his stillness. Molly listened with both hands wrapped around a tea towel, as if it were the only thing keeping her from crossing the room and physically shielding him from the words. When Harry finally stopped, the kitchen stayed quiet for a long moment. Then Molly asked, in a voice that had gone hushed and frighteningly steady, "Has it ever told you to hurt anyone?" Harry blinked. No, Arthur leaned forward. Has it ever tried to frighten you into doing anything? No. Has it ever lied? Harry almost said he didn't know, but the true answer came faster. No, not that I can tell. Molly's face tightened. That is not the same as safe. No, Arthur said quietly, but it is not nothing. Harry stood awkwardly in the middle of the kitchen, not quite a child in that moment and not nearly enough of an adult to want this responsibility. He had expected denial. Perhaps anger. Perhaps a long, worried conversation about imagination, stress, fame, scars, overactive minds. Instead, he got Weasley practicality. Molly rose, crossed the room, and put both hands on his face. You tell us if anything changes, she said. Anything. I don't care how strange or small or impossible it sounds. You tell us. Harry nodded. Arthur stood too. He looked toward the ceiling for a long moment, then back at Harry. And we are not, he said carefully, sending you to Hogwarts without preparing for the possibility that the warden is right. Harry's stomach sank and lifted at once. So you believe me? Arthur gave a tired, crooked smile. Harry, I live in a house that built an extra hand on its own clock the night we adopted you. Belief stopped being the interesting part years ago. That was the Burrow in the end. The impossible arrived, and the family made tea for it. The weeks that followed were the strangest Harry had ever lived. Not because Hogwarts was coming, though that would have been enough by itself, but because once the warden had named what he was hearing, the world became impossible to unhear. Objects were no longer objects first, they were impressions. The spoon in Harry's cereal bowl carried traces of Ron's habitual fidgeting, and Molly's hurry and Ginny's temper. The old kitchen table thrummed with years of elbows, arguments, homework battles, birthdays, apologies, and one unforgettable incident involving Percy, a bottle of blue ink, and the twins' scientific curiosity. Harry had always loved the Burrow. Now he felt its layers every time he brushed a wall or put his hand on the stair rail. The warden kept teaching him in fragments, never every night, never enough to satisfy, enough to sharpen. It taught him that fresh feelings sat close to surfaces, bright and unstable, while older emotions sank deeper into things, less vivid but more enduring. It taught him that grief clung longest to fabric, that oaths sank into stone, that fear loved corners. That repeated use made even stupid objects, buttons, chipped mugs, old boots, easy to read if you held still enough inside yourself. Most importantly, it taught him restraint. Do not open to everything. It told him one damp August night while rain beat the roof and Harry sat cross-legged in the attic with an old kettle in his lap. Listening is not drowning. Harry, who had spent the first week after the revelation reeling every time the Burrow's accumulated emotions brushed against him, snapped back. Then it would help if everything in the house didn't shout. The warden gave one dry knock against a beam. Nothing in this house shouts. This house loves. You will learn the difference before school or the castle will break your sleep. Harry glared at the old kettle. It still carried Arthur's delight every time he took it apart, as well as Molly's exasperation every time he left bits of it on the sideboard. That's encouraging. The warden crouched opposite him, too pale in the half-dark, too still to be mistaken for anything ordinary. Encouragement is for mothers. I am giving instruction. It was very difficult to argue with something that old and that technically correct, so Harry learned to narrow, to tune, to choose a single note in an object and refuse the rest. He learned to identify echo without stepping into it. He learned that his scar did not merely hurt when something was wrong with Voldemort somewhere far away. It responded to matching death signature, like an old wound recognizing weather. Arthur, meanwhile, solved one practical problem and accidentally created another. The problem was the wand, or rather, Harry's lack of one before Diagon Alley. By late August, after Harry's first few exercises with actual rattle magic, had caused a stack of plates to ring in sympathy, and once made the pantry door open and shut in time with Ginny's furious crying. Arthur concluded that an 11-year-old who could vibrate residue into matter probably ought to start practicing the discipline of contained magical focus, even if proper wand fitting was still weeks away. So one evening he came home with a narrow, battered wooden box from the back of a ministry storage cabinet, looking guilty and excited in equal measure. "What's that?" Harry asked. Arthur set the box on the kitchen table and lifted the lid. Inside lay 3 old wands, not new, not polished, not paired to anyone now living. Ministry confiscated, Arthur explained awkwardly, from estates long settled and objects never reclaimed. Most would eventually be catalogued or destroyed if deemed unstable. These 3 were inactive enough to be harmless and old enough that nobody cared much what happened to them. Molly had opinions about this, many of them. "You brought home government wands," she said. Arthur spread both hands. "Dormant ones. That is not better. It is slightly better. Arthur." Harry, meanwhile, was staring. He had never held a wand of his own. He had seen Bill's, Charlie's, Percy's, treated like a sacred object of ambition. The twins had once tried letting him wave one of theirs before Molly caught them. But a wand set before him like possibility was something else entirely. Arthur coughed. "Only to test discipline, mind, not proper casting, just focus." The first wand, hazel, brittle, whippy, felt dead in Harry's hand. The second, oak, thick, heavy, kicked hard enough to numb his fingers when he tried the simplest light charm Arthur suggested. The third was rowan, faded almost silver at the handle with dragon heartstring at its core. Mismatched, spare, slightly too long. It had clearly belonged to somebody with a more elegant wrist than Harry's. When he touched it, it warmed. Not perfectly. Not like those stories where wand and wizard sing in immediate union, more like reluctant tolerance. A tool prepared to work if neither of them asked for miracles. Arthur saw Harry's face and brightened. "That one," Harry gave it an experimental flick. A spark shot from the end, hit the old flour tin, and made every spoon in the drawer beside it hum at once. Molly closed her eyes. "I hate this already." Arthur looked pleased despite himself. "Well, responsive." Responsive was the kindest possible word for it. The rowan wand performed standard magic poorly for Harry. Levitation came out sideways. Lumos flickered like it distrusted his intentions. Cleaning charms worked only when he was already manually cleaning the thing, which Molly found unreasonably funny. But the wand did one useful thing. It gave Harry a boundary, a channel, something to brace against when his listening threatened to spill outward. The warden approved in its own unhelpful fashion. "A wooden deafener," it said from the attic shadows when Harry showed it the wand. "Crude, useful." Harry, turning the rowan wand over in his hands, muttered, "You say nice things in a very nasty way." The warden's pale eyes rested on him. "You hear praise too easily. Dangerous. That probably meant yes." September 1st arrived in a wash of steam and hurry. The Burrow woke before dawn and stayed loud from there. Molly ran the kitchen like a military campaign. Trunks were checked and rechecked. Sandwiches were wrapped. Scarves were found, lost, and found again. Ginny, not yet old enough for Hogwarts, and therefore convinced this was a personal injustice, oscillated between sulking and trailing after Harry like a determined ghost. Fred and George staged 3 separate farewell ceremonies for themselves and Ron, all involving nonsense titles, and one involving a saucepan lid as a crown. Percy spoke of timetables with the reverence of a priest discussing scripture. Arthur kept trying to help and being told not to. In the middle of all that normality, Harry kept going still. The house was restless, not upset, not warning. More like the mood it got before a storm rolled across the hills, alert, aware of change. At one point, while Molly was buttoning Ron into his best jumper despite his protests, Harry put a hand on the kitchen doorframe and felt the Burrow's deep note move through the wood into his bones, leaving, not sorrow. Not exactly. Recognition of transition. The house knew a threshold when it saw one. Molly noticed him pausing. She always did. "You all right, love?" Harry looked up. For one strange second he saw her as the table had taught him, as the cradle had held her, as the kitchen itself knew her. Shelter first, person second. Fierce warmth in motion. the strongest note in the house. He smiled, because otherwise he might have said something far too big for breakfast. Yeah. Then Ron elbowed him and demanded to know whether he'd packed the chocolate frogs Arthur bought for morale, and the moment passed. At King's Cross, the world narrowed into noise, steam, and Weasley logistics. Harry had imagined Platform 9 3/4 100 times. The hidden brick barrier, the train, the crowd of magical families. But imagining something and standing in the middle of it while Molly counted children aloud were not the same thing. There were so many people, owls calling, cats yowling, trunks rolling, mothers kissing foreheads, fathers giving last instructions nobody was listening to, students in various stages of polish and panic. Harry, who had spent most of his life in one very magical home and a mostly ordinary village, felt the press of concentrated wizarding presence like static at the back of his teeth. Not because of the people themselves, because of what they carried. Trunks full of inherited things. Second-hand robes with older emotions stitched into the seams. Books still humming with previous readers. Wand boxes. Family expectations. Fear. Excitement. Homesickness already beginning in children not yet on the train. Harry's hearing flared without permission. He caught himself on the edge of it just in time. Listened narrowly, the warden had taught him. Choose your note, so Harry chose the Burrow. He focused on the sound of Fred mocking Percy. On Ron's muttering. On Molly saying, "Where's George?" In the tone she used when she already knew George was somewhere unacceptable. On Arthur's hand clapping Harry's shoulder once, solid and warm, that anchored him. They got through the barrier in a stagger of red hair and luggage. Ginny nearly burst into tears when the train whistle blew. Ron tried to act older than he was and failed because his ears went pink. Molly hugged Harry so tightly his glasses skewed. "Right," she said into his hair. "I will, if anything feels wrong, Mum." She pulled back, searching his face. There were so many things she wanted to say, and could not say in front of the younger children, in front of the station, in front of the whole wizarding world pressing at the edges of this first letting go. So she kissed his forehead just beside the scar and said only, "Right." Arthur hugged him next, less crushing but somehow steadier. "Observe everything," he said, then caught Molly's look and amended, "within reason." Harry laughed. Then he was climbing aboard with Ron, the rowan wand tucked carefully in his trunk, the Burrow receding down the platform, and the first true chapter of the world outside beginning. The train should have been easier than the station. In some ways it was. Once Ron and Harry found a compartment and shoved their trunks into place, the noise became manageable, enclosed, directed. Ron talked to fill the nerves in him, which Harry appreciated. Chocolate frogs appeared. So did pumpkin pasties later. The rhythm of the train settled into something almost soothing, until Hermione Granger arrived. She did not knock timidly. She opened the compartment door with the confidence of someone who had already decided everyone inside was either useful, incompetent, or temporarily both. "Have either of you seen a toad?" she asked briskly. "A boy named Neville's lost one." Ron said no at once. Harry looked up and froze just for a second, not because of her face, but because of the way she felt, not loud in the ghostly sense. Hermione carried almost no strange residue yet. She was too new to the magical world, too freshly made in it, but her attention was enormous, focused, precise. The kind of mind that laid itself on reality and expected answers. She noticed him noticing. "What?" she asked. Harry blinked. "Nothing." Her eyes narrowed. "That didn't look like nothing." Ron, already defensive in the face of efficient girls, said, "We haven't seen a toad." Hermione huffed, but before she turned to leave her gaze, flicked to Harry one more time. Not frightened, curious, analytical, as if she had just made a note about him in some internal ledger. Then she was gone. Ron made a face. "Blimey!" Harry, still faintly rattled, leaned back against the seat. Yeah. He did not know yet that Hermione would become one of the few people in his life who could look straight at his strangeness and reach for questions before fear. He only knew she had clocked him in one glance and filed the result for later. That, in its own way, was impressive. The second interruption was Draco Malfoy. He came with the polished ease of someone raised to assume entry was permission. Pale, sleek, composed, flanked by two broad boys who looked like they had been grown from less thoughtful soil. Ron stiffened at once. Harry mostly recognized the surname from adult conversation and newspaper mutterings. Malfoy looked from Ron to Harry to the modest disorder of the compartment and smiled with exactly half his mouth. "So it's true," he said. "Harry Potter's traveling with the poor relations." Ron flushed red instantly. Harry had heard plenty of that sort of thing through the years, about the Weasleys, about patched robes, about too many children and not enough money. Usually it slid off him because the Burrow was a better answer than pride. But before he could say anything, Malfoy's gaze sharpened properly on his face, on the scar. Then lower, as if some older instinct beneath breeding had suddenly woken and taken one look at Harry's resonance. Draco recoiled, not dramatically. He didn't leap backward or yelp, but his entire body pulled half an inch away on instinct, and the sneer faltered into something very close to naked discomfort. Harry felt it happen. Felt the old Malfoy line in the boy, ancestral wards, blood-trained sensitivity, house magic polished into hauteur, brush against the wrong frequency in Harry and flinch. For one flashing second, Harry also felt the echo of old stone corridors, duels and blood pride braided into the Malfoy name. Then the moment was gone. Draco recovered fast, too fast for Ron to notice the true reason, though not too fast for Harry. "I'd be careful," Draco said, but the line had lost some of its silk. "There are some sorts of people you don't want to be seen with at school." Ron surged forward. Harry put out one arm automatically to stop him. Malfoy's eyes flicked to the movement and narrowed as if Harry had confirmed some suspicion he didn't know how to phrase. "I can choose my own friends," Harry said. He meant it to sound ordinary. It came out colder than intended. The compartment chilled, not visibly, not enough for breath to frost. But the window behind Draco gave a small, sharp tick as the glass contracted. Crabbe frowned. Goyle looked around as if trying to identify a draft. Draco went a shade paler. Then he gave that half-sneer again, more fragile this time, and withdrew. When the door shut behind them, Ron let out a long breath. "Git!" Harry looked at the closed door, not a git only afraid, that troubled him more. The boats crossing the lake should have been beautiful. They were, if beauty could survive being drowned in too much signal. The first sight of Hogwarts hit Harry like a blow. He had been expecting grandeur. Towers, lit windows, reflections in black water, a castle old enough to contain stories. All of that was there, rising out of the night like a mountain taught to remember architecture. But the warden had said loud, and Harry had still not understood. The moment he saw the castle, the air around him filled, not with voices. That would have been easier with pressure. Layer upon layer upon layer of accumulated echo, packed into stone so old and so used and so blooded that it might as well have been an instrument strung over centuries. Oaths in the walls, panic in stairwells, triumph in classrooms, duels, punishments, vows, tears, laughter, fear, ambition, death. 1,000 years of children walking into one place carrying all their unfinished selves. Harry gripped the side of the boat so hard his knuckles hurt. "Oi," Ron whispered. "You all right?" "No," Harry thought. Instead he said, "Castle's loud." Ron blinked. "What?" Harry could not explain. The water itself held impressions, students falling in, giant squid curiosity, centuries of moonlight and nerves. The cliffs above the boathouse throbbed with old crossings. The stones of the lower steps held farewell after farewell after farewell. He stumbled getting out of the boat. Hermione, climbing past him, caught the movement immediately. "Did you twist your ankle?" Harry shook his head. "No." She looked unconvinced but was pushed onward by the line. By the time they reached the entrance hall, Harry had narrowed himself down to the simplest possible survival trick. Listen only to the immediate room. No further. Do not reach into the walls. Do not hear the floors below. Do not let the age of the place open all at once. Even so, the entrance hall thundered, not physically. Emotionally, the flagstones under his feet were saturated with a rival terror. The doors to the great hall breathed old ceremony. Torch brackets still held residues of fires from decades ago. A suit of armor to the left of the staircase contained enough disciplinary humiliation to qualify as a secondary haunting. Then Professor McGonagall swept in and took charge, and Harry, absurdly, found that reassuring. Here was a woman who belonged to the castle in a way that steadied it. Not because she was old enough to quiet the echoes, nobody living was that old, but because her own emotional signature was so sharply ordered that it created lanes through the noise. Duty, precision. Love disguised as standards, he fixed on that, followed it. The sorting chamber was even worse. The little side room where the first years waited held generations of dread. Not terrible dread, school dread, social dread, future dread, but enough of it that Harry wanted to rub at his arms until his skin came off. Neville breathed too fast. A blonde girl he didn't know mouthed something like a prayer. Hermione looked outwardly composed and inwardly incandescent with prepared determination. When the ghostly lesson from the warden surfaced in him, fresh things are bright, old loved things are deep, Harry nearly laughed, because nothing in this room was deep. It was all bright panic. Then the ghosts appeared through the walls. Half the children gasped. Harry nearly flinched out of his own body, because ghosts, as it turned out, were not quiet at all. They were cleaner than residues, and yet somehow more difficult. Shapes held past death, persistent personality around a central emptiness. The fat friar was warm and diffuse, carrying centuries of minor kindness like bread scent. Nearly headless Nick was layered with self-conscious dignity and old humiliation. Every ghost had a note, but all of them rang around a vacancy that made Harry's scar ache in faint, answering sympathy. Nick turned toward him in the middle of saying something to another ghost. Just for a second, his translucent face changed. Recognition. Not of Harry Potter, the famous child, of something more peculiar. Something in the way Harry resonated. Nick floated a little closer, confused. McGonagall called them into line before he could speak. Harry was almost grateful. The great hall was magnificent and unbearable, the enchanted ceiling. The candles, the 4 long house tables alive with whispering older students. The teacher's dais, every seat marked by its occupants' accumulated habits. The 1,000 tiny sounds of expectation, and beneath it all, the hall itself. It had held feasts and funerals and speeches and punishments and ceasefires and celebrations for 1,000 years. It had heard every generation of students cheer, lie, boast, grieve, and swear impossible things. That much history did not sit quietly in stone. It rang. Harry walked into it and almost stopped breathing. He could feel a duel that had happened centuries ago every time he looked toward one stretch of wall. He could feel children crying after bad letters from home in the spaces between the Hufflepuff benches. There was a binding oath embedded near the teacher's table so old and deep he could taste metal at the back of his throat when his attention brushed it. The dais where the staff sat carried individual notes so distinct they might as well have been songs. Professor Flitwick, delighted intelligence, precise and bright. Professor Sprout, earthworm patience, exhausted at the edges this week. Snape, Harry's attention hit Snape and slipped. That was the strangest thing of all. Where every other living person in the hall threw off the normal scatter of current emotion and older residue, Severus Snape felt almost blank. Not truly empty, Harry sensed far too much tension for emptiness, but tightly sealed. Walled so hard that echoes slid off him, it made Harry's skin prickle. A man that self-contained was either dead inside or guarding cataclysm. Then Quirrell turned, and Harry almost gagged, 2 minds. The warden had warned him that wrong things would ring badly. Quirrell did not merely ring badly, he dissonated. The nervous, fluttering, ordinary terror of the man himself sat on top of another signature entirely, thin, cold, furious, parasitic. Not fully present, not fully absent. It made the scar on Harry's forehead flare hot enough that he had to clamp his teeth together to stop himself making noise. Quirrell saw him. For one instant teacher and student looked straight at each other across the great hall. And both knew not the details. Not yet, but enough. Quirrell's stutter disappeared from his face even if it stayed in his body. The thing under him recoiled and pressed closer at once, like a wound protecting itself. Harry's scar burned. The hall's accumulated echoes surged around the sensation, and he had the awful impression of something dark recognizing a listener. Then the moment broke. A first year in front of him tripped. Someone snickered. McGonagall unrolled parchment. The sorting hat began. Harry barely heard most of the names, not because he was too anxious to be sorted, though that was present. Because the hall was teaching him things he did not want to know. Every student who touched the stool left a tiny trace of fear or relief in the wood. The hat itself was a nightmare of accumulated thought, centuries of minds pressed into enchanted fabric. Harry avoided looking at it directly. Then names, benches, cheers. Hermione Granger, hat, pause. Gryffindor. The table exploded. Hermione's relief hit the stool like heat. Draco Malfoy, hat, barely a beat. Slytherin, cold pride and older satisfaction rippled outward. Harry felt the Slytherin table's inherited texture. Ambition honed by memory and bloodline, polished over generations until some of it had become reflex. Then, Ronald Weasley. Harry heard Ron's fear before he saw it. Not because Ron was weak. Ron's fear had fight in it, but because brothers cast long shadows. By the time the hat shouted, "Gryffindor!" Harry was grinning despite everything. Ron shot him a look halfway between triumph and panic on his way to the table. Then the pause came. Because soon there would be no other Weasley in this year's line to hide inside. Harry Weasley. The hall changed. The name traveled through the room with a ripple of confusion, interest, recognition, and whispering correction. Not Potter. Weasley? A few heads turned toward the staff table. Harry did not need to look to know Dumbledore was watching very carefully. He walked to the stool. The hat went on his head, and the world inside the brim exploded open. Most students, Harry guessed later, heard the hat as a voice in the mind. Harry heard it as that, yes, but also as 1,000 faint after-impressions of previous sortings, centuries of categories, the residual shapes of children it had judged, feared, admired, misunderstood, or loved. The hat was a magical artifact saturated beyond reason. Its thinking rang through old enchantment like bells through fog. "Well," said the hat in his head, and it sounded alarmed almost immediately. "Well, what have we got here?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool. "Please don't shout," he thought desperately. "I am not shouting," said the hat, while absolutely shouting in resonance. Then it recoiled from something in him. Merlin's old bones. Child. Harry felt the hat brush the scar, the Weasley bond, the listener's shape in him, the pressure of the Warden connection carried from the Burrow like a deep note of home. You're stitched together oddly. That was perhaps the single most tactless thing anyone had ever said to him telepathically. "Sorry," the hat said at once, not sounding sorry at all. "No, I'm not. Accurate is kinder than polite in my line of work. Let's see, courage, certainly, loyalty in the roots, fierce attachment. More self-restraint than you enjoy. Curiosity, though you hide it under caution. Strange relationship to fear. Stranger relationship to death." Harry nearly tore the hat off. "Don't touch that," he thought. The hat was silent for half a second. Then, more softly, "Ah." The hall vanished around Harry for one suspended moment. The hat's awareness was old enough to be careful when it chose. "Not Slytherin," it murmured. "You'd survive there, but survive is not the same as grow. Not Ravenclaw, you listen deeply, but knowledge is not your god. Hufflepuff would hold you. Dear child, Hufflepuff would probably save your life." But no, Harry heard the conclusion before the hat said it. It takes a particular kind of courage to keep hearing what hurts and choose people anyway. The hat laughed, quietly this time, deep in the seams. "Better be Gryffindor." The table erupted. Harry yanked the hat off and stood too quickly. For 1 second the hall tilted under the impact of everyone's reaction. Weasley astonishment, staff attention, Slytherin calculation, Ron's sheer relief, the twins, somewhere further up the table, already priming a disaster of celebration. Then Harry reached the Gryffindor bench and sat hard beside Ron. "You look awful," Ron whispered, delighted. "Thanks." "What did it say?" Harry picked the safest piece. "That I'm odd," Ron snorted. "Could have told it that for free." That helped for maybe 3 minutes. Then food appeared, the hall roared to life, and Harry discovered something terrible about feast halls saturated with centuries of emotion. They grew louder when in use. He managed dinner by focusing on practical things. Roast potatoes, gravy, Fred and George yelling from farther down the table, Percy trying to maintain dignity in proximity to them and failing. Hermione across the way at the other end of the table, already listening to older girls explain schedules. If Harry narrowed himself hard enough, the hall became survivable. Then Quirrell glanced at him again. The scar flashed hot. Harry flinched. Hermione, looking up at exactly the wrong or right moment, saw not the scar itself perhaps, not clearly at this distance, but the reaction. The way Harry's head turned slightly, not like someone distracted, but like someone hearing something misaligned in the room. Her brow furrowed. File noted, for later. The dormitory was supposed to feel like safety. It did, in ordinary ways, round room. Red hangings, trunks at bed foot. Ron saying something nonsensical about whether the window view looked more heroic from one side or the other. Neville losing Trevor again within 10 minutes of arrival. Dean asking practical questions no one could answer. Seamus already setting expectations for accidental explosions. Harry should have relaxed. Instead, the silence after the hall almost hurt, not because he liked the noise, because quiet in Hogwarts was not quiet. It was depth, layers waiting. The tower room carried only a fraction of the castle's history compared to the lower stones, but even that fraction was enough to keep brushing the edge of his senses. Homesick first years from previous years, whispered secrets after lights out, old loneliness, fierce friendships, private tears. One long ago broken arm, someone once swearing never to go back home and then doing exactly that the next summer. Harry sat on his bed and pressed both hands to the mattress. The residue of many students was there, but softened by time and turnover, not dangerous. He could survive this. He had to. Ron, yanking open his trunk and swearing because the twins had hidden something damp inside, glanced over. "You all right?" Harry thought of telling him the truth. "The whole castle is screaming and I don't know how to close my ears." Instead he said, "Tired." Ron accepted that instantly, because Ron's trust was one of the simplest great gifts in Harry's life. Same. That night Harry barely slept. Every time he drifted, the castle shifted around him. Pipes carried old fear. Distant staircases remembered running feet. Somewhere in the dungeons, a deeply embedded oath note pulsed at intervals that felt almost like a heartbeat. The ghosts made it worse, passing through walls and disturbing the emotional residue as wind disturbs ash. Just before dawn, Harry finally understood one of the warden's lessons properly. Listening was not drowning. He lay on his back, stared into the dark canopy, and imagined the Burrow, not visually. Resonantly, the kitchen table, Molly's laugh, Arthur's worn workbag on a chair, Ginny dragging a blanket through the hall, Ron thumping down stairs 2 at a time. The attic above it all with the warden settled under the roof like a second pulse. He found that deep note of home inside himself, and the castle, while not quieter, arranged itself around it, not shut out, answered. Hogwarts was not the Burrow. It never would be. It was louder, older, wounded in older places and prouder in stranger ways. But it too was a house. That mattered. Harry fell asleep for 40 minutes just before the wake-up bell. It was enough to get him to breakfast, barely. Classes were a disaster from the start, not because Harry was stupid. He wasn't. Not because he hated learning. He didn't, because Hogwarts assumed that perception and concentration were the same thing, and for Harry they had become enemies overnight. History of magic was impossible in a way no one else seemed to understand. Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions while the classroom itself hummed with the residue of 600 previous bored students. 3 memorable cheating attempts, 1 spectacular nosebleed, and generations of suppressed despair. Herbology was easier because living things held less residue and more present attention. Charms went badly because every student's intent made the room fizz with fresh magical effort. Transfiguration was survivable only because McGonagall's will-imposed structure on the atmosphere itself. By the third day, Hermione had started watching him, not constantly. That would have been obvious. Strategically, she noticed he paused before entering certain rooms. She noticed he touched old door frames when distracted. She noticed he flinched at empty corridors nobody else minded. Most of all, she noticed he did not seem inattentive in the ordinary way. He seemed occupied by something adjacent to reality. Harry knew she noticed because he could feel her attention like a bright pin. On Thursday, walking out of Charms, she caught up with him between staircases. "You do that a lot," she said. Harry blinked. "Do what?" "Listen." That stopped him harder than any accusation would have. Students flowed around them, chattering. Hermione stood with her books clutched to her chest, hair already escaping neatness, eyes sharp as if she were conducting an experiment she fully expected to solve. "I hear things," Harry said cautiously. Hermione nodded, as though this confirmed a hypothesis rather than creating 36 new ones. "Not with your ears." It was not a question. Harry looked at her properly. "Then you noticed?" "Yes." She hesitated, then added with almost visible restraint, "I also noticed it seems worse in older rooms." Harry said nothing. Hermione took that for permission to continue. "And in the Great Hall you kept looking toward the walls, not the people, which is odd because the people were more interesting at the time." "That's debatable." "It isn't." Despite himself, Harry nearly smiled. Hermione lowered her voice. "What do you hear?" He should not have told her anything. He knew that. The warden would have clicked disapproval. Molly would have worried. Arthur would have asked 20 careful questions. Common sense itself would have suggested caution. Instead, Harry heard his own answer leave him, quiet and flatly true. Things that stayed. Hermione stared, not frightened, thinking. Then someone called her name from ahead, and the moment broke. She blinked once, as if filing the phrase in exactly the same internal ledger she'd used on the train. "All right," she said. "That's alarming. We'll revisit it." And she hurried off before Harry could decide whether to be relieved or terrified by the "we." Defense against the dark arts blew everything open. It happened in the second week, on a gray morning that smelled of wet stone and old chalk. The classroom itself was bad before the lesson even began. Defense rooms, Harry had already learned, were among the loudest in the school, not because current students used them badly, but because generations had used them under pressure. Fear, urgency, failed shields, successful counters, panic before exams, dueling mishaps, one very old echo of actual mortal terror sunk deep into the corner by the blackboard. The place felt like layered weather fronts. Harry chose a seat in the third row and tried to narrow. Quirrell entered in his turban and twitching smell of garlic. The wrongness under him hit Harry like nausea. Not new, stronger. Perhaps the enclosed room made it clearer. Perhaps the thing under Quirrell had learned to hate Harry's attention across the days and reacted harder now. Whatever the reason, by the time Quirrell stammered his way through the opening explanation about defensive theory, Harry was sweating. Ron nudged him once. Harry shook his head. At the front, Quirrell held up his wand with a tremor in his hand. "TT today," he said. "We will begin with basic P-protective response." His own fear scent was real. That was the strange part. Quirrell himself was frightened deeply and constantly. But beneath that was the other note, the parasitic, cold, fragmented signature that made Harry's scar throb in hideous recognition. The room itself started to ring around them, every shield charm ever cast in that space. Every failed jinx, every shouted incantation. All the defensive panic ground into the walls over decades. Harry clutched the Rowan wand under the desk so hard his palm hurt. Narrow. Choose one note. He tried. But Quirrell looked straight at him again, and the thing under the turban leaned, not physically, resonantly. A pressure slid across the room and touched the scar. Harry gasped. The Rowan wand jerked in his grip, and every spell ever heavily impressed into that classroom answered at once. The air detonated, not in one explosion, in 100 overlapping half-explosions. Echoed shield charms flared like transparent discs across the room. Old Jinx residue spat sparks from the walls. A disarming charm from years ago cracked across the ceiling and sent chalk dust raining down. 2 desks scooted backward as if shoved by invisible students. The blackboard filled and erased itself in 3 different hands. Someone screamed. Seamus ducked under his table. Neville yelped and covered his head. Lavender Brown burst into tears instantly. Ron swore with tremendous sincerity. Harry lurched to his feet because sitting felt impossible inside the chaos. That made it worse. The room mistook him for permission. Spell echoes replayed harder, overlapping in pale afterimages. Children long gone practicing counters. A teacher demonstrating a shield. Some much older duel exploding bright and silent across the front wall. None of it was fully real, but all of it had enough force in matter to throw books, slam shutters, and rattle every bone in Harry's body. Quirrell staggered backward in naked terror, not of the room, of Harry, or rather of what Harry had just accidentally proven himself capable of hearing. The parasitic note under his skin shrieked silently against Harry's scar, a dissonance so sharp Harry nearly dropped the wand. Then Hermione shouted from somewhere to his left, "Harry!" That cut through not because of the word, because of the note in it. Present, living, immediate, no residue. No history. Just Hermione Granger in the now, sharp as flint and real as a snapped twig in a dream. Harry seized it, found the strongest present note in the room, alive, terrified, current, and forced himself back into it. The spell echoes shuddered, wavered, then collapsed all at once. Silence crashed after them, chalk dust drifted, a desk lay on its side. The window latches trembled. Neville was on the floor. Seamus slowly lifted his head from under the table. Ron stared at Harry with his mouth open. Hermione was standing, both hands gripping her desk, eyes huge. At the front of the room, Quirrell had gone corpse-pale. No one spoke for 2 seconds. Then Quirrell stammered out, "CC class dismissed!" That broke whatever spell shock had imposed. Students surged for the door in a babble of panic and astonishment. Dean was already talking too fast. Lavender sobbed. Seamus kept saying, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" As if anyone had missed it. Neville, being helped up by Hermione, looked dazed but unharmed. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. "What did you do?" Harry, still shaking, looked at the walls. They were quiet now. But only because they had just shouted themselves empty. "I listened wrong," he said. Ron, understandably, found that answer completely useless. Hermione did not. Her face had gone white, but not with simple fear. With recognition, things that stayed, and Harry had just made them answer. By the time they reached the corridor, the rumor had already escaped the room ahead of them. Harry knew then, with the heavy certainty of a threshold crossed, that Hogwarts had begun hearing him back. And from farther down the corridor, through stone old enough to keep dangerous secrets warm, Quirrell's wrongness pulled away in mounting alarm. Not from a child with a scar, from the child who could hear what death left behind. The stone, the troll, and what Harry hears in the 3rd-floor corridor after the disaster in defense against the dark arts, Hogwarts stopped feeling like a school that merely contained danger. It became a place that was listening back, not openly, not kindly, but unmistakably. Harry noticed it first in the corridors. Before the Quirrell incident, the castle's echoes had seemed indiscriminate. Old grief caught in stairwells, traces of childish panic in classrooms, broken bits of long-finished lives clinging to stone because old places collect what is dropped into them. After the incident, those same echoes began reacting when he passed. A corridor that usually hummed with old dueling residue would quiet as he walked through it, as if waiting. A patch of wall near the 2nd-floor landing, where Harry had once felt the deep impress of some centuries-dead argument, now gave a faint, sympathetic vibration whenever his scar ached. The armor at the top of one staircase had started rattling softly under its own breath whenever he stood too near it. Hermione noticed before Ron did. That was becoming a pattern. Ron noticed large things, people shouting, food arriving, obvious injustice, dragons, practical danger, whether Harry looked on the verge of collapse. Hermione noticed shifts, repetition, the exact angle at which oddness leaned before it fell over into undeniable truth. 3 days after defense, she cornered Harry in the library between a shelf of beginner potion texts and a stack of books on magical Europe. What happened in class, she said without preamble, was not normal accidental magic. Harry, who had been pretending to read about lunar wandwoods while actually trying not to hear the despair worked into one particular chair near the window, sighed. "You've got a gift for softening things." Hermione folded her arms. "You made the room replay itself." "I didn't mean to." "I know that," Harry blinked. "You do, obviously." She lowered her voice. "If you'd meant to, you'd have looked pleased instead of ill." That was annoyingly reasonable. He glanced around. Madame Pince was at the far desk, terrifying a Hufflepuff with nothing but posture. Ron was somewhere deeper in the library, supposedly helping with homework and almost certainly not. Hermione stepped closer. "You said you hear things that stayed." Harry looked at the floorboards. "That room had stayed things in it," she continued. "Old spells, old uses. And when Professor Quirrell looked at you," she stopped there. The library, always dense with layers of use, pressed softly at Harry's senses. Frustration, concentration, old ink, tired ambition, loneliness, 10,000 hands turning pages with 10,000 different levels of hope. He had learned enough from the warden now not to drown in it. Most days, some days. "What do you want me to say?" Harry asked quietly. Hermione's answer was immediate. "The truth." He almost laughed, not because it was funny, because only Hermione Granger could ask for the whole truth in a whisper between bookshelves, as if truth were a homework assignment she had every right to inspect. Instead, he gave her a smaller truth. "The room was full of old spellwork," he said. "Not actual spells, echoes, leftovers. I felt them all at once." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "And you triggered them, by mistake." "But you can trigger them." Harry hesitated. That was the part he still did not like to name. The warden had named it. Rattle magic, resonance, attunement. The ability not only to hear what death, fear, grief, and powerful emotion left behind, but to answer those impressions so strongly that matter obeyed. The Burrow had taught him gently. Hogwarts was proving much less gentle. "At the moment," Harry said, "I can mostly trigger disasters." Hermione accepted that with irritating calm. "Good, that means you're not arrogant. That's your takeaway." One of several. Then she looked at him more carefully. "You feel things in places, don't you?" He nodded once. "And people?" "Sometimes." Hermione thought for a second. "Professor Quirrell?" Harry went still. She saw it. Her face changed very slightly, not fear, not yet, but the exact expression of someone fitting a dangerous piece into a growing pattern. "I knew it." "No," Harry said sharply, because the library was not safe and old stones had too much interest in overheard truths. "You suspected." Hermione, to her credit, lowered her voice further. "What's wrong with him?" Harry wished desperately that he did not know enough to answer. But his scar had been aching in Quirrell's presence for weeks now, and the wrongness under the professor's skin had only grown more distinct with repeated contact. Not clearer in any comforting sense, just stronger, more unbearable. Like a note played so badly it began to reveal its shape by sheer offense. "He sounds like two people," Harry said at last. Hermione stared. "What does that even mean?" "It means when I'm near him, the room doesn't fit around him properly." Harry fought for language and hated every word as it came out, because words for this sort of thing always sounded insane when spoken aloud. "There's him. Frightened, nervous, real, and something else sitting over it, or under it. I don't know, like two death signatures trying to share one shape." Hermione's face had gone pale under the library light. That should have made him stop. Instead, she asked the next question. "Is it dangerous?" Harry thought of the moment in defense when Quirrell's wrongness had leaned toward him and the entire room had erupted. Thought of the scar burning so hard it blurred his sight. Thought of the warden in the attic saying you will hear the wrong one before others do. "Yes," he said. Hermione did not speak for a long moment. Then, very carefully, Ron's going to say we need to punch something? That sounds like Ron. But before that, Hermione said, drawing herself up in a way Harry recognized as the posture she took just before committing to something catastrophic and sensible at once. We need evidence. Harry let out a long breath and leaned back against the shelf. There it was. The trio, though none of them yet knew the full shape of it, not because they had bonded through glorious adventure. Not yet, not because fate had chosen them. Fate, Harry suspected, had chosen badly in many respects. But because one of them believed first, one of them stayed first, and one of them asked questions until fear became a method instead of a wall. Harry looked at Hermione and said, "Ron will hate the phrase evidence." Hermione's mouth twitched. "Yes," she said, "but he'll still come." The third-floor corridor began bothering Harry before Halloween, not visibly, not dramatically. It simply sounded wrong. The first time he passed near it was by accident on the way back from Charms. He might have walked by without noticing if the corridor had carried ordinary school residue, detentions, mischief, worn flagstones, old irritation. Hogwarts was full of that. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold of the adjoining hall, something in the stone ahead hit him like an iron taste at the back of his throat. He stopped dead. Ron, walking beside him and trying to explain why the Chudley Cannon's failures were secretly strategic, nearly walked into him. "Oi, what?" Harry stared down the dim length of the corridor. It was roped off, plainly avoided. Empty except for a high door at the far end, the air there was wrong in a way even Quirrell was not louder. Deeper. As if multiple powerful magical structures had been layered into that space and forced to sit on top of something older that did not appreciate being buried. The floor thrummed with oath pressure. The walls held traces of concealment, guardianship, and a kind of fierce, concentrated intent that did not belong to any ordinary school restriction. Under all that, just barely, Harry caught something else. A frequency like tightly wound life, not living like people lived. Not growing, not breathing. Sustained, extended, a note held for far too long by will and craft and refusal. He took one step closer, the life note sharpened, his scar prickled. And from behind the roped barrier, from somewhere past the locked door, came the low, animal, immediate resonance of a creature far larger than the corridor wanted to admit. Harry stumbled back. Ron caught his sleeve. "Harry!" Harry's mouth had gone dry. "There's something there." Ron looked at the corridor, then at Harry. "Well, yes, rope usually means something there." "No," Harry said, "something alive." Ron squinted down the corridor. "Can you see it?" Harry shook his head. Then footsteps sounded on the stairs behind them, and both boys, having been raised enough by Molly and fear to recognize illegal curiosity when they were doing it, hurried off before Filch could catch them staring. That night, the corridor kept singing in Harry's head. He heard it under dinner conversation, under Percy's latest pompous letter to Ron, which Ron insisted on reading aloud in a tone of outraged betrayal, under Seamus setting something on fire in the dormitory by mistake, under nearly everything. By the next afternoon, Hermione had the basic facts. "The third-floor corridor is out of bounds," she said, depositing herself opposite Harry and Ron in the common room with the air of someone unveiling military intelligence. "Professor McGonagall said so at the start of term feast, which means either it's genuinely dangerous or meant to frighten people away from something specific." Ron looked up from wizard chess. "That's the same thing." Hermione ignored him. "And there's a dog." That got both boys' attention. "A what?" said Ron. "A dog," Hermione repeated. "Hagrid mentioned buying a giant one off a Greek fellow last year when Professor Dumbledore was asking whether Hogwarts had enough room for certain logistical arrangements. At the time I thought he meant something bureaucratic. In retrospect," she spread her hands, Harry went cold. Not because of the dog. Because of the phrase logistical arrangements, because the corridor's deep oath pressure and sustained life note had never felt like a school secret. It had felt like a protected object. "What kind of arrangements?" Ron demanded. Hermione turned to Harry instead of answering. "What did you hear?" Harry glanced around the common room. Too many students, too much current noise. Not here. So they went after dinner to an abandoned side alcove near the portrait of some deeply offended 17th-century wizard who kept trying to listen in and being told to mind his own business by Hermione until he retreated in dignified huffing. "There's layered protection around the corridor," Harry said in a low voice. "Not just keep students out magic, older, stronger, like guarding something important." Hermione leaned forward at once. "An object, I think so." Ron made a face. "Based on what?" Harry closed his eyes briefly, trying to reconstruct the feel of it. "There's a note under the wards, very strong, not alive like an animal, more like—" He searched for warden language and found only fragments. "Like life stretched, prolonged." Hermione's expression sharpened even further. "Alchemy!" Ron blinked. "What?" She looked between them, suddenly impatient with their continued failure to have memorized the same book she had inhaled. "Nicholas Flamel, medieval alchemist, only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone." Harry stared. The name rang faintly in his memory, not from his own reading but from old, second-hand residue. A card, a chocolate frog. Ron's voice on the train reading names and facts aloud with his mouth full. "The stone," Hermione said, now speaking so quickly her words nearly tripped, "supposedly turns metal into gold and produces the elixir of life. If something at Hogwarts feels like life being held unnaturally and it's under absurd protection and Dumbledore's involved." Ron sat up so fast he upset a chess piece. "No." "Yes," Hermione said. No, that's mad." "Of course it's mad. It's Hogwarts." Harry's scar prickled, not hard, just enough to make him pay attention, and suddenly the corridor's wrongness aligned with Quirrell's wrongness in his mind, two notes seeking each other across the school. One hidden and guarded. One wearing a professor's shape badly. "He wants whatever's there," Harry said quietly. Both Ron and Hermione looked at him. Harry did not need to say Quirrell. The thought had already arrived in both of them, though Ron got there by instinct and Hermione by evidence. Ron swore. "That twitchy git!" "He's not only twitchy," Harry said. Hermione's face tightened. "You're sure?" Harry thought of the dissonance. The scar. The way Quirrell's wrongness reacted whenever Harry heard him too closely. "Yes." None of them spoke for a moment, then Ron said with bleak satisfaction, "All right, good." "I still want to punch something." Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. "Violence remains plan last." Ron looked offended. "Last." Harry, despite everything, laughed. And because laughter in dangerous moments is sometimes the first spell real friends cast. The tension eased just enough for them to keep thinking instead of panicking. The troll came on Halloween. In another life, perhaps, it would have been an isolated disaster, a monstrous creature in the school, a panicked teacher, a heroic rescue that bonded 3 11-year-olds into legend. In this life, it was that and not that. A crisis, yes, but also a note in a larger pattern. The first hint Harry got was not Quirrell bursting into the Great Hall. It was the castle itself. Feasts left heavy emotional traces. The Great Hall on Halloween was a bright storm of excitement. Sugar, old celebration, pumpkin scent, candle wax, costumes remembered in stone from previous years, and the peculiar relief of children allowed to be loud under supervision. Harry had learned to brace for that kind of noise. He stayed close to the present, close to Ron and Hermione, close to food. Then the hall went wrong, not because anyone screamed, because the floor under Harry's feet shivered with a new, approaching frequency. Thick, blunt, confused, violent in the simple animal way of things moved where they should not be. Not spectral. Immediate. Harry went still in the middle of reaching for potatoes. Ron noticed. "What?" Before Harry could answer, Quirrell came crashing through the doors, pale and shaking more than usual. "TT troll," he gasped. "In the DD dungeons, thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed theatrically. Chaos exploded, students shouting, teachers rising, benches scraping. The hall's current noise flooded instantly with fear. But Harry hardly heard any of it, because the thing he had felt was not in the dungeons. It was moving, and not with the random blind lurching he would have expected. More like it had been steered badly and then loosed. "Harry," Ron grabbed his sleeve as prefects started corralling students. Harry turned toward the doors instead of away from them. The troll isn't where he said. Hermione, who had somehow materialized at his other side through the swirl of evacuation, stared at him. What? It moved. Ron, already red with fear and indignation, said, "How do you know?" Harry almost snapped because the castle told me, which felt unhelpful in a stampede. Instead he said, "I can hear it." Hermione did not argue. That alone should have told Ron this was serious. Then Harry remembered something else. Hermione, the bathroom. Not in this exact life. Not yet. But he knew from the logic of school cruelty and the unhappy shape of the day that Hermione had been upset earlier after some offhand stupidity from Ron about her showing off. She had gone off before the feast and had not returned until later. Or perhaps had not returned yet. The timeline blurred in panic. Harry looked at Hermione beside him. She was here. But then he realized this was not the same pattern as the original story told by older siblings and school rumor. They were already together, which meant lavender. Hermione blurted suddenly, face changing. She said Parvati thought a girl in second year Hufflepuff was still in the first-floor girls' lavatory because she'd been sick from sweets. Harry turned at once. The troll's blunt, violent resonance was no longer below them. It was closer, too close. "First floor," Harry said. Ron's expression transformed from confusion to resolve in one violent movement. "Come on!" "No," Hermione said immediately, because she was Hermione and rules still existed even in terror. "We need a teacher." But the castle under Harry's feet said the troll was already there. And somewhere ahead, high and panicked, came the bright fresh note of human fear trapped in tile and stone, so they ran. There are moments when children become who they will later claim they always were. For Ron, it was perhaps the instant he followed without further argument, fear blazing but loyalty louder. For Hermione, it was the moment she ran too, reasoning at full speed while doing it. For Harry, it was when the corridor ahead filled not with the sight of danger but with the emotional map of it, and he chose to trust that map over everything else. They heard the crash before they reached the lavatory, then a scream, then the thick, wet grunt of the troll colliding with plumbing. Harry hit the corner first and nearly lost his footing. The girls' lavatory was wrecked already, sinks shattered, water everywhere, tile cracked. In the middle of it loomed the mountain of the troll, gray and stupid and carrying a club the size of a beam. Cowering behind a row of broken sinks was the Hufflepuff girl Hermione had named, small, shaking, too terrified even to cry properly. The troll swung again. Harry did not think he heard not the troll first. The room, old tile, old fear. 100 years of girls hiding tears in bathroom stalls. Embarrassment, loneliness, humiliation, whispered comfort, one panic attack, 2 secret friendships, countless muffled breakdowns and recoveries. The room was full of bright human residue, but none of it was strong enough to stop a troll. Then, beneath the fresh terror, Harry caught something older. A predator note, not from the room. From the troll itself, not memory exactly. Instinct residue embedded deep in creature kind. An ancient fear imprinted through generations of cave-dark and stronger hunters. A shape its species recognized as death before thought. The warden's lessons snapped into place. Find the strongest note. Match it. Answer. Harry raised the Rowan wand without realizing he'd drawn it. Ron shouted something, maybe Harry's name, maybe something ruder. Hermione started a spell. Harry tuned himself, not to the troll's body, but to the ancient panic buried in its resonance. Deep, primal, pre-language, then he pushed. A sound tore through the lavatory, not loud in ordinary terms, loud in the troll's memory. The room filled with the echo of something huge and fanged and old. Some ancestral predator note turned spectral and hurled through the creature's nervous system. The troll froze mid-swing. Its little eyes widened in brute confusion. The club slipped from its fingers and cracked a toilet on the way down. Then it made a strangled, almost pitiful noise and collapsed to its knees, catatonic. Silence hit. Water dripped. The Hufflepuff girl whimpered behind the sink. Hermione lowered her wand so slowly it was almost reverent. Ron looked from the troll to Harry and back again, as if deciding whether to be impressed or extremely upset. "What," Ron said finally, "was that?" Harry was breathing hard, his scar hurt not from the troll, from elsewhere, faint, distant, sharp with angry attention. Quirrell, no, not Quirrell only. The thing with Quirrell had felt what Harry just did, and hated it. Teachers arrived in a rush of robes and wandlight before anyone could say more. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell almost together, with Quirrell panting as though he had run the whole way and Snape moving far too fast for a man who wished to seem unbothered. McGonagall took in the room with one sweeping look. Troll, broken tile, huddled child, 3 first years. Harry still shaking with the Rowan wand in his hand. Her face went terrifyingly still. Snape's black eyes landed on Harry first, then the troll, then the room as if calculating backwards from impossible results. Quirrell looked at the troll only briefly, then at Harry. His fear this time was not staged at all. The wrongness under his skin recoiled like a thing recognizing a knife. McGonagall began demanding explanations in a voice that could have stripped paint. Hermione, quicker than either boy and already seeing trouble, stepped in with a lie so elegant Harry would later admire it. The Hufflepuff girl, she said, had been trapped. They had come looking for her. The troll had already been inside. Harry had distracted it. Ron had helped. None of that was wholly false, only rearranged. McGonagall was too angry and too relieved to untangle moral geometry in the moment. Points were lost and not lost. Warnings were delivered. The rescued girl was escorted away in floods of gratitude and shock. Through it all, Snape kept glancing at Harry, not openly, not enough for other people to catch. But Harry, who knew what silence felt like now, felt it harder than any stare. Snape remained the one teacher he could not properly read. That blank, occluded field around the man made Harry more uneasy than open hostility would have. Most people leaked emotion eventually. Snape held his in a vault. Only once, as the group broke apart, did Harry catch a note through the silence. Not a full emotion, just a fracture in it, alarm. Real and immediate. Then it was gone again. The friendship with Hermione became official after the troll, though none of them would have used that word. In practice, it meant she sat with them more often. It meant Ron stopped pretending she was optional. It meant Harry, for the first time at Hogwarts, had 2 people on either side of him who knew enough of his strangeness to help rather than hinder when things went wrong. It also meant they started investigating Quirrell properly. Or rather, Hermione investigated, Ron objected, and Harry listened. The pattern developed over weeks. Quirrell spent time near the forbidden corridor more often than any teacher with an ordinary workload had reason to. Snape also went there, but Snape's movements felt different interception, not hunger. Once Harry, Ron, and Hermione saw the 2 men arguing in a deserted hall. They could not hear words from where they hid behind a statue, but Harry did not need words to understand the emotional shape. Quirrell's fear-anger tangled around concealed intent, Snape's controlled fury pressing back like a blade kept inside its sheath. Ron took this as proof Snape was the villain. Hermione took it as evidence of conflict. Harry took it as proof that Snape knew more than he said, and Quirrell wanted something badly enough to risk being caught. Then there was the dog. They discovered it the first time by accident, fleeing Filch after hours and blundering through the wrong door. In canon, perhaps, it would have been pure visual shock. In Harry's case, the moment the door opened, he felt 3 things at once. The dog's life note, enormous, immediate, fiercely territorial. The trapdoor beneath it, soaked in concealment and guarded intention. And under both, far deeper than even before, the impossible held life frequency that could only be the stone, Fluffy. The name came later from Hagrid barked. Or rather, all 3 heads did. The sound hit Harry's bones. Ron slammed the door. They ran until the corridor changed underfoot and ordinary school fear replaced ancient guardian pressure. Back in the common room, gasping on separate armchairs, they stared at one another. "There's definitely something under the dog," Hermione said unnecessarily. Ron was pale. 3 heads. Harry pressed fingers to his scar. And the stone. Both of them turned. Hermione's voice went low. You're sure? Harry nodded. Then, because they were 11 and did not yet understand how dangerous knowledge becomes once it solidifies, Ron asked the obvious question. If we know what he wants, he said, why don't we just tell Dumbledore? Harry opened his mouth and stopped, because the answer was not simple. Dumbledore had set protections. Dumbledore knew about the stone. Dumbledore, unless he was far less competent than legend suggested, also knew at least some of the risk of keeping such a thing in a school. Yet Quirrell remained. The corridor remained. The entire arrangement remained. Old men with long plans frightened Harry more now than obvious monsters did. Hermione saw his hesitation. You think he already knows? Harry looked into the common room fire. I think he knows a lot. Ron frowned. That should be good. Sometimes, Harry said slowly. Adults know a lot, and still let children stand too close to dangerous things if they think it serves some bigger purpose. Both Ron and Hermione went quiet at that. Neither knew, not really, the exact shape of the sentence he was speaking from. Not yet, but the feeling of it sat between them. Hermione recovered first. So we gather more evidence. Ron groaned. You love saying that. Yes, she said serenely, because I'm usually right. Ron muttered something about this being her most intolerable trait and then did exactly what he always did, stayed. Winter settled over Hogwarts, and the school grew stranger. Snow muted some of the castle's noise. Not lessened, muted. Cold made certain old residues sharper and others sleepier. Stone carried grief more cleanly in winter. Harry discovered this one morning crossing a courtyard where some long-ago farewell note rose so suddenly from the frost that he had to stop and breathe through it. Hermione began bringing him tea without comment on bad days. Ron started kicking his ankle under the table whenever he went too still, grounding him back into the moment. They researched Nicholas Flamel until accident solved what scholarship had failed to solve. A chocolate frog card, a shouted realization, Hermione's incandescent triumph. The stone confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. Then came Christmas. Harry's first real Christmas away from the Burrow should have been lonely. Instead, it was unsettling in an entirely new register. The Great Hall's holiday joy rang bright enough to soften much of the castle. The dormitory, emptied of most boys leaving for home, held quieter homesickness. Ron stayed, which spared Harry a solitude he had not realized he dreaded. Hermione went home with a bag full of work and promises to return early, and Harry received the invisibility cloak. Not with a note of explanation. Only the brief message that it had once belonged to his father and was time returned. The moment Harry touched it, the world narrowed. The cloak was old, not merely heirloom old, story old. Saturated with concealment, cleverness, mischief, secrecy, and something much deeper beneath all that, an intimacy with thresholds. Not death exactly, evasion. Passing through without surrender. It hummed in his hands like a held breath. The warden, when Harry sneaked into the attic during the holiday and told it, grew very still. Do not wear that carelessly, it said. Harry blinked. It's a cloak. It is a promise-made object. That was all the explanation he got. It was enough to ensure he was careful. The mirror of Arised came later, hidden in another forgotten room. In another telling, perhaps, Harry would have stood before it and simply seen his parents. In this telling he saw them and more, James and Lily, yes, himself among them. The ache of it was instant and terrible. But because he was Harry, because he heard what objects held, because the mirror was ancient enough to be saturated not just with desire, but with everyone who had ever stood before it wanting too much, the vision came layered. He felt the old hunger in the glass. The generations of longing pressed into its frame. The way it fed on absence by making form from it. When Dumbledore found him there, Harry was not only sad, he was sickened. The mirror's emotional residue clung like cold syrup to the skin of the room. You see your family, Dumbledore said quietly from the doorway. Harry did not jump. Somehow he had known the headmaster was there before the sound of shoes. Dumbledore had the same effect on rooms McGonagall did, but grander, sadder, more carefully controlled. He altered spaces by entering them. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore stepped closer, and Harry felt the old man's attention flick not just to the mirror but to him, to the way he was hearing it, and something else. Not a question. Harry looked away from the glass. "It's full of wanting." Dumbledore was silent for a beat too long, then, "Yes." That was when Harry knew, with the peculiar exhaustion of a child recognizing an adult's strategic omissions, that Dumbledore understood more about Harry's hearing than he had ever said. Perhaps not the method. Perhaps not the full structure of rattle magic, but enough to know that certain magical objects would affect Harry differently, enough, maybe, to have chosen silence about it. The realization lodged under Harry's ribs like a splinter. When Dumbledore told him the mirror gave neither knowledge nor truth, only desire, Harry nodded. But what he heard beneath the words was more complicated: caution, regret, and a note of watchfulness too close to planning. Harry left the room with the cloak wrapped tight around him and did not go back. By spring, the pattern became undeniable. Quirrell grew more strained, Snape more watchful. The protections around the stone remained intact, but Harry could feel attempts against them, not successful breaches, more like repeated touches. Testing, measuring, hunger circling a locked door. Then came the forest detention after Norbert the Dragon fiasco, because, of course, absurdity piled itself on top of danger at Hogwarts. The Forbidden Forest was unlike any place Harry had ever been. The Burrow held layered family magic. Hogwarts held built history. The forest held old death like weather. The moment he crossed under the trees, Harry nearly staggered. Animal endings, natural decay, fear between predator and prey, centuries of things dying without witness, blood spilled into roots. The place was alive in the ordinary sense and saturated in the other one. Echoes did not cling neatly here. They dispersed into loam, bark, fang, moonlight. Then they found the dead unicorn. Its silver blood on leaves made the world lurch. A unicorn's death resonance was unlike anything Harry had heard before. Pure, appalling, violated innocence turned into a note so high and clean it made the scar on his forehead sear. Whatever had fed on the creature had torn something sacred and left the wound in the air. Then the hooded figure drinking from the wound lifted its head. Harry's scar erupted. Pain tore through him so hard he dropped to his knees. Not ordinary pain. Recognition. The death shard in his scar ringing in violent harmony with the thing stooping over the unicorn, Voldemort, not whole, not embodied, but there in that shape, in that hunger, Fyern saved him. The centaur's presence moved through the forest like stern music, older than Hogwarts, older than many human mistakes. He drove the hooded thing away and carried Harry out with the grave authority of one creature offended by another. Back in bed that night, scar still throbbing, Harry understood what the warden had meant when it said Voldemort's fragments would ring like matching bells. Quirrell, the forest, the corridor, the stone, all one pattern, all closing. The ending of first year came fast after that. Exams, heat, strain, too much pretending that school still functioned normally while something beneath it gathered intent. Hermione was determined to finish every revision chart in existence. Ron was determined not to die of boredom first. Harry alternated between trying to study and listening to the castle like a patient with a fever listens to his own blood. Then one night the pattern broke. It was after dinner, soft summer air drifting through high windows, the school deceptively calm. Harry sat in the common room with a half-finished astronomy essay and went suddenly cold. Not in his body, in the stone. A pressure dropped through the castle's lower levels, a chain of protections shifting one after another as someone moved with purpose toward the trapdoor under Fluffy. Harry stood so abruptly his parchment slid to the floor. Ron looked up from chess. "What now?" "He's going." Hermione, already reading nearby because of course she was, snapped her head up. "Who?" "Quirrell." Harry's scar had begun to pulse in time with the moving wrongness below. "He's making a run at it." Ron swore and got to his feet. Hermione did too, though color had left her face. "Dumbledore!" "Gone," Harry said. Neither of them asked how he knew. The castle had told him. The staff suite felt wrong. One bright old controlling note absent, Hermione inhaled sharply. "That's not an accident." "No," Harry said, and with that they were moving, past portrait holes, through corridors, under curfew, hearts pounding. 3 children running toward a thing every adult institution around them had somehow failed to stop cleanly. At the entrance to the forbidden corridor, the rope was gone. The door stood open. Beyond it, the note of the stone rang clear and terrible. Ron looked at Harry. Hermione looked at both of them. None spoke. There are silences that are made of fear. This one was made of decision. Harry stepped through first. Fluffy was asleep, not naturally. Harry felt the residue of music around the massive 3-headed dog, fading, recent, functional. Hagrid had mentioned once that music soothed him. Quirrell had learned the trick. The trapdoor beneath the beast stood open. Ron looked pale but determined. Hermione looked like she had swallowed all her fear whole and was balancing on it. "Last chance to turn back," Harry said, though he did not mean it. Ron glared. "Shut up!" Hermione nodded once, very briskly, as if answering an exam question. Then they climbed through. What followed was not one challenge, but a descent through other people's minds. That was how Harry experienced it. Devil's snare first, living, immediate, easier to deal with because it carried present biology more than old emotion. Hermione's knowledge saved them. Then the flying keys, each bright with recent enchantment and artificial irritation. Ron's Quidditch instincts and Harry's flying got them through. Then the giant chessboard. Ron, in the story as others would later tell it, Ron made a brave move and sacrificed himself. That was true. But to Harry in the moment, it was more than bravery. Ron's emotional note, usually so messy with humor and insecurity and loyalty, suddenly clarified into something simple and immovable. "Go on. I mean it." The echo of that decision hit the board harder than any physical crash when the Queen struck him down. Harry nearly ran to him. Hermione caught his arm with white knuckles. "He told us to go." Harry heard Ron's last conscious intention ringing through the shattered squares and forced himself onward. Then the troll room, already unconscious. Quirrell had passed, then the potions and logic. Hermione's mind took over there, precise and incandescent. She solved what neither boy could have under pressure. When she turned to Harry with the small bottle that would let only one person go forward, her face was paper white but steady. "You have to go." Harry hated how quickly he knew she was right. The room was full of old puzzle satisfaction and newer fear. Hermione's current fear cut through both, bright as cut crystal. Not for herself. For him, he squeezed her hand once, then he drank the potion and stepped through black fire into the final chamber. The room with the mirror of Arised was almost quiet. That frightened Harry more than noise. No dog, no plant. No flying things, no immediate violence, just stone, stillness, and the mirror at the center. Quirrell stood before it. His back was to Harry at first. Then he turned. And the full wrongness of him hit like a physical blow. No more hiding now. No more classroom distance. The man was unraveling under the strain of hosting what he hosted. His own fear crawled over every line of him. Beneath it, the parasite note rang furious and thin and starving. Harry's scar burned, Quirrell smiled, and it was the worst smile Harry had ever seen. "So," he said, and the stutter was gone. "You came!" Harry held the Rowan wand, though he already knew ordinary spellwork would mean less here than listening. The mirror behind Quirrell hummed with accumulated wanting. The room itself held recent concealment charms, Dumbledore's deep intention, and the now familiar sustained life note of the stone hidden somewhere within the enchantment. "Where's Snape?" Harry asked, buying time because 11-year-olds with ancient death magic still buy time like anyone else. Quirrell laughed softly. "Busy being suspected." There it was. The whole arrangement, Snape as decoy villain, Quirrell as trembling harmless fool. The old man's plan or lack of plan or overconfidence hanging behind it all. Then Quirrell's expression sharpened. "Stand by the mirror." Harry did not move. The thing under Quirrell shifted. A voice, not Quirrell's, whispered against the room, "Use him." Harry's blood went cold. Voldemort. Not from a body. From within Quirrell, curled parasitically around his life like mold around fruit, Quirrell's face twitched. "Come here, Potter." Harry stepped because he had no better move yet and approached the mirror. He looked into it. At first he saw what the mirror always offered him. Family, impossible comfort, Lily and James, and belonging not shaped by loss. Then the image changed, because Dumbledore's enchantment on the stone had been designed to find the person who wanted the stone but not to use it. And Harry, standing there with his scar burning and the parasite note shrieking under Quirrell's skin, did not want immortality, did not want gold, did not want power. He wanted the thing under Quirrell gone. The mirror answered in its own malicious, generous way. He saw himself taking the stone. Not triumphantly, simply receiving it from the mirror's depths. And then, in real life, he felt a weight drop into his pocket, the stone, warm through the cloth, alive in that wrong, prolonged frequency. Quirrell saw something in Harry's face and went rigid. "What do you see?" Harry did not answer. The scar was agony now, not because Voldemort was near, but because the fragment in Harry and the fragment in Quirrell were resonating like struck metal. Matching notes. Separate anchors. The warden's lessons rose in him with sudden, terrible clarity. Horcrux was not a word he knew yet. But anchor, shard, death that did not leave, those he understood. Quirrell advanced. Harry stopped listening to the room and listened instead to the thing inside Quirrell. It was foul. Thin. Fragmented. Not a whole soul, not a whole self. A death resonance hitched parasitically to a living host. Harry had his own shard in his scar. That was why this was even possible. He could hear the shape of Voldemort's splitness from the inside because some echo of the same split lived in him. Quirrell reached for him. Harry did not try to burn him with touch. That was not how his mother's protection lived in this world. The Burrow held the bloodward now, woven into family and house, not into skin-contact vengeance. Instead, Harry raised his head and tuned. The room vanished. Quirrell's body vanished. There was only resonance. One fragment in Harry's scar, unwanted and fixed. One fragment in Quirrell, tethered but unstable. Harry matched the frequency, then pulled. Quirrell screamed, not because Harry had touched flesh, because the thing inside him was being heard correctly for the first time in years. The parasite note stretched in sudden panic dissonance. Harry felt the tether thin, reaching elsewhere, to anchors not here, to other points in the world that rang faintly in sympathetic answer. More than one. Many. The revelation flashed through him too fast to name. This was not the only shard. But this one was vulnerable. Harry pulled harder. Quirrell collapsed to his knees, clawing at his own chest and turban. The voice beneath his voice turned from whisper to shriek, furious and disbelieving. A soul fragment used to parasitism had met someone who could hear soul fragments as structure. The connection tore, not destroyed, separated. The wrongness ripped free of Quirrell in a gust of freezing pressure and bolted through the chamber like smoke forced through a keyhole. Harry felt it flee, directionless and enraged, reaching for distance, for survival, for some other anchor point in the world. Then he felt Quirrell, only Quirrell. And that somehow was worse. Because stripped of the parasite, the man did not become harmless or redeemed or even fully comprehensible. He became terribly, purely mortal. His body had been carrying something it was never meant to host. The rupture left him collapsing inward, magic and mind both breaking under the strain. He looked at Harry with naked human terror, then he died. Not instantly, not theatrically. He simply failed, the life in him unable to hold shape after being used that way too long. Harry heard the death note leave. It was small, smaller than he had expected. The room spun. The stone throbbed hot in his pocket. The mirror's old wanting pressed at his skin. The scar pulsed with afterpain and revelation. And somewhere far away, 6 other faint answering frequencies rang in the dark like bells across a map he did not yet understand. 6. Harry thought, dimly, there are more. Then the chamber floor hit him. The last thing he felt before blackness took him was the stone's impossible held-life frequency and the certainty, more terrifying than Quirrell, more terrifying than Voldemort for a single second, that what he had torn free tonight was only one thread from a much larger knot. When Harry woke in the hospital wing, sunlight lay on the sheets and the room smelled of clean linen, potion, and the emotional residue of 1,000 recoveries. Madame Pomfrey hovered. Dumbledore waited. The old wizard's presence filled the ward with gentle attention and exhaustion kept under exquisite control. Harry stared at him. For a moment neither spoke. Then Harry said, voice rough, "There's more than one." Dumbledore did not pretend not to understand, no avuncular confusion. No soft redirection. His expression changed in exactly the way a locked room changes when someone finds the right key. "Yes," he said quietly. Harry turned his head toward the ceiling, anger and relief and tiredness mixing sickly in his chest. "You knew," I suspected. "That's not much better." "No," Dumbledore said. "It is not." Madame Pomfrey made a noise of disapproval at this entire exchange and shooed the headmaster back half a step while checking Harry's pulse. But the truth had already landed. Harry closed his eyes. He had survived his first year. He had friends. He had stopped Quirrell. The stone was gone, Dumbledore later told him, destroyed between himself and Flamel. Hogwarts would cheer. The house cup would turn at the last minute. Ron and Hermione would arrive with arguments and relief and badly concealed terror. All of that would be real. And beneath it, another truth had begun to hum. Quirrell had not been the ending. He had only been the first frequency Harry learned to tear loose. Summer at the Burrow, the Chamber's whispers, and a diary that screams Harry came home from his first year at Hogwarts, changed in ways Summer could not soften. The Burrow noticed first. That was one of the quiet laws of his life by now. Before people found words, the house found weight. Before Arthur asked questions, the stairs adjusted to his tread. Before Molly decided whether she was looking at tiredness or danger, the kitchen windows would rattle differently when he crossed the threshold. The Burrow had spent 10 years learning Harry by sound. It knew at once that the boy stepping back into its rooms in June was not the same boy who had left in September. He looked the same, mostly, same black hair, same scar, same too thin wrists and Weasley hand-me-downs, same reflexive tilt of his head whenever some distant sound touched the edge of his attention. But Quirrell's death had left a residue in him, not a stain, not corruption, something more unsettling than that, precision. Harry had felt a soul fragment tear free from a man in real time. He had heard what was left behind when possession ended, and mortality rushed in to fill the space. Since then, the world had been separating itself for him more cleanly than before. House residues, object impressions, emotional echoes, active enchantments, death signatures. They no longer blurred together the way they had in first year. He could hear the difference now. That should have made things easier. It did not. On his first night back, long after the younger children had gone to bed and long after Molly had tried, unsuccessfully, to stop watching him every time he stared too long at empty corners, Harry climbed to the attic. The warden was waiting. It always was, in some sense. But this was different. Deliberate. It sat atop the old wardrobe with its pale head bent, as if listening not to the house below, but to Harry's returning tread itself. When Harry pushed up the hatch and climbed through, the attic felt colder than usual, not hostile, attentive. "You tore one loose," said the warden before Harry had both feet on the floor. No greeting, no softness, only truth. As ever, Harry shut the hatch behind him and stood in the blue dark under the rafters. "You knew I would." "Yes. That should have been comforting. It wasn't." Harry folded his arms across his chest and looked at the old things stacked in shadow around them. The trunks, the jars, the broken chair legs, the retired cradle, all full of their small domestic ghosts. The warden watched him. "You hear further now," it said. Harry gave a humorless little laugh. "Is that what this is?" "What else would it be?" Harry rubbed his scar. It had not stopped aching completely since the final chamber. Not sharply, not all the time, but in little distant pulses. Not pain only. Awareness. Somewhere in the world there were other matching notes, and now that he had torn one free from Quirrell, he could feel their possibility like bells left hanging in dark towers. "There were more," Harry said quietly. "When I did it, I heard more." The warden's pale eyes did not blink. "Yes." How many? Enough, Harry glared. That's not an answer. It is the answer you can use. That, maddeningly, was probably true. He sat cross-legged on the attic floor, back against an old trunk, and let the Burrow's deep, familiar note steady him. Below them, the house held sleeping children, cooling pans, a clock with 8 hands, Molly's unspent worry, Arthur's careful curiosity. Home. Layered and stubborn and alive, the warden unfolded itself from the wardrobe and crouched in front of him. Your first teaching was hearing, it said. Your second is structure. Harry frowned. Structure of what? The warden lifted one finger and pressed it not to Harry's scar, but just above it, into the air where the ache seemed to live. The dead do not cling by accident when they are cut deliberately. The attic dimmed around the edges. Harry felt the now familiar slide inward, the warden drawing his attention past surface impressions into the shape underneath them. Not dream. Not vision. A way of perceiving that made metaphor behave like anatomy. In that perception, his scar became a wound made of sound. Not flesh first. Resonance first. And embedded inside it was that same jagged black-red splinter he had seen on the night of his first real lesson. Voldemort's lodged fragment, furious and unfinished. The warden's voice entered him like old wood under pressure. Men use many ugly words for this kind of violence. The clever word is Horcrux. I dislike it, but it is the word scholars kept. Harry went still. He had never heard the word before. Even so, it settled badly, like iron filings in the mouth. A Horcrux, said the warden, is not only a container, that is how the vain speak of it. As if soul could simply be put into boxes like flour. No, it is an anchor, an echo anchor, a violence done to death itself. Harry swallowed. The splinter in his scar pulsed once. The warden tapped the air above it. A soul fragment cut free is unstable. It should disperse or pass or break. A Horcrux binds it to matter and keeps its resonance from leaving. Object, blood, place, person. It matters less than the principle. The fragment is pinned. The pinning changes both anchor and shard. Harry thought of Quirrell, not an object. A man turned host. Quirrell, he said. Yes. He wasn't a Horcrux. No, he was a vessel, temporary, miserable, weakening. The warden's pale gaze sharpened. But what wrote him had been anchored elsewhere first. That is why it could flee. Harry's heart beat harder. The 6 faint bells he had heard in the final chamber did not ring now. Not clearly, but the memory of them did, enough to make the air around his thoughts feel too thin. So there are 6 more Horcruxes. The warden's head tilted. You count yourself separately? Harry stared at it. The attic held still. There are sentences that change the air in a room before their meaning arrives. This was one of them. The warden did not soften. You carry one. Harry stood up so fast he hit the beam above him with his shoulder. No, the word came out sharp, childish, wounded. Not because he hadn't already feared something adjacent to it, not because Quirrell's death and the shard in the scar had not suggested terrible things, but fear held abstractly as one thing, hearing it named as another. The warden straightened too. Yes. That's not. Harry stopped. Started again, breathing too hard. That's not the same. That's in me by accident. The warden's answer was mercilessly calm. Accident changes nothing about structure. Harry backed away until the slope of the roof stopped him. Dust shifted from a beam. Below, somewhere in the sleeping house, a floorboard creaked as if the Burrow itself were listening harder. No, Harry said again, weaker this time. No, I'm not. A dark wizard who chose it, the warden supplied. No, its voice changed very slightly. Not gentle exactly, less blunt. But you are an anchor. The fragment in your scar is pinned to your living resonance. That is why you hear as you do. That is why the curse did not end cleanly. That is why Quirrell's parasite note rang through you like struck wire. Harry pressed both hands to his forehead. The scar hurt under his palms, not because the fragment objected, because it recognized being named. For a wild second, he wanted to run downstairs. To wake Molly. To force the truth into ordinary kitchen light where maybe it would become less impossible. But the truth would not become less true because bread and tea were nearby. He knew that now, so he stayed. and because Harry Weasley had been raised in a house where terror and love frequently occupied the same room without either one getting to drive the other out, he forced himself to ask the next question. "How do you destroy one?" The warden watched him with something like approval. "From outside, with force sufficient to break anchor and fragment together. Venom, fiendfire, things that unmake enchantment and matter at once. From inside," it paused. "Harder, better, sometimes more costly." Harry lowered his hands slowly. "Inside how?" The warden turned and pointed to the old cradle in the corner. "Come." The warden did not teach with comfort. It taught with demonstration. The old cradle still held Molly's early fear and joy, Arthur's sleepless love, the first years of passing infants from child to child. Harry had already learned to resonate with it, to rock it by matching the strongest note in its history. Now the warden taught him something else. "Every object with enough resonance has shape inside itself," it said. "Not a room, not literally. Do not insult magic with clumsy nouns, but humans need clumsy nouns, so use one. Echo space." Harry crouched beside the cradle and frowned. "You want me to go into it? I want you to perceive where its residue coheres." "That sounds exactly like going into it." "Yes," said the warden. "Very good." Harry glared still. He obeyed. He laid one hand on the cradle's edge and let the old domestic impressions rise. Lullabies, exhaustion, maternal fear, survival, warmth. The warden's presence steadied him, narrowing his hearing so he did not drown in the whole house at once. "Find the deepest note," it said. Harry did. Not Molly's panic, not Arthur's awkward tenderness, not even the several babies' sleep scents impressed in old wood. The deepest note was continuance, child after child after child, this cradle holding the line. "There," said the warden, the world turned inside out, not visually. Harry still knelt in the attic, and yet at the same time he felt himself standing in a space made entirely of the cradle's meaning. Warmth, rocking, half-dark, the pressure of hands that loved without glamour. No people, no full memory, just the internal architecture of its residue. Echo space. Harry gasped. The sensation broke. He reeled backward, hand flying off the wood. The warden did not move. "Again!" I almost fell into a feeling. "Yes, that is an absurd sentence. It is an accurate one." Harry muttered something Ron would have approved of and put his hand back. The second time lasted longer, the third time longer still. By the fifth attempt he understood enough to stop panicking and start learning. Echo space was not dream logic. It had rules. Deeply impressed objects held coherent interiors because repeated emotion had shaped a stable pattern inside them. Love made smoother spaces. Violence made jagged ones. Oaths created paths. Lies distorted geometry. If a soul fragment had been nailed into such a structure deliberately, if a Horcrux truly was an echo anchor, then Harry could imagine how one might have to be fought from within. When he opened his eyes after the last attempt, sweat had gathered at the back of his neck. "That's what I did to Quirrell," he said slowly. "Almost," said the warden. "Quirrell was still alive. Messier." Harry leaned against the cradle, breathing hard. "And if I go into an actual anchor, you meet what was fixed there." "What does that mean?" The warden's pale gaze did not shift. "A shard is not a whole mind. Do not flatter it. But soul fragments imitate personhood the way wounds imitate mouths. They speak in the shapes available to them. Memory, desire, fear, self-image." Harry thought of the mirror chamber, of Quirrell screaming, of that thin, vicious parasite note bolting free once he tore the tether, then of his own scar, his own anchor. The thought sat between his ribs like a stone. The warden let him feel it for a moment. Then it said, "Good, keep that fear. It may keep you clean." The rest of the summer passed under a new kind of knowledge. Harry told no one the whole of it, not Molly, not Arthur, not Ron. He told them enough. Enough that Arthur, already researching more aggressively than Molly liked, began asking around the ministry's older records under cautious pretexts about soul magic, cursed objects, and anchor binding. Enough that Molly watched Ginny more carefully whenever the younger girl went strange and silent at family meals. Not because anything was wrong yet, but because Molly Weasley's version of paranoia was simply a heightened maternal setting. Enough that, when Harry sometimes came down from the attic pale and blinking as though he had walked through an invisible storm, nobody told him he looked silly. They just gave him tea space and eventually questions. Arthur took the hardest truths quietly. One night after the younger children slept, he found Harry alone in the kitchen with his school trunk open and the Rowan wand laid across a pile of second-hand robes. Arthur leaned on the table. "It's about the scar, then?" Harry looked up. There are moments when a child understands that adults have known he was carrying something terrible for longer than he wanted to believe. Not the details, not the names, but the weight. It softens anger and sharpens it at once. "Yes," Harry said. Arthur nodded once. No dramatics. No immediate demand for full confession. "And some of what happened with Quirrell happened because you could hear whatever is in it." Harry hesitated, then nodded too. Arthur was quiet a long time. The kitchen clock ticked. Outside, wind moved through the garden. The attic above them held its own patient silence. Then Arthur said, "You do know, don't you, that accidental evil and chosen evil are not the same thing?" Harry stared at him. Arthur rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly awkward. "I'm not saying it elegantly. You are, actually." Arthur smiled a little. "Good, that makes a change." He straightened. "Whatever you're carrying, Harry, it came to you. You didn't go to it. That should not have mattered as much as it did, but children build themselves partly out of what their parents name for them. And when the fear is deep enough, even one sentence can become structural support." Harry looked back down at his trunk because otherwise his face might have done something embarrassing. "All right," he said. Arthur laid a hand briefly on his shoulder and left him there with the clock and the silence and the knowledge that being haunted and being loved were, in his life, still refusing to separate cleanly. Diagon Alley in August was a riot of heat, noise, second-hand magic, and money changing hands too fast for anyone's dignity. Harry had expected relief in that ordinary busyness. Instead, the whole place buzzed at his hearing like a disturbed hive. Wand shops, cauldrons, robes, cages, books, all of it saturated with old use and current emotion. Flourish and blots was the worst. Books always were. Books did not only hold ink, they held intent. Some were soft with repeated affection, some sharp with anxiety. Some practically coughed ambition every time somebody touched them. Textbooks were bad enough. Flourish and blots on the day of Lockhart's signing was a disaster. Lockhart himself rang like polished brass. Vanity, projection, an aggressively maintained self-image with almost no depth beneath it. Harry took one look and nearly laughed from sheer relief. For once here was a man whose false note was obvious. Then Lucius Malfoy arrived. Harry felt him before he turned. Cold old blood pride, family residue honed into poise, a wand hand that knew cruelty as habit rather than event. Draco hovered beside him, already smirking. The confrontation between Arthur and Lucius unfolded with all the predictably bad theater of adult men who loathed one another on principle. Sharp words. Insults about blood and status and raiding dark artifacts. Molly furious at the edges. Ginny shrinking behind her cauldron. Ron boiling. Hermione trying very hard to look unimpressed and succeeding better than any of the boys, and in the middle of it, Harry heard a new note, not from Lucius directly. From the black diary sliding, almost lazily, from Malfoy's hand into Ginny's cauldron while attention ran elsewhere. The object screamed, not aloud, not in a way anyone else could hear, but to Harry it hit like a knife driven into old wood. The diary was not merely magical. It was coherent. A deep echo space folded inward around a shard note that felt horribly familiar, same family as the scar, same wound logic, same pinning to matter. Smaller than the one he had torn from Quirrell. Cleaner, more self-contained Horcrux. Harry's head snapped toward Ginny's cauldron, too late. The diary vanished beneath second-hand textbooks. Lucius smiled at Arthur with every polished drop of contempt money and cowardice could buy. Then he was gone in a swirl of dark fabric and cold intent, Draco trailing, Harry's scar burned. "Harry," Hermione said at once, because of course she noticed. He looked at Ginny. She was red-faced and miserable from the public scene, clutching her cauldron, unaware of what had just been planted among her things. The shop roared around them. Lockhart preened. Fred muttered homicidal suggestions. Arthur straightened his robes. Molly was still furious. Harry opened his mouth, stopped. How did he say it here? Excuse me, your little sister's cauldron is full of screaming soul anchor. He said the first usable part instead. Ginny, he said sharply, let me carry that. She blinked up at him. What? Your cauldron? Molly turned. Harry, love, she can manage. No, Harry said too quickly. Arthur's eyes narrowed, not suspicion of Harry, recognition of that tone, but Ginny, embarrassed and already near tears, hugged the cauldron tighter and said, I've got it. Harry could not grab it from her in the middle of the shop. So the moment passed, and because fate often needs only that much, one missed second, one unspoken warning. The diary went home to the Burrow inside Ginny Weasley's things. For the first few weeks of term, Harry almost convinced himself he had imagined the danger's immediacy, not the diary itself. Never that. He had been too close to Quirrell's fragment not to recognize kin structure in the Black Book, but perhaps it would remain inert. Perhaps Lucius Malfoy had not expected use, only contamination. Perhaps Harry could find a way to warn Arthur or Dumbledore before anything truly happened. Then Hogwarts began whispering again, this time not with broad pressure, with a voice. It started in late September in the corridor outside Bin's classroom. Harry stopped so abruptly that Ron crashed into him from behind and swore. There, under the ordinary school sounds, beneath laughter and door hinges and scuffed feet, came a thin, sliding murmur, not a ghost, not residue, not a person speaking somewhere nearby, a voice in the walls. Come, kill, Harry went white. Ron grabbed his arm. What now? Hermione, a few steps behind, saw Harry's face and immediately stopped asking sensible questions in favor of urgent ones. What did you hear? The whisper slid away through pipe and stone, leaving only the ordinary ache of old castle echoes. Harry looked up at the ceiling, then down the corridor, then at them both. Something in the walls, he said. Ron glanced around uneasily. Like a ghost. No. That answer frightened both of them more than the alternative would have. The attacks began in October. Mrs. Norris first, petrified, not dead, hanging under the words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The corridor around her was a sensory assault. Fresh fear, old hatred stirred in the stone, the sharp chemical note of the writing medium, Filch's grief like broken glass. Dumbledore's controlled alarm, Lockhart's useless performance, and underneath all of it, the fading path of the thing that had moved there. Basilisk. Harry did not know the name yet, but he knew serpent silence. Predatory age. A creature note so old it felt less like an animal and more like a moving line of death, and threaded through the whole scene was another wrongness, the diary. Not physically present, but active somewhere nearby in the school's emotional fabric. As if the anchor had begun extending itself through a living host. That was when Harry started watching Ginny properly. At first the changes were small enough that only someone like him could have called them changes at all. Ginny had always been prone to blushes, silences, sudden bright intensity. She was 11. Hogwarts would have done that to anyone, but Harry knew Ginny's note. Knew it from years of breakfasts, tantrums, laughter, muddy shoes, whispered conspiracies, and one-sided child worship turned into normal sibling irritation. By October, her emotional signature had a hitch in it, a second voice layered under the first, not full possession. Not yet. More like an echo imitating intimacy. The way a song sung too close to a wall comes back slightly wrong. Ginny would laugh, and Harry would hear a hollow place under it. She would stare too long at nothing, and her note would thin as if somebody else were listening through her. Sometimes when she passed, his scar prickled exactly the way it did near active anchors. He tried twice to ask. The first time in the library when she was bent furiously over homework and looked so tired it made him uneasy. "Gin," she looked up at once, then dropped her eyes again. "Yeah." "You all right?" Too quick. "Fine." His hearing caught the lie not as words but as resonance, shame, fear, deflection. And beneath them, the diary's note pressed close like ink seeping into paper. Harry sat down opposite her. "You can tell me if something's wrong." Ginny went very still. For one terrible second he thought she might, then her face shut, not in anger, in terror. "I said I'm fine," she whispered, and the second voice under her own drew back just enough to avoid his next question. The warden, when Harry went to the attic over Christmas, was not surprised. "Anchors prefer isolation," it said. "They feed on secrecy, they deepen where speech is prevented." Harry paced beneath the rafters, furious with helplessness. "Then how do I get it out of her?" The warden watched him pace. "Not by shouting at children until they confess what they do not yet understand." "That's not what I'm doing." "It is adjacent." Harry stopped, glared. "Helpful!" The warden's eyes were pale as dust. "Listen cleanly. The host and the anchor are not the same note. Learn the difference, or you will tear the wrong thing when the time comes." Harry went still. "When the time comes," the warden did not answer directly. It never had to. By the time Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were attacked, Harry had made a map he did not want, not on parchment. In himself. The whispers in the walls moved through the plumbing. The serpent note hunted by ancient routes. The diary's anchor grew stronger whenever Ginny faded. And every attack left a new residue in the castle's stones, making the whole place ring louder with fear. Worse still, Harry could speak to the whisper. The first time it happened, he did not know he was doing it. He only knew the voice in the wall had become suddenly clear, words now, not merely murderous intention. "Rip Tear." And Harry had turned toward the sound and said, "Where are you?" The corridor had gone silent. Then the students around him had gone silent too. He looked up to find Justin staring at him as if Harry had just become the punchline to a very old pure-blood nightmare. "Harry," Ron said weakly, "why are you speaking Parseltongue?" That made everything worse. The school needed almost no encouragement to suspect him after that. A boy with a scar, hearing voices, talking to snakes, present near too many attacks. Hogwarts was ancient enough to let rumor behave like law. Hermione believed him anyway. Ron believed him because he was Ron, but the space around Harry in corridors changed. Students flinched more. Whispers followed him. Teachers watched. Only Ginny's avoidance hurt. By then she could barely meet his eyes. And each time Harry passed her, the second note inside her had grown more distinct. Not stronger than Ginny's own self, not yet, but bolder. The diary fragment was speaking through her, writing through her, wearing down the boundary between host and anchor with every confession it extracted. In March, Harry woke from a dream of ink-black water and old stone to the certainty that the diary was no longer merely attached to Ginny. It was learning her. The warden confirmed it that Easter when Harry came home briefly with the rest of the family. "Anchors built from personality seek pattern," it said. "It is trying to become larger by occupying memory, shame, longing. That is what adolescent loneliness is to a thing like this. Fuel." Harry sat on the attic floor with his back against the wardrobe and felt sick. "She's my sister. Yes, I should have stopped it in Diagon Alley. Yes." The answer cracked through him like a whip. He looked up sharply, anger flaring not because it was unfair, but because it was true enough to hurt. "You don't have to say it like that." The warden's expression did not alter. "No, I do not, but you prefer pain that can be used." Harry almost denied it, didn't. Instead he asked, "Can I still save her?" This time the warden answered without cruelty, "Yes." Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "How?" The warden moved closer. The whole attic narrowed around the moment, by entering the anchor before it finishes entering her. Harry's hands clenched. "The diary?" "Yes." "How?" The warden laid one long finger above Harry's scar. "You already know the path. Echo space, matching frequency, tearing tether rather than shell." Harry thought of Quirrell, thought of the cradle, thought of the diary screaming in flourish and blots. Then of Ginny's frightened eyes. "All right," he said. The warden's knock was very soft. "Second teaching complete." The final descent began the day Ginny vanished. The message on the wall arrived with fresh horror and old-school terror mixed together, but Harry barely needed to read it. Her note was gone from the castle, not dead. Not yet, but absent in a specific direction, down. The diary's anchor note rang below the school like a struck bell. Hermione and Ron found him almost at once, because by then neither of them needed explanations to know when Harry had heard something catastrophic. "It's Ginny," he said before they could speak. Ron's face went bloodless. "What?" "She's in the chamber." Hermione's eyes sharpened, fear and thought moving together. "How do you know?" Harry looked toward the plumbing-lined wall as if he could see through it. "Because the diary's there, and she isn't anywhere else." They did not argue. There was no time left for skepticism. What followed happened fast and badly. Lockhart exposed as fraud, Ron furious enough to shake the man. Hermione having to do the logical work while Ron did the threatening. The bathroom entrance found because Harry could hear the old serpent command impressed into its mechanism and speak the new one aloud. Myrtle wailing. Lockhart blasted backward by his own stolen spell and buried in rubble. Ron trapped behind it, and then Harry going on alone. That part mattered. Not because it was noble, because it was necessary. Some kinds of magic become less possible with witnesses. Not weaker, more precise. Harry would not have been able to hear the chamber clearly with Ron's panic blazing beside him. He loved Ron, Ron would have followed. And if Ron had come down into that depth with Harry's hearing fully open, he might have drowned in it, so Harry went alone. The Chamber of Secrets was the loudest place Harry had ever entered. Hogwarts carried 1,000 years. The chamber carried concentrated intention. It was not merely old. It was old in one direction: hatred, purity, secrecy, death work, repetition, the basilisk's long movement through darkness, the echoes of every student who had died there, every fear impressed into stone, every hissed command, every drop of blood. Every oath Salazar Slytherin had sunk into architecture with the arrogance of a man trying to outlast his own body through structures. Harry almost dropped to one knee the moment he stepped into the main hall. Pipes, statues, water black as old memory, and at the far end Ginny. She lay crumpled, pale and barely breathing at the foot of the vast stone face, and beside her stood Tom Riddle, not flesh. Not exactly. The diary had made itself a body out of memory, self-regard, and extracted life. 17 years old, beautiful in the way knives are beautiful, smiling with his own history. Harry's scar screamed, Tom's smile widened. "There you are!" The whole chamber throbbed with the diary's internal structure. Harry did not need the warden here. He knew what he was looking at. A soul anchor built around memory self, fed by confession, trying to externalize. "You're not really him," Harry said, because naming structure mattered. Tom laughed. It was a polished sound with no warmth in it. "I am exactly as much of him as I need to be." Ginny's faint note fluttered on the floor beside him, weak, submerged, still there. Harry's grip on the Rowan wand tightened. "Let her go." Tom looked down at Ginny almost fondly. "She has been very useful." Rage cut through Harry with such clarity that the chamber's noise sharpened into usable lines. He did not lunge. He listened. The basilisk was there. Coiled in the dark, blind only by distance, ancient predator note wound around the chamber's foundations. Tom's projection stood between Harry and Ginny, but the real problem was the anchor in the diary's echo space. Tear that connection and Tom lost his feed. Leave it and every spell in the world would only slow him. Harry exhaled once, then he stepped inward, not physically first, resonantly. The chamber vanished. The diary's echo space closed around him. It was not a room. It was a self-image. A school corridor forever polished, trophy cases gleaming. Tom Riddle's memory of himself at 16 and 17, perfected beyond human proportion by narcissism and the distortions of soul-splitting. Doors opened into confessional fragments, Ginny's shame, old fears, adolescent loneliness. Names written in ink ran like blood across the walls. Every secret she had fed the diary had become architecture. Tom stood at the center of it, smiling. "Do you see?" he said. "She poured herself into me." They always do. Harry felt sick and furious and terribly clear. This was the difference between object residue and anchor space. The cradle had held continuity. This held predation pretending to be intimacy. "You're still not whole," Harry said. Tom's smile sharpened. "And you would know?" The answer was yes. because Harry carried the same wound logic in his scar, because he knew what a fragment felt like from the inside. Because Tom, for all his elegance here, still rang thin around the edges, a performance nailed over absence. Harry stepped closer. The corridor echo around them changed, doors slamming, ink rippling, Ginny's notes trapped in the walls like birds hitting glass. Tom finally stopped smiling quite so much. "What are you?" he asked. Harry heard the real question under it. "How can you hear me?" He answered with the truth that mattered. "Someone who knows anchors." Tom moved then, fast as thought, and the echo space came alive around him. School memories turned weapon-sharp, trophy glass shattered into flying shards of confession. Voices whispered Ginny's secrets in overlapping hisses. Fear constructs from her childhood rose in doorways, Mrs. Norris accusing, brothers laughing, parents disappointed. Tom himself rewriting every shame into dependence. Harry nearly lost his footing in it, not because it fooled him, because it used real emotion. That was what made anchor spaces dangerous. They weaponized true residue, the warden's second teaching snapped into place. Host and anchor are not the same note. Find Ginny, ignore Tom's architecture. Harry listened beneath the diary's performance. There. A thread of genuine Ginniness, small, furious, embarrassed, brave, buried under layers of siphoned energy and imposed silence. Harry followed it. Tom saw, his face changed for the first time, beauty warping under sudden anger. "No!" Harry tuned to Ginny's trapped note and answered with family. Not abstract love, the Burrow, breakfast noise, Fred and George cackling, Percy pretending not to care, Ron always beside him. Molly's hands, Arthur's laugh, Ginny on the orchard step, aged 6, declaring Harry belonged to the house because the attic liked him. Not memory images exactly, resonances. Stronger than shame because older than the diary's access to her. The walls of Tom's echo space shuddered, doors cracked, Ginny's thread brightened. Tom lunged. Harry did what he had done to Quirrell's parasite, but cleaner now. Better. He stopped hearing Tom as personhood and heard him as anchored frequency. Black needle of sound. Splinter self pinned to ink and confession. Then he pulled. Tom screamed. The entire echo space convulsed. Outside, in the real chamber, the basilisk answered its master's distress. Its ancient notes surged through the stone like a buried avalanche. Harry was flung back into his body just in time to hear the serpent crash toward him. Tom was still standing, but dimmer now. Less stable. Ginny's breathing had strengthened by one fragile degree on the floor. The tether wasn't broken yet. Harry rolled as the basilisk struck. It was enormous. White blind eyes under plated scales, ancient poison ringing through every fang, a body that turned the chamber into moving catastrophe. And above it, Tom's voice, hoarser now, more furious, hissing commands. Harry did not have a phoenix. He did not have a sword. He had a castle full of dead. The chamber itself was saturated with them, students who had died in terror here, old sacrificial traces, generations of fear compacted into stone. Death echoes did not usually become weapons, but they could become frequency. Harry hit the floor, palms down, and listened deeper than he ever had before, not to Tom, not to Ginny, to the chamber's accumulated dead. It nearly broke him. The note that came back was unbearable. Not one person. Many. Panic, suffocation, venom, isolation, final confusion. Every child the chamber had swallowed and never properly returned to the school above. Harry did not absorb them. He could not without being destroyed. He did something else. He resonated, matched not their deaths but their last protest. The refusal under terror. The human cry that says this should not be happening. Then he pushed it outward through the room. The chamber screamed. The basilisk recoiled. Its blind eyes did not matter. The death echoes hit the creature through older channels than sight, through ancient serpent memory, through the chamber's own acoustics turned against it, through centuries of victim resonance made intolerable. The basilisk thrashed, disoriented, crashing its head against pillars, striking at ghosts that were not there. Tom staggered too, his projection flickered. Harry went for the diary. It lay near Ginny's fallen hand, black cover spread, pages shuddering with unstable inklight. The true anchor. the shell he had not yet destroyed even as he tore the tether inside. Tom saw his intent and threw himself between them, too slow, because the basilisk, writhing in the storm of the chamber's dead, struck blindly at the loudest disturbance, Tom's own destabilizing resonance. Its fang tore through the diary, venom splashed. The sound the book made was unlike any other sound Harry had ever heard. Not paper burning, not magic snapping, a pinned soul fragment losing its nail. Tom convulsed. The projection shattered from the feet upward, coming apart into strips of ink-black smoke and torn memory. His face twisted, not noble, not tragic, just disbelieving fury at being reduced back to fragment and then less than fragment. No, the word dispersed before it finished. The diary curled inward, smoking, pages blackening under basilisk venom. The anchor collapsed. Ginny's notes snapped free and the chamber went still, not quiet, never quiet. But still in the way a wound goes still after the blade is finally removed. Harry crawled to Ginny. She was alive. Weak, shaking, cold, but alive. Her own note was hers again, not layered, not hollowed, bruised emotionally, yes, frightened, ashamed, already even half-conscious, but hers. He put one hand under her shoulders. "Gin!" Her eyes fluttered open. For 1 second she looked at him with pure child panic. "Harry, I've got you." Then she saw the smoking diary and burst into tears. That sound, more than the basilisk, more than Tom's destruction, nearly undid him, because tears meant life returning where predation had almost finished. Harry held her as best he could with the Rowan wand still in one hand and the chamber's death echoes receding from the forefront of his hearing. Above them, miles above, Hogwarts still stood. Ordinary and loud and full of children who had no idea what had just ended under their feet. Below Salazar Slytherin's stone face, Harry sat in the ruin of an echo anchor and understood for the first time in full what his future would require of him. Not merely bravery, precision. To enter the hollow things from the inside and pull their fragments loose without destroying what they were feeding on. The warden had called this the second teaching. Now Harry knew why. When they got back above ground, hours later, with teachers, healers, questions, Dumbledore's far too knowing eyes, Molly and Arthur arriving in a state between relief and fury. Nobody outside, Harry fully understood what had happened in the chamber. They understood enough. Ginny would live. The attacks would stop. The diary was gone. Lockhart was useless in a permanent new direction. Lucius Malfoy, when the story reached him, would find his carefully planted weapon turned against itself, and his daughterless cruelty exposed by result, if not by proof. But only Harry knew what the diary had felt like inside. Only Harry knew that Quirrell had not been the first Horcrux he'd destroyed so much as the first fragment he'd torn loose. The diary was the first full anchor gone from within, and only Harry knew that when the diary died, the distant bells in the dark world beyond his scar rang again. 5 now, or 6, if he counted himself. He lay awake that night in the hospital wing with Ginny breathing in the bed 2 curtains down and understood that the map inside him had changed. Not completed, clarified. The chamber's dead had quieted. The castle had one less old wound still actively bleeding into the present. And somewhere, far away, the remaining anchors waited. When he came home that summer, the attic hatch opened before he touched it. The warden was waiting in the dark. Harry climbed up, older than he had been that morning, and sat down on the dusty floor. For a long moment neither spoke. Then the warden knocked once, approval. Harry let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh and not at all like relief. "That was worse than Quirrell." "Yes." "You could have mentioned the giant snake." "Yes," said the warden, "but then you would have listened to the wrong fear." Harry glared up at it. The warden, ancient and impossible, and still wearing the shape of a family ghoul because the Burrow and time had both made practical decisions, looked back with those pale, listening eyes. Then it said the truest thing in the room. "Now you know the work." Harry looked down at his hands. The right one still bore faint ink stains no washing had fully removed. "Yes," he said, and below them the Burrow shifted around sleeping children, tired parents, patched love, and the deep old note of a house that had made room for a haunted boy and was not done keeping him yet. Years 3 and 4 compressed. Sirius, the tournament, and the cost Harry is paying. Harry's third year began with a prison breaking open somewhere far away and the Burrow waking before dawn because Molly Weasley had dropped a plate in the kitchen. That was how most disasters entered family life. Not with trumpets, with crockery. Harry came downstairs to find the wireless on, Arthur half-dressed, and Molly standing very still with one flower-covered hand pressed to her mouth, while a ministry voice explained in grave, clipped tones that Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban. For one suspended second, the world divided into the shapes everybody else knew, and the shapes Harry heard underneath. Everybody else heard what Britain heard. Murderer, traitor, deranged supporter of Voldemort, the man who had sold James and Lily Potter to their deaths and then blasted a street apart laughing. The name carried fear enough even before the papers began printing his face over and over again. Harry heard the name and felt something refuse, not a conclusion, not a proof, a wrong note in the story itself, because names left impressions too. Reputation built residue in public language. And every time Sirius Black's name hit the room, through the wireless, through Arthur's muttered curse, through the Prophet headlines Bill later brought home, Harry got the same strange split. The old public horror layered over something else beneath it, grief, not surface grief, not performative grief. Bone-deep, rotting, unresolved grief so old it had started to turn feral. Harry stood in the doorway, hand still on the banister, and knew before any adult explanation arrived that the official story was not complete. Molly turned at the sound of his feet. For 1 second, before she remembered to be ordinary for the children, naked alarm crossed her face. Then she did what mothers do when terror arrives before breakfast. She started making tea. "Sit down," she said too briskly. "Arthur, tell him properly, don't just stand there looking like Doom in socks." Arthur, who was indeed looking like Doom in socks, ran one hand over his face and tried. It came out in pieces. Azkaban. Escape. Black believed armed and unstable, ministry in panic, extra security. Hogwarts likely to be involved. Harry listened, not just to Arthur's words, to the emotional residue spooling off them. Fear, yes. Worry for the children, yes. Old Order memories Arthur did not carry as deeply as some, but carried enough to hurt. Yet none of it matched the note Harry got from the name itself. Arthur feared what Sirius Black might do. The name Sirius Black did not sound to Harry like a man hunting children. It sounded like a man being hunted by what had already happened. That uneasy difference stayed with him through the rest of the summer. By August, the ministry had moved beyond fear into pageantry. Posters, warnings, more patrols, Arthur swearing at ministry waste, Molly trying and failing not to glance at Harry too often, as if Sirius Black might materialize from a hedgerow simply because tragedy liked his orbit. Harry did not tell them what he heard in the name, not yet. He had learned by then that some truths sounded mad until they had enough events around them to pass as evidence. And evidence, as Hermione would say the instant he saw her again, mattered, so he waited, and all the while something else changed too. The physical toll had started small enough for denial. When he caught his reflection in the kitchen window one rainy afternoon, he saw a pale streak at his temple and leaned closer thinking it was light. It was not light. It was a thread of white at the roots, not gray from age, not blonde from the sun. White, as if a bit of frost had been worked into his black hair and forgotten there. He rubbed at it. It stayed. That night, brushing her fingers through his hair while pretending she was merely flattening it before supper, Molly found it too. Her hand stopped. Harry felt her stop. Neither spoke for a moment. Then Molly said, much too casually, "Well, that's new." Harry looked up from the table. "What is?" She was already deciding whether this was the sort of thing one turned into a joke to keep from making it a panic. The answer, naturally, was yes. "You are apparently becoming dramatic by follicle," she said, smoothing his hair again. "We have enough Weasleys doing that by personality, but I suppose you wanted your own method." Harry nearly smiled. Arthur, entering from the yard with mud on his boots, saw Molly's face and lost the smile he'd been halfway to wearing. "What?" "Nothing," Molly said. "Absolutely something," Arthur replied. Molly gave him the look wives develop after many years of husbands who are both loving and curious to the point of disaster. Later, Harry heard them in the kitchen after midnight, not spying, just listening, because the Burrow carried family conversation through wood like blood through veins. "It's the magic," Molly whispered. "Arthur, don't tell me it isn't." "I wasn't going to. He's 13. I know." "It's his hair now. What next?" Arthur was silent for a long moment, and Harry recognized the sound of him thinking in old ministry categories and newer father categories and finding neither sufficient. Then Arthur said softly, "We knew there would be cost." Molly's answer came sharp and aching. Knowing there is cost is not the same as watching it arrive. Harry rolled onto his side in bed and stared into the dark. Above him, the attic gave one slow rattle, not comfort, recognition. The toll had begun. The Dementors arrived with the train. If Hogwarts had been loud in Harry's first year, the third year began by introducing him to creatures that did not merely hear death resonance, but fed on human collapse. The train had barely cleared London when the air changed. Not cold, exactly. Hunger cold. A temperature that was more absence than weather. Conversation in the carriage thinned as if sound itself were being drawn through wet cloth. Ron stopped halfway through complaining about sandwiches. Hermione looked up from her book and frowned toward the compartment door. Harry did not need the door to open to know what approached. The corridor outside filled with a kind of negative note. No personality. No ordinary emotional residue, just predatory vacancy trailing old despair behind it. Where ghosts had felt like persistence around emptiness, Dementors felt like emptiness given appetite and shape. The compartment door slid open. The thing in the doorway was hooded rot and human nightmare. Its presence reached into the carriage like a hand made of every bad ending children feared before they learned names for fear. Hermione gasped. Ron froze. Harry did something stranger. He tasted bitterness, not in his mouth. In the resonance between himself and the Dementor. The warden had not taught him to fight them directly, not yet, not with proper theory. But it had taught him something years ago without either of them having named it. The dead do not taste the same to all things. Harry's own resonance, thick with near death, lodged fragment, Burrow bond, and deliberate listening, did not present to a Dementor like normal human grief. His echoes were crowded, layered, and, thanks to the warden's endless instruction in refusing absorption, guarded by an acquired bitterness. Old wood smoke, attic dust, housebond, stubborn family continuance. Home wrapped around death like wire around glass. The Dementor leaned further into the compartment. Harry saw what everyone else felt, the draining of warmth, the instinct to curl inward, the rising of one's worst abandoned self. Then the creature paused, its hood tilted toward him. Confusion entered the vacancy, not human confusion. Predatory miscalculation. This meal did not taste like the others. Harry's scar burned in sudden answer, and beneath that burn he felt another note too. His own shard reacting violently to the Dementor's hunger, not because the creature could take it cleanly, but because it was trying to separate him from all his structured echoes at once. Harry bared his teeth without meaning to. The Dementor recoiled half an inch. Then the door slammed open wider and a voice said sharply, "Enough." Professor Lupin stepped into the corridor, older than Harry remembered from photographs, and far more tired than memory should have allowed. There was gray in him already, not in hair alone, but in the set of his face, the fine exhaustion living at the edges of his mouth. Still, his presence carried a note Harry knew instantly, not from meeting, from absence. Remus Lupin had grieved for James and Lily in a rhythm Harry's magic recognized from names spoken softly in the Burrow after too much fire whiskey. He also carried Sirius Black's name differently than the newspapers did, not fear first, hurt first. Lupin drove the Dementor away with practiced force and shut the carriage door. Warmth crept back by degrees. Ron let out a breath so shaky it almost whistled. Hermione clutched her book hard enough to bend the cover. Harry was aware of his own pulse, of the scar still prickling, and of the fact that the Dementor had hesitated over him like a predator, unsure whether something wounded was also poisonous. Lupin looked at the three of them. Then his gaze stopped on Harry properly. Recognition hit him, not of the face only, not only James's hair and Lily's eyes with that scar between them. Recognition of resonance, of something very old and very wrong in the child now grown enough to sit upright beneath it. Lupin's expression did not change much. But Harry heard the fracture under it. Alarm, not at Harry, for him. "You all right?" Lupin asked, and though the words were addressed to the compartment, Harry knew the true question had narrowed. Ron answered first. Hermione second. Harry said, "It didn't like me." Lupin stilled. Hermione looked between them at once. "What?" Harry stared at the shut door. "The Dementor, it stopped." Lupin took a slow breath. "We'll talk later." That was not reassurance, that was a promise. He did not have to wait long. Lupin asked Harry to stay after the first defense lesson under the pretext of discussing practical responses to dark entities. The classroom emptied around them. Ron threw Harry a questioning look from the doorway. Hermione lingered until Harry nodded her on. When they were alone, Lupin sat on the edge of his desk and did not waste time. You heard it hesitate. Not a question. Harry leaned against a table, arms folded. Yes, Lupin studied him. Harry, in turn, tried to read Lupin the way he read most people. The result surprised him. Lupin was emotionally legible in ways Snape was not. Tiredness, old self-disgust, kindness under discipline, grief weathered into usefulness. Yet beneath all of that, there was something anciently bodily too. Lycanthropy did not register to Harry as a curse first. It registered as a second rhythm in the man's life, moon pattern and pain structured into habit. "You carry death resonance differently than other people," Lupin said quietly. Harry blinked. Most adults took 3 years of evidence before saying things that plainly. Lupin took one encounter and a look. "You know what that is?" Harry asked. Lupin's mouth twitched. "I know enough to be worried." Then, after a beat, "James would have hated how much I'm about to sound like a professor." Harry laughed despite himself. It changed the room just enough. Lupin went on. "Dementors feed on certain kinds of human collapse. Fear, despair, isolation. They strip away the structures that help a mind remain itself, but structures matter." His eyes sharpened. "And yours are unusual." Harry thought of the warden, the Burrow, the scar. The bitter taste the creature had found and disliked. "It tasted wrong?" Lupin asked. Harry stared. "How did you know?" A tired shadow passed over Lupin's face. "Because I've spent a lot of my life around things that hunt weakness. They do not all interpret the same weakness the same way." He stood and crossed to the window. "When I looked at you on the train, I saw a boy the newspapers would still call the boy who lived." His voice gentled without softening. "What I felt standing next to you was a child standing in the middle of too many funerals and somehow not being empty afterward." Harry could not answer at once. Nobody had ever put it like that. Lupin turned back. "You and I are going to work on control this year. Not only on patronuses, though that as well, if needed, on what you hear, on what you let in, and on what you never let think it owns you." The words sank deep, not because they were magical instruction, because they sounded like the kind of teaching that might actually keep him human. Harry nodded once. Lupin, seeing assent, gave him the first gift of true mentorship. He did not treat Harry like a bomb or a miracle. He treated him like a student with dangerous aptitude and therefore worth the truth. "Now," he said, "tell me exactly what you felt in the corridor when the Dementor looked at you." So Harry did. And from that afternoon onward, Lupin became the first adult besides the warden who could teach him the theory of soul and residue without either flinching away or making him feel like a laboratory accident. The difference mattered. The warden spoke in structures older than compassion. Lupin spoke in structures compassion had survived. Between them, Harry began to understand not only what he could do, but what it was doing to him. Sirius Black entered Hogwarts long before Harry saw his face clearly. he entered as a note. The first night the fat lady was attacked, the whole castle woke into panic. Students crowded corridors in nightclothes, prefects shouting, McGonagall furious, Flitwick shrill with alarm, Dumbledore very quiet, which was always when he was most dangerous. Harry stood in the crush of Gryffindors and heard the slash left in the portrait as more than vandalism, desperation. Not bloodlust. The stone around the entrance held the residue of someone frantic and focused and half-mad with urgency. But the target note did not align with children. It did not even align with the portrait. It aligned with searching. Like a starving man tearing open cupboards in the wrong house because he knows, somehow, what he needs is nearby. Later, when Black stood over Ron's bed with a knife and then vanished again, the whole tower went to pieces with fear. Ron shook for an hour afterward and deserved every right to. But Harry, sitting beside him on the bed while Hermione hovered with practical terror and the dormitory buzzed with rumor, could hear something no one else could through the emotional wreckage. Sirius Black had not come into the room to kill Ron. He had come into the room to confirm something. The realization was maddening, because it made no sense in the official story. It made too much sense in the resonance. When Harry finally told Lupin this, weeks later after a Bogart lesson and 2 private discussions about emotional residues in inhabited spaces, Lupin went very still. "You're certain," he said. No, that was the truth. Harry had learned to respect uncertainty when it existed. Then he added, "But I'm certain he doesn't feel like the story everyone tells." Lupin sat back in his chair. The office around them was thick with wolfbane old books and the residue of a teacher who slept too little and cared too hard. Rain tapped the windows. Somewhere outside, Peeves was insulting a suit of armor in verse. "What does he feel like?" Lupin asked. Harry looked at the grain of the desk. "Someone who's already lost the thing he was supposed to protect." Lupin shut his eyes, only for a second. When he opened them, there was too much in his face for Harry to sort cleanly: grief, hope he did not trust, terror of being wrong. "Keep that to yourself for now," Lupin said. Harry frowned. "Why? Because if you're wrong, it changes nothing." Lupin's voice roughened. "And if you're right, it changes everything." That was when Harry knew Lupin already suspected it, not fully, not safely, but enough that hope hurt. The toll deepened through the year. By Christmas, the white at Harry's roots had spread from a few strands into an undeniable frost threading his black hair. Not enough that strangers gasped. Enough that the family stopped pretending it was lighting. His eyes changed next. Not their color entirely, still green, still lilies, still the same shape that made older witches go soft for one dangerous second before remembering themselves. But around the iris, in certain weather, a gray-silver cast began to appear, like ash under water, like moonlight left too long in a bottle. Harry noticed it first in a classroom window after a long night of listening to the castle under a full moon. He almost did not recognize himself. Molly noticed the first time he came home for Easter, and she caught him full face under spring sun. Her hand rose to his cheek without permission from either of them. "Harry," she said softly. He tried for humor because humor was often the first bandage. "Still me," Molly swallowed. "I know," but her eyes were wet, and that told him more than words. The worst change, though, was sleep. By 13, Harry no longer slept all the way down. That was the only phrase he had for it. He slept. His body did. But some listening part of him remained half-attuned even at rest, as though the warden had opened a sense that no ordinary shutting of eyelids could fully close. He woke already tired some mornings, not because he had dreamed badly, but because too much of him had spent the night hearing the house and the weather, and sometimes, through the scar, the faint, hateful drift of a mind rebuilding itself far away. By the end of 3rd year, Percy, home less often and smugger every visit, stared at Harry over supper one evening and said, with more honesty than tact, "You don't look ill exactly." Fred looked up. "That's because he's gone past ill into moody decorative." George squinted at Harry's temple. "Like a haunted dramatic hero in a penny dreadful." Molly smacked them both with a tea towel. But Harry heard what Percy had failed to disguise under officious phrasing: concern, By then, he was visibly different from Ron in a way not explained by parentage alone. Leaner, paler at the edges, hair touched by white, eyes with that gray cast when he was tired, and stillness where once there had only been ordinary boy restlessness. The family did not love him less for it. That almost made it harder. Because every time Molly's eyes snagged on the white in his hair, every time Arthur asked a question too casually, every time Ginny went quiet looking at him, Harry was reminded that power had become visible. Visible things frightened people, even the people who loved you, especially them. Then the truth about Sirius Black broke open in the shrieking shack, and Harry understood how much listening could save and how much it could fail. The confrontation itself was chaos. Lupin, Snape, Pettigrew, Ron pale and furious, Hermione brilliant and shaking, Sirius gaunt as famine, eyes full of old madness that turned out, under proper listening, to be grief sharpened by prison into a weapon. The moment Harry heard Sirius Black at close range, the official story died in him forever. Not because Sirius gave a convincing speech. Because innocence and guilt do not sound identical when someone has spent 12 years chewing on injustice in a cell guarded by creatures that eat hope. Sirius's resonance was ruinous, yes. Torn, yes. Dangerous in exactly the ways a starved, cornered dog is dangerous. But the core of him did not hold betrayal. It held one endlessly repeated note, too late, too late, too late, James. Lily, Peter. Harry, failure not triumph. Pettigrew, by contrast, made Harry's skin crawl before he even transformed. Some people leak cowardice like sweat. Pettigrew leaked something nastier. Self-preservation so overdeveloped it had eaten every other structure in him. The moment he emerged and began babbling, Harry heard the lie noise immediately. Not ordinary panic, but years of self-excusing fear compacted into a living shape. When Sirius lunged and Lupin followed and everyone shouted at once, Harry didn't choose based on sentiment. He chose resonance. Ron, he said afterward, much later, when they were back in the hospital wing and everything had gone wrong again because the moon and Pettigrew and Snape and the world never let truth arrive cleanly. He didn't do it. Ron, bruised and exhausted and half in love with the idea of a godfather-shaped rescuer now that the truth had overturned itself, looked at him blankly. Sirius, Harry nodded. You're sure now? Harry stared at the sheet over his knees. I was half sure before, I'm sure now. Hermione, in the bed opposite, said quietly, because of what you hear. It was not skepticism, it was a statement. Yes, Harry said, that answer would never have satisfied a court. It satisfied Hermione. For Harry, that mattered almost more. Sirius escaped. Pettigrew fled. The ministry kept its lie because institutions prefer tidy mistakes to public correction. Lupin resigned because the world had not become kinder while he was busy being useful. All of that hurt. But Harry came away from third year with two things he had not had before. The first was certainty that resonance, used well, could cut through whole false histories. The second was Lupin's final lesson before leaving. He found Harry alone in the defense classroom on the last evening of term, packing books into a shabby case with the economy of someone practiced at departure. Your hearing told you the truth about Sirius before your mind could justify it, Lupin said. Harry nodded. Lupin set a thin notebook on the desk. Plain cover, worn corners, no title. What's that? My notes, Lupin said. Not complete, not polished, and not something I ever meant to hand to a 13-year-old, but your life has made a nuisance of proper timing. Harry touched the cover and felt wolfbane stains, moon-tired writing sessions, years of theoretical scraps never meant for ministry eyes. It's on soul binding, Lupin said quietly. Not Horcruxes by name, I never knew enough for that. But on anchor theory, emotional residue, inhabited spaces, why some things cling and some things pass. What I could gather. He met Harry's eyes. The warden teaches one way, I thought it might help to have human language too. Harry could not speak at once. Lupin, perhaps misreading the silence, gave a small, grim smile. You'll still have to think for yourself. Sorry. Harry laughed, and it came out too close to breaking. When Lupin left the room, Harry held the notebook in both hands and understood that mentorship was sometimes just this. Someone who saw what you were becoming and chose not to back away. Fourth year began like an ambush, not emotionally at first, practically. The Quidditch World Cup, summer crowds, Irish fireworks, Vila distraction, ministry incompetence on full display. Death Eaters reminding everyone that old terror could still put on masks and call it tradition. Harry heard all of it differently than the others. The campsite was a festival of temporary residues, too bright, too shallow, too rapidly layered to be pleasant. Joy, excitement, fandom, national pride, drunken bravado. Then, after the dark mark burned over the trees, all that brightness tore at once into old fear and newer panic. Harry stood in the aftermath with Ron and Hermione and felt the world tilt toward something larger. The scar had started hurting more often that summer, not every day, but enough. Enough that some mornings the warden's old promise, "Your wound warns," came back to him like a threat rather than comfort. By the time the Triwizard Tournament was announced at Hogwarts, Harry was already tired in a way 14-year-olds should not be. The white at his roots no longer hid easily. His eyes in photographs had started to come out strange, washed with silver unless he forced himself cheerful. He slept light, listened too much, and still had not fully recovered from the chamber, Sirius, Quirrell, or the knowledge of the anchors waiting somewhere in the world like teeth beneath carpet. Then his name came out of the goblet. And the castle, already a machine for rumor, turned it into another wound. Harry would remember the Great Hall that night less for shock than for sound. His own name called in a voice not meant for him, Dumbledore's attention striking the room like a blade. Ron's hurt flaring so bright it drowned out everything else for a few terrible seconds, the older student's suspicion buzzing like flies. And under all of it, hidden, a note he only later learned to identify properly, Crouch, not Barty Crouch the Elder in public. Not then. A disguised intelligence elsewhere in the school, careful and focused, and so tightly masked that Harry only caught the faint emotional residue of satisfaction after the fact. He would learn too late who had engineered it. At the time it felt like a hand withdrawing cleanly after loading a trap. The tasks themselves taught Harry two things. First, rattle magic could be used for practical survival. Second, every use cost him more now than it had before. For the dragon, he did what everyone expected on the surface: broom, speed, courage, sheer refusal to die. Underneath, though, he listened to the enclosure. Heard the dragon's chained fury, the handler's rehearsed fear, the crowd's anticipation hammered into wood. He found the oldest note in the creature's resonance, not anger but captivity, and used that understanding to move with her rather than against her. It saved his life. Afterward, in the champion's tent, Fleur stared at him too long and said quietly, "Your eyes look different when you do that." Harry pretended not to know what she meant. For the lake, he listened to water memory. Not because the lake had a human echo space like a house or object, but because places saturated by repeated danger built currents of intent. He followed the lines of panic from previous rescues, old near drownings, merpeople territory, the hostages' suspended fear. It worked. It also left him vomiting lake water and blood into the grass afterward, not enough for drama, enough for alarm. Madame Pomfrey declared it burst vessels from strain. Molly, hearing about it in a letter before the third task, wrote him 3 pages that tried to sound sensible and failed every third line. Arthur's note, tucked inside hers, contained only one sentence: "You are not obliged to become a wound to prove you are brave." Harry read it twice and then folded it away because some parts of him no longer knew how to obey that kind of wisdom. By spring his hair had whitened further at the temples and front, subtle but no longer ignorable. The silver gray in his eyes had become permanent around the edges. He caught younger students staring sometimes, heard them whispering that he looked haunted. They were right. The difference was that haunting in Harry's life had become both condition and tool. The maze frightened Harry before he ever entered it, not because of hedges, because of history. By the third task, the maze had been prepared with dark magic dense enough to sing from the grounds. The hedges themselves were alive with recent enchantment, but beneath that Harry felt something else. The tournament's older residue layered into the present structure. Previous tasks in previous years. Injuries, pride, the school's willingness to ritualize danger so long as judges called it tradition. When he stepped into the maze, the world narrowed immediately to green walls and intent. The hedges did not merely block vision. They held echo. Every twist of path had already accumulated contestants' fear from earlier movement, magical interference, creature agitation, the judge's hidden observation. Harry moved through it by listening more than seeing. He could feel where dark enchantments had recently been laid, where Crumb's anger had gone wrong under outside pressure, where Cedric's determination remained clean and bright like a torch ahead somewhere to the left. Cedric Diggory felt different from almost everyone Harry's age. Solid. Not simple. No one is simple under real listening, but integrated in a way adolescence rarely allows. A good person without much self-theater about it. His note in the maze was strained, yes, competitive, yes, frightened beneath control, yes, but coherent. That was why what happened later cut so deep. Harry found the cup and felt the trap before he touched it, not with ordinary caution, with resonance. The object hummed wrong. Not prize. Portkey. And under the portkey spell was another note, concealed intent layered by someone who wanted the destination mistaken for victory. Cedric arrived a second later through the hedge-broken opening, breathing hard, face streaked with sweat and leaves. For a moment they just stared at each other, two exhausted boys and a gleaming false triumph between them. "It's a portkey," Harry said. Cedric looked at the cup, then at Harry. "You're sure?" Harry's scar was already starting to burn. Yes, Cedric absorbed that in one beat because Cedric was maddeningly capable. "Take it together, then." Harry should have refused. Should have heard the danger in the shape of things and shoved Cedric backward and taken the trap alone if it must be taken at all. But they were 14. They were tired. They were good enough boys to still believe fairness mattered in the middle of traps, so they touched the cup together. And the graveyard opened under them. The first thing Harry heard in Little Hangleton was Old Death. Not Voldemort, not even the ritual, the graveyard itself. Generations of buried family pride, old resentments in stone, the riddle line's cold vanity preserved past usefulness, the chapel-like hush of rural decay. Tombs always had resonance. Family tombs had personality long after bodies stopped deserving it, then the present crashed in, Pettigrew's note. Rat cowardice stretched into trembling devotion, the infant thing in the bundle. A parasite self so diminished and yet so intensely hateful that Harry's scar exploded in recognition before his mind could fully form the thought. Cedric beside him, confused and still moving. Then Pettigrew said the words, "Kill the spare," and Cedric died. It happened too fast for the body to protest first. The killing curse hit. Cedric fell, but for Harry the moment did not end where it would have ended for anyone else. Cedric's death echo hit him like a bell struck point blank. Clean. That was the first appalling thing. Not innocent in some childish sense. Cedric had his flaws, fears, wants, but the note of his death was coherent in a way Harry had almost never heard from the freshly dead. No fragmentation, no self-division. Shock, pain, the beginning of absence, and under it all a bright, unfinished refusal because life at 17 should not narrow to green light in a graveyard. Harry reached out instinctively, not with his hand, with the listening part of him, and for one suspended second he could have absorbed it, could have taken Cedric's echo inside himself before it dispersed into place and night and raw grief. The reflex was so strong it frightened him later more than the duel did. Not because he wanted to steal Cedric, because rattle magic had begun teaching his body a terrible convenience. The dead are easier to carry than to lose. He stopped himself, barely, and in the stopping Harry changed, because he understood that this was the edge, not all at once, not with grand philosophy. simply in the instant where he could have taken Cedric into his own structure and did not because it was impossible, but because something still knew it would be wrong. Then Pettigrew cut him. Then bone, flesh, blood. The ritual began, and Harry heard every Horcrux in the world wake. That was the real horror of the graveyard, not Voldemort rising, recognition across anchors. As Harry's blood fed the restoration, and the thing in the cauldron drew itself up into body, the shard in Harry's scar screamed in resonant answer. Across the world, 5 other anchors, no 6 counting the one in him, lit simultaneously through his hearing like struck bells in blackness. The diary's absence was there too, a missing note where one had once rung. He felt the map not as geography but as pattern. Separate anchors. Distances impossible to measure. Different textures, metal, relic, living flesh, hidden place, each holding a shard note of the same mangled soul. The restored Voldemort in front of him was only one expression of that split totality. Not whole, not unless all anchors converged or were destroyed. The revelation nearly broke his concentration before the duel even began. Then Voldemort stood fully formed, and everything else became immediate again. Harry would later remember the graveyard duel less for the spells than for the sound of Voldemort's life note reborn. It was not fuller than Quirrell's parasite had been, as one might expect. It was broader. Stabilized by body, yes, empowered, yes, but still wrong in the center. A man rebuilt around missing pieces. When their wands connected, the graveyard itself screamed with priors. Murder, resurrection, family hate, stolen bone. Harry used what he could, not enough to win. Enough to survive until the dead he had not chosen to absorb came back in another form. Priori incantatum's echo parade, his parents, Cedric, old killings turning against their maker for seconds that mattered. Cedric's echo looked at him, not as possession, as release. "Take my body back," it said. Harry would hear those words for years. Then the portkey, the screaming, Hogwarts again, and every adult institution failing in different accents around him. By the time Harry got back to the Burrow that summer, he was visibly altered enough that nobody could pretend anymore. White streaks now, unmistakable against dark hair, silver in both eyes, a stillness in him that made strangers lower their voices. He had gone into the maze looking like a haunted boy. He came home from the graveyard looking like something older had started writing itself over him. Molly saw him on the kitchen threshold and did not speak at first. She crossed the room and held his face in both hands exactly as she had the morning he first told her the ghoul was not only a ghoul. Her thumbs trembled against his cheeks. "What did they let happen to you?" she whispered. It was not a fair question. They had not let the graveyard happen in any tidy, conscious way. But Harry, hearing the notes under it, maternal fury, terror, helplessness, grief already forming around the shape of almost losing another child, did not correct the unfairness. He just leaned into her palms for 1 second like he was 11 again and not carrying Cedric's death note in the back of his skull. Because that was the newest toll. Cedric had not dispersed cleanly in Harry's hearing, not because Harry absorbed him fully. He had not. He knew the difference. But the coherence of Cedric's death, combined with the graveyard's violent resonance and Harry's proximity, had left an imprint inside him stronger than ordinary witness. Not a ghost, not a person living in him. An echo held too close to let go easily. At night, when sleep thinned to listening, Harry could still hear the exact note of Cedric's last unfinished life. It made the world quieter and worse. The warden confirmed it 3 nights after his return. Harry climbed to the attic long after everyone else slept, Lupin's notebook tucked under one arm and Cedric's name like a bruise inside his ribs. The warden waited under the rafters, patient as old wood. "You kept one," it said. Harry sat on the floor heavily. "Not on purpose." "No." The warden crouched opposite him. Reflex. Harry looked down at his hands. "Can I let it go?" "Yes." He looked up sharply. The warden's pale gaze did not shift. "Not tonight." Harry almost laughed, the sound catching halfway to anger. "You choose excellent times to be insufferable." "I choose exact times to be exact." That answer was so much itself that Harry had to press a hand over his eyes for a second. When he lowered it, the attic had not changed. The Burrow still slept below them. The world still held Voldemort alive again, and 6 anchors ringing in the dark. Cedric still echoed in him. Sirius was still free but hunted. Lupin was still gone from Hogwarts. And Harry, 14 and already being hollowed by what he could hear, was still expected to keep going, so he asked the only useful question. What do I do now? The warden gave one slow knock against the beam behind it. The house answered faintly. Now, it said, you learn what it costs to carry the dead and still remain a door rather than a tomb. Harry sat very still. Below them, the Burrow's clock ticked on with 8 hands, each pointing to some living member of the family that kept him more human than power alone ever could. Up in the attic, with the white in his hair and Cedric's death note not yet leaving, Harry understood the shape of the years ahead. He would not only hunt anchors. He would have to survive becoming someone who could hear them all without letting the hearing turn him into the kind of vessel Voldemort believed all people secretly wanted to be. The graveyard had shown him the map. Now the real fracture would begin. Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore's silence, and the moment the Order realizes what Harry is Harry's 5th year began in a house that did not want to be lived in. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was not merely old. Old could be kind. The Burrow was old in places, though it disguised it under laughter and mended curtains and the steady domestic courage of people choosing one another every day. Hogwarts was old like weathered stone, dangerous, yes, but vast enough to contain every kind of history and not only the ugly kind. Grimmauld Place was old the way sealed rooms are old, too much kept in, too much left to rot without ever being allowed to finish rotting. The first time Harry crossed the threshold, the house hit him so hard he nearly staggered backward into the street. Mundungus Fletcher, who had been unloading crates while half pretending not to be carrying anything worth stealing, swore and grabbed Harry's elbow before he toppled. Steady there. Harry barely heard him. The house was a wound, not metaphorically. Resonantly. Every inch of the entrance hall carried layered black family violence so dense it had become structural. Fury in banisters, blood pride in portraits, silences pressed into wallpaper so deep they felt like bruises beneath the plaster. Oaths, disownings, punishments, cold family dinners, desperate children going still to survive adults who loved lineage more than people. It all sat in the house like sediment, and Harry, whose hearing had only sharpened since the graveyard, felt it enter him at once. He gripped the door frame. Bad idea, the wood itself was saturated. A hand once slammed there hard enough to split skin. A child Sirius, Regulus, another black entirely, had stood hidden behind the entrance table shaking so hard the floorboards remembered it. Someone had once laughed in that hall while another person cried upstairs. The house did not forget any of it. It held on like a grudge-taught architecture. "Harry," Mrs. Weasley's voice cut through the flood. He looked up. Molly stood halfway down the hall with her sleeves rolled and her wand in one hand, already looking harried enough to qualify as a military campaign. Behind her, Ron and Hermione were peering over the stair rail from above, half eager and half alarmed. The ordinary sight of them, the simple fact of them, saved him from drowning in the house all at once. "I'm fine," Harry said automatically. Molly's eyes narrowed. No one who loved Harry had believed him quickly in years. Still, she was too busy to press the lie apart immediately. "Well, come in and shut the door before the street notices we exist." Harry stepped forward. The door sealed, and Grimmauld Place closed around him. It got worse upstairs. There are houses that hold grief like an old smell. Grimmauld held grief like a weapon no one had put down. The landing outside the drawing room hummed with generations of spite refined into etiquette. The curtains on the second floor carried the emotional residue of being gripped too hard by nervous hands trying not to cry. The kitchen below the street level was different, still ugly, still layered with the Black family's history, but laced through with newer notes from the Order. Exhaustion, urgency, secrecy, adults too tired to disguise fear from the furniture. And then there was Walburga Black, When her portrait screamed, the whole house convulsed. Students later would talk about the sound as if it were merely loud. It was loud, yes. But to Harry, what mattered was how the portrait felt. It was not only a magical painting preserving a woman's image. It was a genuine spectral tether, a personality so violently impressed upon the house that portrait and dead self had half merged. Walburga Black had loved her bloodline with enough possessive hatred that part of her still clung to the place in more than paint. The first time she erupted, Harry's scar did not burn, his bones did. Because the scream came wrapped in every echo that had fed it while she was alive. Contempt, obsession, family rot, old magical superiority hardened into liturgy. The sound hit the stairs and walls and triggered sympathetic vibrations all through the house. Doors rattled. Curtains twitched. The silver in Harry's vision flared at the edges. He went cold, not from fear, only from recognition. The warden had once told him that love holds longer than violence. Grimmauld Place was proof that the ugliest forms of love still counted. Mrs. Black had never left because she had never released anything. Sirius slammed the curtains over the portrait and the house subsided. Then he turned and saw Harry still half frozen on the stairs. For 1 second Sirius's face lost all its reckless sharpness and showed something simpler. Concern. Not the performative, protective instinct of a man trying to play guardian because guilt demands it. Real concern for the child of his best friend standing in the worst house he'd ever had to come back to. "That bad?" Sirius asked quietly. Harry tried to answer normally. What came out was, "She's still in the walls." Sirius went very still, not because he didn't understand the sentence. Because he did. Around them, the order kept moving, Tonks tripping over an umbrella stand, Kingsley murmuring to Molly, Hermione asking Ron a question he was not listening to. Normal human action carried on while the air between Harry and Sirius tightened around shared understanding. At length Sirius let out a breath through his nose. "Yes," he said. He did not ask, "How do you know?" He did not ask whether Harry meant the portrait or something stranger. He only looked once up toward the shuttered canvas and once around the hole that had raised him badly. "Yes," Sirius said again, rougher now. "She usually is." That was the moment Harry knew Sirius would matter more than he had already let himself believe, not because Sirius was family by blood or law, because he belonged to the same category as the Burrow's attic and Lupin's notebook. People or things who recognized Harry's way of hearing without instantly recoiling from it. Sirius, born in this house and almost destroyed by it, knew the difference between haunting and metaphor. That made him dangerous to love. Harry did it anyway. The summer at Grimmauld Place became an education in concentrated damage. Harry learned the house the way he learned all places. Not by map, but by note. The drawing room was polished malice. Every object in it had been touched by performance, lineage, and concealment. The silver cutlery in the cabinet held generations of self-satisfaction. The drapes smelled emotionally of funerals no one attended honestly. Even the piano in the corner, unused now, slightly out of tune, carried old practice sessions turned into competition and scorn. The upstairs corridors were worse. One room had once belonged to Sirius and still held the emotional scars of rebellion layered over boyhood. Torn posters, resentment, trapped adolescence, the fierce exultation of refusing your family even while their walls continued shaping your reflexes. Another room, Regulus's, felt quieter, but that quiet was not peace. It was the note of someone who had obeyed too long and only started changing inwardly where no one could see it. Harry stopped in front of Regulus's door the first time he passed and put a hand flat to the frame before he could stop himself. At once he felt it. A final night, not the full memory. The emotional residue of it. Resolve, terror, secrecy, and underneath, both an exhausted disgust at something once admired. Regulus Black leaving that room with his choice already made, and the house too arrogant to hear the note had changed. Harry jerked his hand back. Hermione, walking behind him with an armful of old books they were meant to be sorting, almost walked into him. What? Harry looked at the closed door. This room knows something. Hermione shifted the books against her chest and sighed the sigh of a girl who had long ago accepted that ordinary summer tasks would not be ordinary around Harry. That is becoming less and less reassuring as a category of statement. He almost smiled. Then the house whispered from 3 directions at once, and the smile died. Because Grimmauld was never quiet, even at night, even when the Order slept and Walburga's portrait was muffled, and Creature had retreated to whatever spiteful hole he preferred, the house still spoke. Not in words. In pressure. In old arguments replaying through floorboards. In cold spots where despair had collected too long. In door handles that remembered being twisted by furious hands. In the kitchen walls where Regulus's final return still throbbed faintly beneath newer layers of Order planning. And Harry could not stop hearing it. By August he was sleeping worse than he had since the graveyard, not simply because of dreams. Because Grimmauld never let his hearing fully rest. The house was too saturated, too compact, too dedicated to holding on. He woke every morning feeling as though he had spent half the night eavesdropping on a dying family's secret confessions through plaster. The physical toll accelerated. The white in his hair spread in narrow streaks now, not just frost at the roots but visible silver-white threading into the dark above his temples and along the front. The gray-silver cast in his eyes no longer depended on tiredness. It had become part of him. His skin looked paler in Grimmaild's bad light, and some stillness had settled into him that even Ron stopped joking about after a while. Molly noticed immediately. She noticed all summer in small, failed concealments. The extra spoonful of stew. The way she paused if Harry stood too long without blinking at some empty stretch of wallpaper. The way her face tightened every time the house made him flinch. One night in the kitchen, while everyone else was still upstairs arguing over cleaning duty, and Sirius was smoking resentment out into the back area where the small trapped patch of sky could be seen. Molly cornered Harry by the sink. "You cannot stay here all year," she said quietly. Harry looked up from drying plates. "What? This house?" She lowered her voice even further. "It's bad for you." He could have lied. Instead he asked, "You can tell," Molly's mouth thinned. "I've known you since you were 1. I can tell when a room is pulling pieces off you." The sentence landed harder than she knew. Harry folded the tea towel once, twice. "I don't have a choice." Molly made a helpless, angry gesture with both hands. "That answer is becoming much too common in your life." Then she stepped forward and smoothed a damp strand of white-streaked hair away from his temple. And for one fleeting second, the kitchen held only maternal fear, and the old quiet heroism of women who are asked to endure what they cannot fix. "This house isn't home," she said. Harry looked toward the ceiling, toward the layers above them where black echoes pressed into every beam. "No," he said, "it isn't." Then Sirius came in from the back steps, and the moment shuttered itself. Sirius, for his part, loved Harry too recklessly and needed him too obviously. That was the grief of it. From the outside, Sirius Black could still be read as a man sliding between charisma and fury, too fast for wisdom to keep up. He mocked Grimmauld, spat at his family legacy, treated Order restrictions like personal insults, and carried Azkaban in him like an animal still pacing under the skin under proper listening. He was worse and better. He was starved, not for food, for significance, for movement, for the feeling of mattering in active life rather than being stored like a dangerous relic in his own ancestral prison while the war moved elsewhere. Harry recognized that note because it rhymed with one of his own worst fears: useful power, useless waiting. Adults deciding what children should know while simultaneously needing those same children to carry things no child should carry. That resemblance made Sirius magnetic to him, and dangerous. Some afternoons they escaped together to the drawing room or the back attic space where Walburga's voice reached only as a muffled poison, and Sirius would tell stories about James, not idealized, not entirely. Real ones. Idiotic school swagger, transfiguration disasters. How James Potter had once tried to charm his hair into elegance for Lily and ended up looking electrocuted. How he laughed when he should have apologized and apologized when he should have laughed. How he loved hard and expected life to continue because youth often confuses luck with structure. Harry drank those stories like medicine, not because they replaced having a father, because they gave James shape beyond martyrdom. In return, Harry sometimes told serious things he didn't tell Molly, not all of it. Never the full architecture of the Horcruxes or the exact shape of the shard in his scar. But enough that Sirius knew the house affected him badly. Enough that one evening, after Harry had gone rigid in the hall because some old echo of Regulus's last argument with Walburga hit him across the face like a cold wave. Sirius shut the drawing-room door behind them and said without preamble, "What does it do to you?" Harry sat on the sofa because standing felt too raw. "Everything in this place stays." Sirius gave a short, humorless laugh. "That's one way to put it." Harry shook his head. "No, I mean stays in the walls, the stairs, the curtains. Your mother's portrait isn't just a portrait, she's tethered. Regulus's room still knows the last night he slept there. The kitchen remembers him coming back after." He stopped. Sirius had gone utterly still. "After what?" Harry looked at him. This was the problem with truth. It propagated. "I don't know exactly," Harry said slowly, "but he changed. Late. He came back different, scared, determined." Sirius sat down opposite him as if his knees had briefly forgotten confidence. For a second he looked younger and older at once, the boy who had grown up here and the man who had escaped it too late. "Regulus," he said. Harry nodded. Sirius rubbed both hands over his face. "Bloody hell." Then he laughed once, not from humor, but from the kind of pain that comes when a new truth arrives through a route so strange you cannot even argue with it properly. Harry watched him carefully. Sirius looked up. "You really hear all this?" Not a challenge, not disbelief. A sad acceptance of one more impossible thing in a life already overrun by impossibility. "Yes." Sirius leaned back into the threadbare chair. "And Dumbledore knows what your hearing does in a place like this?" Harry let the silence answer first. Then, "He knows enough." Sirius's expression hardened. There it was, one of the notes Harry had come to know best in him, fury specifically at Dumbledore's strategic silences. Not because Sirius was always fair about Dumbledore, he wasn't, but because he recognized the shape of being handled. "Right," Sirius said quietly. "Of course he does." That conversation changed them. After it, Sirius stopped treating Harry like a child to be distracted when the house got too loud. He started treating him like a witness. Not all the time, not in unhealthy, grand, sweeping ways, though Sirius had the capacity for that too, but enough that Harry became his own kind of anchor in Grimmauld. Someone who could confirm that the place was as bad as it felt, that the ghosts in the walls were not purely metaphor, that Walburga's shrieking was not the only thing still alive in the house. It gave Sirius relief. It also drew him closer to the edge. Because once a man knows another person can hear his prison accurately, he begins wanting more from that person than is safe. Neither of them noticed when that started happening. Or rather, they noticed and called it understanding. Dumbledore's silence made all of it worse. Harry had been angry before, of course, since the graveyard, since the hospital wing, since realizing that the old wizard often knew more than he permitted others to know and called the withholding wisdom when it suited him. But fifth year turned anger into a kind of sustained internal weather. Dumbledore did not look at him directly when he could avoid it. At Grimmauld Place, when order meetings filled the kitchen and adults assumed teenagers upstairs were not listening, which was as foolish as it ever had been, Harry sometimes caught Dumbledore's emotional signature from below. It was huge, controlled, sorrowful in ways that could not excuse the choices it accompanied. And whenever Harry came physically near him, the old wizard's surface composure tightened. At first, Harry thought it was guilt. Then one evening, passing the half-open kitchen door at the wrong or right moment, he understood something else. Dumbledore was closed against him, not emotionally only. Magically. Occlumency, yes, but more than the ordinary mental discipline Snape later described with such venom. Dumbledore's whole presence near Harry felt screened, filtered, the old man's inner life locked down in layers. Not because he did not trust Harry with information, because Harry's proximity itself had become disruptive. The realization came as a sharp little shock. He was generating echoes simply by existing in spaces now. Not as wildly as in first year's defense disaster, not with explosive replay, but enough that a powerful mind guarding secrets would want distance. Harry stood in the hall with one hand braced against the wallpaper and felt the full shape of the insult. Dumbledore wasn't merely avoiding him from strategy or guilt. He was avoiding being heard. That made the silence feel less like sacrifice and more like withdrawal. Later, when he told Hermione this in a whisper under the bed curtains while Ron pretended not to be listening from 2 beds over, she went very still. "He thinks you might read him by accident," she said. Harry stared into the dark. "Maybe." Ron sat up hard enough to thump his head on the bedpost and swore. "So instead of telling you anything, he just avoids you like that's normal." Hermione's voice came tight with anger and reluctant intellect both. "It might be normal for very powerful occlumens. That doesn't make it right." Ron snapped. No one answered. Because that was the problem with Dumbledore in Harry's life. Too many things that might be understandable were not therefore right. Dolores Umbridge entered Hogwarts like a sugary curse and immediately made the castle meaner. Harry heard her before he understood her, not physically. Resonantly, some people sound vicious in obvious ways, anger, malice, cruelty openly enjoyed. Umbridge was more sophisticated in her corruption. She rang like false safety nailed over petty sadism. Softness used as instrument. Sentimentality weaponized. Her magic, her voice, her smile, all of it carried the same structure. Prettiness arranged around domination so neatly that people were expected to feel rude for recoiling. The castle disliked her. That mattered to Harry. Places did not always share human morality, but Hogwarts responded to long-term inhabitants. The staircases shifted more abruptly in her wing. Certain doors stuck for her that opened smoothly for others. One suit of armor simply fell over when she passed, to the suppressed delight of half the corridor. Hermione called it coincidence. Harry knew better. The real disaster, of course, was that the Ministry had sent a woman of enforced denial into a school already overfull with truth too loud to survive being denied. Harry's hearing did not improve under her regime. It worsened, partly because he was angrier. Anger sharpened listening, though never healthily. Partly because her detentions tore active pain into his own skin, and the blood quill's magical cruelty left fresh emotional residue in his own handwriting hand every time he used it. That first detention with the quill, Harry understood something new and ugly. Pain leaves less echo when it is made bureaucratic. The quill's enchantment had been designed to discipline by normalizing cruelty, to make suffering intimate, deniable, and administratively tidy. The blood it took from Harry's hand fed the spell with current pain, but the object itself held almost no emotional depth. That was what made it monstrous. It wasn't a grand dark artifact swollen with malice. It was a petty tool refined into procedure. Harry told no teacher. He told Hermione and Ron because they saw the words cut into his hand anyway. Hermione went white with fury. Ron looked as if he might genuinely bite someone. Neither reaction fixed anything. Instead, the year moved on into pressure. Lessons from Snape. Occlumency? Failure. Snape's mind remained the one place Harry's hearing could not enter cleanly. Teaching with him was a war between two people for whom privacy had become structure. Snape hated Harry's resemblance to James, distrusted the hearing, disliked vulnerability in any form, and carried his own emotional vault so deeply buried that ordinary resonance slid off it like rain off slate. Harry, exhausted, grieving, angry, 15, and bad at shutting doors that were built of trauma rather than choice, failed almost immediately. What he did hear from Snape was worse for being partial. Flashes of humiliation, old rage, bitterness compacted into method, and under it, all something so tightly sealed that it registered not as absence but as pressure behind a wall. Every occlumency lesson left Harry trembling and with the sensation that his own insides had been scraped raw. The warden, when Harry returned to Grimmauld for Christmas and climbed to the attic at once, instead of even pretending to rest first, did not offer sympathy. Silence is a structure too. It said. Harry sat against the trunk and stared at the sloped roof. Snape has too much of it. Yes, I can't get through it. Good. Harry looked up sharply. Good. The warden's pale eyes held his. There are minds you do not want to enter by accident before you know how to leave them clean. Harry rubbed his scar. That's very comforting. No, said the warden, it is protective. That difference Harry was beginning to understand was the axis on which most of his life turned. And then there was the locket. It should have been just one more ugly thing in an ugly house. They found dozens of those at Grimmauld Place over the course of the cleaning. Cursed trinkets, malicious heirlooms, silver pieces with too much blood pride rubbed into them, objects that felt dirty even before anyone knew what they did. Most were banished, boxed, or avoided. The locket was different. Harry knew before he touched it. It lay in a nest of dark velvet and old papers in one of the drawing-room cabinets, heavier than it looked and resisting opening with a sullen little internal throb that made his scar answer. He went still, not like Quirrell, not like the diary exactly. This anchor's note was deeper, more heavily embedded in matter, older in its concealment, but the family was unmistakable. Same wound logic. Same pinned fragment singing behind the metal, Horcrux, his hand hovered above it. Creature, lurking in the doorway like a spiteful torn curtain given joints, hissed in outrage the instant Harry's attention fixed. Master Regulus's locket, he spat, then cut himself off in one of those abrupt, unnatural stops elf magic imposes when old commands and newer circumstances collide. Harry turned, Sirius, catching only the surface of the exchange, rolled his eyes with all the impatience of a man who had never wanted to hear his family's old relics mattered. If Creature wants it, it's probably vile. Bin it. Harry's hearing was on the locket too hard to answer immediately. Under his fingers the metal held secrecy, hatred, old self-regard, and something submerged beneath all of that, Regulus Black's last guilty interaction with it. Not the full memory. The residue of recognition, horror, decision Regulus had known, not everything, perhaps. Not in Harry's later vocabulary, but enough. The thought stabbed through him. We should keep this, Harry said suddenly. Sirius blinked. Why? Harry nearly told him the truth and felt the whole room veer towards some irreversible line. Then Sirius, restless and angry and more bruised by the house each day, snorted. Merlin, if it's from my mother's cabinet and grim enough that even you look ill, it can hardly be safe. Molly, coming in with a sack for trashing cursed odds and ends, took one look at Harry's face and then at the locket and said, Arthur can inspect it later. That saved the moment, not the object, because later never came properly. The locket would slip through them, hidden by the sheer daily overload of war preparations, house cleaning, order tension, and teenage survival. Creature would preserve it in secret loyalty to a dead master. Harry would remember it too late, though not too late for the story, only too late for his own peace. At the time, though, all he knew was that the thing screamed quietly at him from inside old Silver, and that Dumbledore, had he been willing to explain enough, might have taught him what to do with it then. He did not. And the year went on. The Department of Mysteries began not with the vision of Sirius suffering, but with the locket moving. That was the part nobody else knew. By spring, Harry could feel the anchored notes more distinctly when the scar flared. Not every day, not with perfect clarity, but enough that on certain nights one would ring sharper than the others, and he could tell dimly that something in the world around it had changed. Disturbance, movement, attention. One such flare came in May so violently that Harry sat upright in bed with his hand clamped over his forehead before the dream had even properly formed. Ribbons of black water. Bell jars, shelves full of dangerous old intention. Sirius's pain not as visual fact, but as emotional bait wrapped around a real resonant shift. When he told Hermione and Ron the next morning, Not the whole structure, not the anchor language, but enough. Hermione immediately argued vision manipulation. Occlumency backlash. Voldemort using the connection. She was right in general and wrong in detail. Harry knew because the vision itself felt false around the edges. But the locket note, the one he now understood had once sat in Grimmauld and no longer did, was actually in motion. That was what broke him. Not simple fear for Sirius. The certainty that one of the anchors had moved into relation with the vision, as though Voldemort's manipulation had piggybacked on a real shift and made the whole thing believable enough to trigger Harry's panic. By the time they reached Umbridge's fire, by the time Creature lied with elf-perfect cruelty about Sirius being gone, by the time they were flying toward London on stolen Thestrals, Harry was operating on two overlapping terrors. Sirius might truly be in danger. And Voldemort had learned enough about Harry's resonance to bait him with anchors. The flight to the Ministry was all cold air and dread. Ron was grim. Hermione furious and frightened together. Neville pale but determined. Luna otherworldly and somehow stabilizing by refusing to fit fear in the usual ways. Ginny sharp-eyed and set like flint. The whole DA rescue party moved around Harry as if his panic had become collective purpose. He loved them for it. He also heard, in the edge of all their notes, the possibility of losing them. That did not help. The Department of Mysteries was hell-built by archivists. Most wizards would later remember it as strange, dangerous, full of brains in tanks and rooms that shouldn't exist, and the eerie cold of institutional magic built too far underground. Harry heard it as an archive of trapped concepts. Every chamber held a different category of obsession, impressed so heavily into space that the stone had become specialized. Time, death, thought, prophecy, love perhaps, though that room stayed largely sealed in both worlds. All of it ringing with ministry secrecy and scholarly arrogance, and the terrible wizarding habit of storing dangerous truths in beautiful systems. The moment Harry entered the department proper, his hearing flared so hard he nearly lost balance. The brain room tasted metallic with intellectual violation. The planet room held old cosmic vertigo and ritual awe. The Hall of Prophecy felt like thousands of almost futures packed into glass and labeled by bureaucrats who believed categorization counted as mastery. And somewhere through it all, the locket note pulsed, not the object itself necessarily. Perhaps only Voldemort's consciousness turned toward it while turned toward Harry, enough to make the whole place vibrate in ugly sympathy. Then the Death Eaters arrived, battle erased theory. Children screaming spells in corridors never meant for children. Prophecy shelves exploding. Neville bleeding from the nose and still fighting. Ginny cursing hard enough to surprise adults later if they ever found out. Hermione taking a hit and falling. Ron losing coherence under a jinx that turned terror surreal. Luna luminous with impossible steadiness. Harry moving through all of it half by instinct and half by hearing, following threat through the emotional static of combat, and the order came. The moment the adults entered, the whole department's sound shifted. Not quieter, clearer, skilled magic cuts better lines through chaos. Kingsley's control, Tonk's bright strain. Lupin's disciplined grief, moody like an old war drum. And Sirius was flame, no other word fit. He came into the battle laughing, yes, but the laugh was not carelessness. It was release. A man who had been caged for months suddenly allowed to matter in motion. His magic rang sharper than anyone else's because Grimmauld had been flattening him and combat restored dimensionality. For one wild, suspended stretch, Sirius was more alive than Harry had ever heard him. That made what came next intolerable. The fight spilled into the death chamber. The archway stood at the center, ancient and wrong, its veil whispering with every death the room had ever processed. Not a ghost space, not residue, a threshold rendered permanent. Harry's hearing went nearly white around it. The room was full of old endings packed so densely that ordinary sound became secondary. Bellatrix moved like a crack of delighted malice through the chamber. Sirius moved to meet her. Harry shouted something, warning, name, plea, he never knew which, but the room was too loud with death for words to matter properly. The curse hit. Sirius was still smiling from the movement of the duel when Bellatrix's spell struck his chest, not the killing curse. Worse, in some emotional ways. A hit timed to the threshold, Sirius staggered. For one impossible heartbeat, he was still there. Then he fell backward through the veil. And Harry's magic did what it had trained itself to do. It reached. Instinct, reflex, refusal. Sirius's death echo hit him before his mind accepted the fall. Unlike Cedric, unlike the chamber's dead, unlike the scattered residues of strangers, Sirius came into Harry with blood-adjacent force, not by biology, but by bond. Godfather, almost family, shared house, shared prison sense, stories of James, recognition under Wahlberg's portrait, all of it making the note land with devastating clarity. Harry absorbed it, not by choice. The echo hit, and his resonance closed around it before grief could become thought. The world changed. For 1 second the death chamber vanished, and there was only Sirius as final note. Fury, relief, unfinished love, Azkaban still clinging, James's name, Harry's face, the wrenching shock of not getting another second. Then the note folded inward and lodged. Harry screamed. Not because Sirius had died, though always that too, because he felt the dead enter him. The archway roared. The room spun. Every old death in the chamber leapt toward the fresh one like sparks toward oil, and Harry would have drowned then, and there if not for something in the warden bond, far away at the Burrow, answering like a struck foundation stone. Home. The note ran through him just enough to keep his mind from breaking entirely. Then Dumbledore arrived, and the duel between him and Voldemort shattered the room into history again. Afterward, everything was thinner. That was the most accurate description Harry could find for the days following the Ministry battle, not emptier. Thinner, like the world had become easier to tear accidentally. He did not cry immediately. Everyone later would project their preferred emotional scripts onto that absence. Numbness, shock, masculine repression, heroic endurance, none of those explained it. The truth was simpler and worse. Harry could still hear Sirius, not as ghost, as held echo. It occupied enough of his internal resonance that ordinary grief could not behave normally. The note of Sirius's death stayed too close, too current, too present under thought. Every time Harry tried to simply mourn, the actual resonance of Sirius's last moment hit him again and froze the process into structure. Lupin was the first to understand, not in words at first, in the way his face changed when he came to see Harry 2 days later at Grimmauld. Now somehow even more unbearable without Sirius moving through it, and stopped in the doorway because Harry was sitting on the floor by the kitchen table listening to a silence nobody else in the room could hear. Lupin closed the door quietly behind him. "Who is it?" he asked. Harry looked up. There was no point pretending ignorance with Lupin anymore. Sirius. Lupin's eyes shut once, hard, not from disbelief, from recognition of the cost. "He didn't pass cleanly for you," Lupin said. "It was not a question." Harry shook his head once. Lupin came and sat opposite him on the kitchen floor. The table above them held untouched tea and all the residual panic of the Ministry night. The walls still hummed with black family grief and order frustration, and Molly's rage at not being able to protect any of them from war's appetite. "Did you choose it?" Lupin asked, softly. "No," Lupin nodded. "Reflex." The fact that he knew that word too, that he understood enough of Harry's structure to name the mechanism, broke something loose in Harry's chest that might have become tears if Sirius's note had not been packed right there against it. "I can still hear him," Harry whispered. Lupin looked down at his own hands. "Yes." Harry stared at him. "You knew that could happen." "Suspected. I'm tired of adults suspecting things." That made Lupin laugh once, broken and real. "So am I." Then he looked up. His own grief was a room in him now, enormous and disciplined and bleeding through the edges. "This is important," Lupin said. "Listen to me. Hearing the dead is not the same as keeping them alive. You understand?" Harry did not answer. Lupin leaned closer. "Sirius is gone." The words hit like a slap. Harry flinched. Lupin did not take them back. "The echo is yours now," he said, voice thick but steady. "That is not him. It is what his death left in you. If you confuse the two, you will start building yourself around absences. And that road is not one I think you come back from whole." Harry stared at the cracked kitchen tile between them. Above his own breathing, above Lupin's, above the old house, Sirius's final note still rang, gone. Echo remains, difference matters. He hated it. That did not make it less true. Lupin sat with him until evening light changed the room and Molly came in with supper no one wanted. He did not press more theory. He did not offer false comforts. He only stayed, which sometimes was the deeper instruction. Later that night, Harry climbed to the attic of Grimmauld itself. A terrible substitute for the Burrow's truer shelter, but the only high quiet he had, and sat under the rafters while Walburga muttered distantly through walls that still remembered children hating her. He closed his eyes. Sirius's death echo was there, no longer raw impact, now a held note inside him, grief, relief, fury, love, unfinishedness. Harry put both hands flat on the dusty floorboards and felt the house answer with older black grief from a dozen directions at once. Not comfort. Context. Houses knew loss too, especially this one. For a moment Harry nearly opened himself and let Sirius's note spread through Grimmauld. Let the house take him back. Let the dead black air rejoin the house that had shaped him and lost him and now echoed with his absence. He stopped. Because Lupin had been right. That would not be release. It would be surrender. So Harry sat in the attic of a hateful house, 15 years old, and carrying the death echo of the man who had most wanted to give him family beyond obligation, and did not let it out. That choice marked him more deeply than the scar ever had. Because from then on, every death would come with two questions. Can I carry this? And should I, by the end of 5th year, the Order knew not all the details. Not the full architecture of Horcruxes, or the map of anchors, or the warden's teachings in the Burrow attic. But they knew Harry was not simply strange. They had seen the Department of Mysteries. Seen corridors answering him. Seen him stop dead in Grimmauld and name old residues no one had told him about. Seen his face after Sirius fell, not just grief-struck but changed, as if some new interior chamber had been forced open and refused to close again. Kingsley watched him differently now, Tonks with more care, Lupin with more urgency, Molly with naked fear she no longer bothered hiding well. Even Dumbledore, when he finally looked at Harry directly after Sirius's death and spoke some fraction of the truth he had long withheld, did so with a note Harry had not heard from him before. Recognition of magnitude, not the magnitude of prophecy, of cost. And Harry, sitting in the wreckage of the year with Sirius's death inside him and Grimmauld Place proving nightly that houses can keep people badly if they are loved wrongly enough, understood the shape of the next descent. The dead were no longer only things he heard. They had begun becoming things he carried. Year 6, Dumbledore's lessons, the locket hunt, and a teacher Harry cannot trust after Sirius died, Harry stopped measuring years by birthdays. He measured them by the dead he carried. Cedric had become a clear note in him, bright, unfinished, still edged with the graveyard's shock. Sirius was different. Sirius spread wider. Less clean, more emotionally barbed, full of contradictions that refused to flatten into one last simple tone. Fury, affection, relief, reckless devotion, old imprisonment, unfinished laughter. Where Cedric's echo rang like a struck bell, Sirius's moved through Harry like an old song played in a damaged room, beautiful in places, jagged in others, impossible to forget once heard. By the time summer after 5th year ended, Harry knew two truths he had not wanted. The first was that the dead did not automatically leave him just because time passed. The second was that his body had started adjusting around them. That was what frightened the warden. It told him so outright on a rain-heavy evening in the Burrow attic, while the house below settled into post-supper noise, and the windows shivered under wind from the fields. "You are making room too easily," it said. Harry sat cross-legged on the dusty floor beneath the rafters. Lupin's notebook open in front of him, and the old domestic shadows of the attic holding steady around them. That sounds like the sort of criticism only you could make. The warden, hunched atop the wardrobe in its familiar half-ghoul shape, did not blink. You think room is harmless because your first house taught you love, but room can become architecture, Harry frowned. Meaning, the warden tapped one pale finger against the wood beside it. Cedric, serious. The shard in your scar, the echo of your mother's sacrifice, the house bond, the anchors in the world, you are becoming too habitable. The sentence slid coldly through him. Harry looked down at his hands. In the dim light, they no longer looked quite like a schoolboy's hands, though they were still narrow and scarred and 17 sorts of underfed when Molly wasn't actively watching him. The backs of them had grown paler over the last 2 years. The veins at the wrists stood out more sharply. The rowan wand resting across his knees felt warmer than skin should have let it. "You make it sound like I'm turning into a house," Harry said quietly. The warden's pale eyes held his. "Yes." That one word sat between them under the eaves and made the rain on the roof sound suddenly farther away. Harry had been half suspecting something like it. He was not stupid. He had felt the way the Burrow answered him more deeply now, the way Hogwarts' older stones had started recognizing him almost as quickly as he recognized them, the way Grimmauld Place had opened all its worst old doors inward when Sirius died. He had felt the strange changes in himself, too, the silver in his eyes no longer fading at all, the white threading through his dark hair in visible streaks, the stillness people noticed before they realized they were noticing. But hearing it named was another matter. "What happens?" Harry asked after a long moment. "If I do," the warden's answer came like a beam creaking under too much weight. "You stop remaining a listener and begin becoming a chamber." Harry thought of Voldemort, not because the warden meant sameness. It didn't. Voldemort split himself to avoid death. Harry was being changed by surviving proximity to too much of it. One was active evil, the other accumulated consequence, but structure mattered, and Harry knew by now that magic often cared more for structure than motive. The thought made his scar pulse. The warden saw. "You are not him," it said. Harry looked up sharply. It was rare for the warden to answer questions he had not asked aloud. "You fear being built toward likeness by accident," it continued. "That fear is useful. Keep it, but do not romanticize resemblance. He made himself a wound. You are trying not to." Harry let out a breath. Then, because he could not help the question any longer, he said, "How do I stop it?" The warden was silent for several heartbeats. Below them, somewhere in the house, Ginny laughed at something Fred had shouted, and Molly told everyone to stop leaning back in chairs. The Burrow's ordinary life moved under the attic like a heartbeat, and Harry suddenly loved it so fiercely it hurt. "You stop carrying what must be released," said the warden at last. Harry's throat tightened. Cedric, serious. And perhaps later others. He looked away. "I don't know how." "No," said the warden. "Not yet." Then it leaned forward slightly, the old almost human intelligence in its pale face sharpening. "But soon you will be offered a tool that teaches badly and a teacher who teaches dangerously. Learn to hear both." Harry frowned. "That sounds like one of your irritating prophecy sentences." "It is warning," said the warden. "Do not confuse the two." Then it fell silent, and the chapter of Harry's life that still believed some warnings could be simple came to an end. Dumbledore arrived at Privet Drive in canon. In Harry's life, he came to the Burrow. The evening he did, the house reacted before the family did. The clock clicked all 8 hands toward home a second before the knock. The spoons in the kitchen drawer chimed softly against one another. And up in the attic, where Harry sat alone because solitude was easier before supper when the echoes in him were particularly loud, the warden gave one low, deliberate rattle that meant only one thing. Listen carefully. Harry came down to find Dumbledore in the kitchen doorway. Silver hair lit by the warm Burrow lamps, travel dust on his sleeves, and an expression Harry had once mistaken for gentleness simply because it was practiced. Now he heard more. Fatigue, purpose, grief held under discipline, secrecy as habit, and something else, urgency sharper than usual, moving beneath the old wizard's calm like current under ice. Molly, flower on her hands, looked instantly suspicious in the way only mothers and debtors to the same war can. Arthur stood by the table with his work bag still over one shoulder, curiosity and caution in equal measure. Ron and Ginny hovered in the doorway. Hermione, already visiting because the Burrow had become her summer geography almost as naturally as Ron's, lifted her chin and said nothing at all. Dumbledore's gaze found Harry. For the first time in months he did not glance away. That mattered enough to feel like a challenge. "I have come," Dumbledore said, "to ask a favor of Harry." Molly made a noise that was almost a laugh and not even slightly humorous. "Have you?" Dumbledore inclined his head as if she had not loaded the syllables with perfectly reasonable accusation. "I understand your hesitation." "No," Molly said, "I don't believe you do." The kitchen tightened. Harry felt it happen in the wood, in the old table, in the borrowed domestic enchantments the Burrow had gathered around itself over years of children and arguments and love. The house did not dislike Dumbledore exactly, but it did not trust him the way it trusted those who had bled into its structure. That difference mattered more now than it once had. Arthur cleared his throat. "Perhaps we ought to hear the favor first." Dumbledore's eyes remained on Harry. "I need him to come with me." Molly opened her mouth. Harry spoke first. Where Dumbledore's answer came cleanly. "To learn." That word landed differently than it would have a year ago. Harry heard the truth in it and the incompleteness. Yes, learn, also hunt, also confirm. Also, because Dumbledore had finally decided Harry's hearing was not merely survivable but useful enough to draw directly into strategy. The warden's warning scratched at the back of his mind. A teacher who teaches dangerously. Harry looked at Dumbledore and understood something all at once. Dumbledore had stopped avoiding him because he needed him, not as symbol, not as passive subject of prophecy. As instrument. Oddly, that made the honesty easier. "All right," Harry said. Molly spun on him. "Harry!" He met her eyes. It hurt to do it because Molly's fear was never theatrical. It came whole-bodied, practical, rooted in specific possible injuries she had already spent years imagining and preventing. "I know," he said softly. Her face tightened. Fury and helplessness warred under her skin. Arthur put a hand on her shoulder and addressed Dumbledore without taking his eyes off Harry. "How dangerous!" Dumbledore paused. That pause told everyone in the room enough. Hermione went very still. Ron swore under his breath. Ginny crossed her arms tighter over her chest. "Manageably dangerous." Dumbledore said, Fred, entering at exactly the wrong moment with George and immediately sensing the atmosphere, muttered, "That's old man code for appalling." Nobody contradicted him. In the end, Harry went, because of course he did. Some lives stop offering the luxury of clean refusal long before the adults around them stop pretending otherwise. Dumbledore's lessons did not begin in Hogwarts. They began in memory. That, perhaps, should have warned Harry more than it did. The first time Dumbledore took him into the pensive after term began, the stone bowl itself rang with old Thor residue so strongly Harry nearly recoiled from touching its rim. Memories removed and stored did not sit like ordinary objects. They retained not just image but emotional architecture, mental emphasis, the shape of self at the moment of recollection. Entering them was not only observation, it was contact with curated echo. Dumbledore noticed Harry's reaction immediately. "It is louder for you," he said quietly. Harry looked at the silvery surface. "Everything is." Dumbledore's expression shifted, one of those brief moments when the man behind the headmaster almost surfaced. "Yes," he said, "I imagine it is." Then the moment passed and the lesson continued. Memory by memory, Dumbledore built the structure. Tom Riddle as child, an orphanage full of fear, dominance, secret cruelty, early delight in power over weaker minds. Harry heard it all differently than Dumbledore narrated it, not because Dumbledore lied, because he emphasized the moral and biographical, while Harry heard the resonance of a self organizing itself around contempt and control before the vocabulary of either had matured. Tom at Hogwarts, beautiful, brilliant, adored, hollow in key places. Even then the notes were wrong. not absent, arranged, like a perfect song played without any instrument willing to resonate honestly beneath the melody. Tom questioning Slughorn, that mattered more. The concept of soul splitting, of murder used as magical engineering, of anchors made by deliberate violence. Harry, listening from inside the memory, heard in Tom's tone not mere curiosity, but professional interest sharpened by prior interior planning. He had already wanted structures before he asked for terms. After one such lesson, when they had watched Riddle stand in the candlelit office, asking whether the soul could be split into 7 pieces, Harry emerged from the pensive with a headache so sharp it made his vision pulse silver. Dumbledore offered him a chair. Harry took it because falling over in front of the headmaster seemed theatrically undignified. 7, Harry said, staring at the floorboards. Not because it's elegant, because it's excessive. Dumbledore's brows lifted slightly. Harry closed his eyes, following the residual shape of Tom's voice in his mind. He didn't want survival, he wanted redundancy. For a second, silence, then Dumbledore said, very softly, precisely. That was the first real lesson, not that Voldemort had made Horcruxes. That Dumbledore was finally willing to let Harry use his hearing on the structure of the war. The second lesson came harder. After enough memories, enough relics, enough historical tracing of vanished objects and missing heirs and old crimes, Dumbledore began speaking more directly about what Harry himself had heard at the graveyard and in the chamber. You sensed them all when Voldemort used your blood, Dumbledore said one evening after the castle had long gone to quiet around the headmaster's office. The remaining anchors. Harry sat opposite him, hands flat on the chair arms because the office was crowded with old magical artifacts, and the less he touched, the better. Fawkes watched from the perch like a small flame withholding judgment. Yes, Dumbledore folded his hands, and since then, Harry hesitated. The truth mattered now, more than privacy, more than resentment. Not all the time, he said, but when the scar flares badly, sometimes one rings sharper, or changes position in relation to something else. Not like a map exactly, more like, he groped for language and hated all of it, like a chord where one note starts moving. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened with painful interest. Harry saw it and hated that too. Being useful always carried a trace of exploitation once you noticed it. So, Dumbledore said, if an anchor were disturbed recently, moved, handled, taken, you might perceive that. Might, Harry said with deliberate emphasis. Not always, and not clearly. Dumbledore nodded. Of course. But his emotional note had already shifted toward calculation. That was when Harry understood the cave would happen. He did not know the details yet, only the shape. Dumbledore's lessons were no longer only history, they were preparation for retrieval. And Harry's hearing had become part of the plan. Ugh! The half-blood prince entered Harry's life sideways. That seemed fitting, most dangerous teachers do. The book itself should have felt wrong immediately. It was old, yes. Annotated, yes. Saturated with repeated use and private brilliance, and the sly satisfaction of someone who delighted in mastering his subject so thoroughly he could rewrite the margins. All of that Harry heard as soon as he touched it in potions, but none of that was, in itself, alarming. Books carrying personality were common. Hermione's library pile could have wallpapered a room in righteous intent at any given moment. What made the prince's book different was how deeply it aligned with Harry's desperate need to succeed at something not directly related to death. Potions under Slughorn became suddenly possible. The prince's instructions worked, better than the printed text, better than Hermione's exact obedience to the text, which offended her on a philosophical level Harry was almost too tired to enjoy. For the first time in months, perhaps years, Harry experienced the dangerous relief of competence without suffering as the entry fee. He did not trust it enough, not at first. He checked the book's emotional residue repeatedly in the early weeks. The dominant notes were intelligence, impatience, dark humor, and the fierce private pleasure of outthinking authority. There was bitterness in it too, compacted and old, shame in places, isolation. But none of that was uncommon in schoolbooks annotated by lonely, gifted teenagers. Then there was Snape. Snape in sixth year felt stranger than ever, not because his outward behavior changed much. It did not. He remained sharp, contemptuous, self-contained, and too perceptive for comfort. But now that Harry had spent months listening through memories of Tom Riddle and years failing to read Snape properly, the contrast had become impossible to ignore. Everyone else in Hogwarts was emotionally audible to Harry in some degree. Even those who masked, even those who lied, even those who trained themselves into formal composure. There were always leaks, residues, pressure points, structures sound could trace. Snape was silence, not emptiness. Never emptiness, a wall so complete it had become a note in itself. Whenever Harry tried to read him, he got almost nothing, only the sensation of standing before a door whose hinges had been sealed into the stone. That made Snape more disturbing than Quirrell had ever been. Quirrell had been wrong loudly. Snape was unreadable by discipline, so deep it felt less like privacy and more like self-burial. One evening after potions, when Harry lingered under the excuse of cleaning cauldrons because the prince's notes had led him to another dazzling success, and he wanted, unreasonably, to hear whether the book's author still left any emotional trace in the equipment, Snape spoke without looking up from his desk. "You handle second-hand thought with indecent enthusiasm." Harry stilled. Snape's quill continued scratching across parchment. "What?" Snape lifted his head slowly. The black eyes were as flat as ever. "Marginalia, corrections." The adolescent assumption that rules are only for those too dull to improve them. Harry's pulse jumped. He should have lied better. Instead he said, "Maybe the printed instructions are wrong." Snape's mouth gave a tiny, unpleasant shape that might have been amusement if it had been located in another species. Printed instructions are often written for the average. The average is a disastrous standard. That answer hit Harry oddly, because behind it there was no readable warmth, no mentor note, nothing generous he could hear. Only the faintest flick of old private investment, immediately swallowed again by the silence. It was the closest Snape had ever come to acknowledging the kind of mind that would create the prince's book. Harry stared at him. Snape stared back, and for one infuriating second Harry thought he heard something through the silence. A fracture, a self-loathing note wrapped so tightly in control it almost ceased being legible. Then it vanished. "Get out, Potter," Snape said. Harry left more unsettled than when he had entered. Later, in the attic of the Burrow over Christmas, he described Snape's silence to the warden, and the old thing gave an answer he disliked immediately. Some men survive by making a grave inside themselves and barring the door. Harry sat with his back against the wardrobe. "That's not survival. That sounds miserable." "Yes," said the warden, "many structures are." That was not helpful. It was, as usual, probably true. The warning came harder in January. Harry had been carrying Cedric for over a year now, Sirius for months, the shard in the scar since infancy. And around all of them, the constant pressure of anchor listening, school resonance, war memory, and his own body's adaptation to too much death echo. The crack showed in ordinary life first. He began forgetting small present-tense things and remembering dead notes with impossible clarity. Hermione would ask him a question in the common room, and he would not answer for 10 seconds, because some corner of the dormitory had suddenly replayed Sirius laughing from a visit months ago. Or Cedric's graveyard note had risen sharp and clean through the noise of homework. He once stood still for a full minute in the great hall because a serving spoon's domestic Burrow resonance collided with a fresh ministry fear note from a prophet left on the table, and for an instant he genuinely lost track of which year he was in. Ron, thankfully, remained Ron. "Mate," he said after one such frozen episode in which Harry had apparently been staring at a gravy boat like it held prophecy, "you look like your soul's buffering." Hermione elbowed him and then, after half a beat, admitted, "That's actually quite a good description." Harry almost laughed. Then he didn't, because the silver at the edge of his vision had begun to pulse in and out in time with something far away, and he was too tired. The real warning came that night from the warden. He had gone home for a short Burrow weekend under the pretext of ministry scheduling, and because Molly had reached the stage of maternal insistence, where refusal would have required physical escape. After supper, Harry climbed to the attic automatically, relief already loosening something in him because the Burrow's deep note still anchored him better than any spell. The warden was not on the wardrobe. It stood in the center of the attic waiting. Harry felt the wrongness immediately. "What is it? You are under pressure." Harry exhaled through his nose. "That is not exactly news." The warden ignored the attempt at deflection. "Cedric pulls one way, Sirius another. The shard in the scar pulls toward its maker. Your own listening pulls downward whenever you are tired. The more anchors you identify outside yourself, the more your structure begins answering them from within." Harry went cold. "What does that mean?" The warden took one slow step closer. "It means you are no longer only hearing the dead, they are beginning to provide shape in return." The attic seemed to narrow around the sentence. Harry forced his voice steady. "Say it plainly." The warden did. "If you continue without release, the echoes in you will stop being carried and start being load-bearing." For a heartbeat, Harry could not breathe properly. Load-bearing, not memories. Not grief, architecture. The warden went on, relentless as old law. "You will begin making choices through the dead instead of through yourself. Your anger will pick up Sirius's teeth. Your shame will sharpen on Cedric's unfinishedness. Your restraint may start sounding like your mother's sacrifice instead of your own will. It is not possession. It is worse. It is erosion mistaken for depth." Harry sat down hard on the floor. All at once he understood why he had been so afraid of speaking too often in the months after the ministry. Not merely because grief was painful, because some part of him had already sensed that Sirius's note changed the angle of his reactions when he let it move too close to the present. He put both hands over his face. "How do I release them?" The warden's voice softened by a fraction. "Not gentleness. Precision adjusted for injury. You will need a bridge." Harry looked up through his fingers. "What kind?" "One meant for the dead and the living both. Not a house, not an anchor, not a prison. A temporary hand between." The answer sat in his mind for 3 slow seconds before the word formed. "The resurrection stone." The warden gave one small knock. "Yes." Harry lowered his hands. "And if I don't have it yet?" "Then endure." He laughed once, because that was the sort of answer the warden would naturally give to a 15-year-old on the edge of structural collapse. The laugh sounded awful in the attic. The warden did not pretend otherwise. "You are close to another death," it said. Harry's whole body tightened. "Dumbledore." Not a question, not really. The warden's silence was answer enough. Harry stood so fast dust leapt from the boards. "Then tell me how to stop it." "No." The refusal hit like a slap. "What?" The warden's pale face remained unreadable. "A warning can alter structure. It cannot always prevent event. Some deaths are hinges. If you wrench them aside blindly, you collapse rooms you have not yet seen." Harry took a step forward, fury and fear rising together. "He's not a room." "No," said the warden. "He is a builder, and builders die into structures larger than themselves." For one terrible second, Harry wanted to tear the attic apart, to force clarity out of old magic by sheer human rage. But rage did not make the warden less exact. It only made him feel younger than his fear. So he stood there under the rafters, white streaks bright against black hair in the moonlight, and felt helplessness harden into the kind of determination that often looks noble to outsiders, and from the inside mostly feels like grief getting organized. "All right," he said. The warden watched him. Harry's hands curled into fists at his sides. "Then I'll be there when it happens." At that, the warden did not say yes. It did not say no either. That was somehow worse. The cave came in June. Dumbledore fetched Harry from the castle after dusk, and the headmaster felt wrong the moment Harry came near him. Weaker, yes. The cursed blackened hand had already said enough about that, but weakness was not the main note. The main note was strain concealed under exact performance. Dumbledore was holding himself together around purpose, not the other way round. Harry noticed, because that was what he had begun doing too. They apparated to the seaside and walked under a wind full of salt and old childhood fear toward the cliff cave where Tom Riddle had once terrorized other orphans for private pleasure. The place screamed with old resonance long before they entered. Children's panic impressed in stone. Sea-cold secrecy. Tom's early delight in choosing places where fear could be curated. Inside, the cave held death echoes differently than Hogwarts or Grimmauld or the Burrow. It was not a lived-in place. It was chosen. That made everything in it more intentional. Dumbledore moved with care and urgency both, breaking enchantments, reading protections, asking Harry direct questions whenever his hearing reacted. "Do you feel anything yet?" Harry stood by the Black Lake and listened. The cavern was thick with concealment, inferi in the water. Blood ward residue at the entrance, fear arranged into defenses, and under all of it, the locket. Its note rang from the basin in the island chamber before Harry saw the object itself. Old silver, sullen hatred, concealed fragment, then he heard something else and went cold. "It's wrong." Harry said. Dumbledore, already studying the basin, looked sharply at him. "In what way?" Harry closed his eyes. The locket note was there, strong, real enough to fool any ordinary detector, but beneath it, or perhaps around it, there was no deeper structure, no live anchor space pressure. No pinning thrum of fragment properly nailed into matter. It was a shell carrying resonance, not a true anchor carrying soul. "It's carrying the right sound," Harry said slowly, "but not the right depth." Dumbledore became very still. "Explain. It feels like—" Harry hated the comparison because it trivialized horror, and yet it was the truest thing he had. "Like a recording of the anchor instead of the anchor." The old wizard's face altered by one exhausted degree. "Someone replaced it." "Yes," Harry said, scar prickling now with angry certainty. "Someone got here first." Dumbledore closed his eyes, not long, just long enough for the grief note to show. Then he opened them again, and the plan resumed because old men at war do not stop even when disappointed. They only file disappointment under later and proceed toward the next necessary damage. The potion in the basin still had to be drunk. The protections still had to be passed. The fake still had to be taken, because leaving it meant losing whatever message the unknown thief had left behind. Harry watched Dumbledore drink and felt helplessness move through him like ice. The potion was not merely pain. It was despair engineered liquid. A brew designed to tear down selfhood by forcing the drinker into his own worst emotional architectures. Harry heard it working. Heard Dumbledore's old griefs pulled to the surface and sharpened. Heard guilt strands, Ariana, war, youth, ambition. All the notes the headmaster kept disciplined under courtesy and strategy dragged howling close to the skin. By the third goblet, Harry's hands were shaking. By the sixth, he had to clamp his own, hearing down so hard his vision silvered at the edges. By the seventh, Dumbledore was begging someone unseen for mercy, in a voice that made Harry feel briefly sick with the intimacy of hearing another human being's foundational ruin. This was what the old man's silences were built over. This was the architecture he had spent decades sealing away from students and colleagues alike. And the reason he had avoided Harry last year became clearer than ever. Harry, if brought close enough, heard what people were made around. That was not a gift. Not in rooms like this. When the basin was empty and Dumbledore lay weak against the stone asking for water, Harry ran to the lake because of course he did. Then the inferi rose. What followed was fire and horror and desperate survival, but even in that panic, Harry kept one thread of clarity. The locket was fake. The anchor was still out in the world, and whoever had taken it had left enough note in the shell for Harry to hear the theft as real. When Dumbledore finally stunned the inferi back into darkness, and they fled the cave with the fake locket under Harry's arm and seawater drying on his sleeves, Harry already knew the night had not given them victory, only confirmation, a missing Horcrux, a dead or vanished thief, and a message from Regulus Black waiting in the false locket like a note slipped under history's door. Back at Hogwarts, they had no time to process it. The dark mark burned over the astronomy tower before their shoes were dry. The castle's old battle residue woke all at once. panic in corridors, defensive enchantments flaring, fear racing through stones that had learned too many versions of war. Harry, exhausted from the cave, from the potion room, from Dumbledore's pain, from the anchor-not-anchor of the fake locket, could barely keep his own hearing narrowed enough to move. Then Dumbledore immobilized him beneath the invisibility cloak. In canon, helplessness alone might have defined that moment in Harry's life. Helplessness was layered with perception so acute it became its own cruelty. He could not move, he could only hear. Malfoy entered first, a shivering, splintered note of terror and overextension. Harry had heard for months now that Draco's emotional signature was changing, growing brittle, darkened by secret tasks and inherited cowardice colliding with genuine adolescent panic. Here on the tower, it all came due. Draco did not want to kill. He wanted escape. Survival. Approval he could no longer believe in. He was a bad instrument being forced toward a worse act. Dumbledore met him with tired gentleness and strategic truth. Harry listened, trapped, and understood that the headmaster had expected this all along. That hurt more than anger had room for. Then the Death Eaters came, not loud in the way children imagine villains. Ragged, mean, excited, frightened, opportunistic, a cluster of bad choices wearing bodies. Their notes crowded the tower until Harry's head pounded, and then Snape arrived. The world narrowed. Because Snape's silence, so long unreadable, struck the tower like a blade drawn at last from cloth. He moved through the doorway, and for the first time in 6 years, Harry heard something through the wall. Not because Snape relaxed it, because the moment itself split the seal. What came through was not one emotion, but a chord, grief, relief, self-loathing, love, all in one note, not sentimental love, not redemptive enough to make easy stories. Something worse and truer. Devotion turned corrosive by history, obligation, old promise, and the knowledge that the act required next would destroy what little self-respect had survived being this man. Harry stopped trying to break free, not because he accepted it, because hearing it paralyzed him. Every framework he had built around Snape shattered at once. Empty or walled off, neither, buried alive behind function. Closer, a man who had made a grave inside himself and kept working from it. Exactly, Dumbledore said. Severus, please. The plea landed through the cord and made it sharpen unbearably. Then Snape killed him. The curse hit, and Dumbledore's death note opened like a cathedral bell struck over an abyss. It should have dispersed outward. It should have gone to stone and sky and tower air and history. Harry knew that. The warden had warned him. Lupin had taught him the difference between hearing and keeping. He had spent a year trying not to let Sirius become load-bearing. None of it mattered. Dumbledore's death hit him at point-blank range while he was immobilized and wide open from the cave. The fake locket, the potion, the battle note in the castle, and Snape's catastrophic chord of feeling. The echo entered him. Third death, third voice, not voice exactly. Structure. Dumbledore's note came in vast, painful layers: regret, weariness, love for flawed people, strategic compromise, old grief never solved, acceptance of necessary death, and under all of it, something almost unbearable in its tenderness, because Harry had wanted so long to hate him cleanly and now could not. The paralysis spell broke. Harry lunged too late. Snape was already moving, the Death Eaters fleeing, Draco stumbling after, the castle below erupting into open conflict. Harry chased, not only from rage, from refusal to let the last note on the tower define the future without answer. They flew through corridors and across grounds, battle flashing around them, and all the while Harry heard Snape's chord from the tower still reverberating against the silence he had spent years building. That was the worst part. Not that Snape had been easy to read now. That he had become horrifyingly legible only in the moment of committing the act Harry least wanted to understand. On the grounds, under storm-split sky, Snape finally turned and threw Harry's spells aside with contemptuous precision. "Fight back!" Harry shouted, voice ragged. Snape's reply cracked like acid. "You dare use my own spells against me?" There it was again. The prince, The annotations, the marginal brilliance, the private adolescent mind Harry had trusted in a book because the silence behind the man who wrote it had seemed impossible to cross. The revelation hit and enraged and clarified all at once. Half-blood prince. Of course. Of course the book had been him. Of course the teacher who taught dangerously had been both the dazzling margins and the silence behind them. Harry raised his wand again, grief and fury tearing through the echoes inside him so violently he almost lost track of which of the dead he was moving from. Cedric's unfinishedness. Sirius's rage, Dumbledore's terrible breadth. The warden's warning came back like iron in his skull, load-bearing. Harry froze for half a second. And Snape, seeing something in his face that none of the others could possibly have read, went stiller than the night deserved. For a single suspended moment, teacher and student looked at each other not across house rivalry or old resentment, but across the recognition that Harry was no longer only grieving, he was carrying. Then Snape was gone, driven into darkness with the remaining Death Eaters, and Harry stood in the ruined grounds with thunder overhead and Dumbledore's death note settling inside him beside Cedric and Sirius, like a third impossible pillar. That was when he understood the warden had not been warning him only about grief. It had been warning him about crowding, about how many dead a living structure could hold before it stopped being a person and started becoming a haunted instrument. By dawn, Hogwarts had changed again. The tower held fresh absence. The castle's 1,000-year note bent around a new death. And Harry, 17 in all but calendar, walked through the halls with white in his hair, silver in his eyes, a fake locket in his pocket, and 3 death echoes inside him, knowing at last that the hunt ahead would not only be for the Horcruxes. It would be for whatever remained of himself once enough of the dead had asked to stay. The Horcrux Road. What it costs to destroy an anchor from the inside after Dumbledore's funeral, the world did not end. That was, in some ways, the cruelest part. The lake still moved under the white tomb. The wind still passed over Hogwarts grounds as if stone and grass had not just lost the one old man around whom too many people had arranged their sense of stability. Students still packed trunks. Owls still flew. The ministry still lied in official tones. Death Eaters still worked in the dark with the confidence of men who had mistaken momentum for victory. And Harry, who had Dumbledore's death echo still settling into him like a bell that refused to stop reverberating, still had to decide what came next. The fake locket sat in his hand the night after the funeral while the Burrow slept and the attic listened. He had brought it home because he could not yet bear to leave it anywhere else. Not at Hogwarts, not at the ministry, not with the Order. It belonged, if not by safety then by consequence, with him. The old silver shell was quiet now in the way dead traps go quiet. Its coppered resonance had faded under handling and time until what remained was not the false anchor note itself, but the residue of Regulus Black's last act. Fear. Resolution. Secrecy. A boy-man going into horror with open eyes because he had finally understood what kind of monster he had admired too long. Harry sat cross-legged on the attic floor beneath the rafters of the Burrow and held the locket while the warden watched from atop the wardrobe. He failed, Harry said quietly. The warden gave one low, dry rattle. No, Harry looked up. He didn't destroy it. No, said the warden. He interrupted it. That is not the same as failing. Below them, the Burrow gave a long, sleepy creak, the deep domestic note of a house full of life pressing faintly up through old wood. Fred and George were still alive down there. Ron was alive. Ginny, Molly, Arthur. For a few dangerous heartbeats, Harry wanted to stay exactly where he was and let the war find some other boy, some other structure already built for death. But the dead he carried had long ago cured him of that fantasy. Cedric's unfinishedness, Sirius's furious love, Dumbledore's terrible breadth. 3 echoes inside him, and beyond the house 5 anchors still ringing in the world like dark stars. He looked back down at the fake locket and the tiny folded note from Araby hidden inside. Regulus Arcturus Black. Not a myth. Not an initial. A person who had made the first break in Voldemort's architecture and died for it. Harry ran his thumb over the metal edge once. "Then we finish it." The warden's pale eyes did not leave him. "Yes," it said, "but not as children playing at theft, as listeners entering wounds." That was how the hunt began, not with a triumphant oath, with a method. They gathered in the attic room at the Burrow because no one else in the family came there casually anymore, and because Harry trusted the Burrow's structure more than he trusted almost any ward laid by human hands. Ron came first, with the determined expression he wore when doing something he suspected would be miserable and therefore obviously had to be done. Hermione came second, books already under one arm because even the end of civilization did not excuse her from bringing references. Ginny slipped in third without asking permission and shut the hatch behind her with her chin lifted at precisely the angle that meant anyone objecting would regret it. Harry, sitting on the old trunk with the fake locket on his knee, looked from one to the other. "You weren't invited?" he told Ginny. Ginny folded her arms. "And yet I'm here," Ron muttered. "That never stops her." Hermione, already staring at the locket with fixed concentration, said without looking up, "She should stay." Harry blinked. "What?" Hermione finally looked at him, and her face was very white around the edges in the way it went when fear and reasoning were pulling in the same direction. "Because this started with Regulus Black and a house elf, and because if we need the truth of Grimmauld, Creature may respond better to someone who understands being used by an anchor and surviving it." Ginny's jaw tightened slightly, not from offense, recognition. The diary had left scars in her too, though she wore them differently than Harry did. Her emotional note had healed. The hollow second voice was long gone. But the experience of being inhabited, used as threshold and vessel and feeding line for another self, those things do not vanish simply because the anchor dies. Harry knew Hermione was right. He hated it. Ginny looked at him evenly. "I'm not coming on the whole hunt if that's your face. But I'm coming for this." Ron rubbed both hands over his own face. "Brilliant! We're already splitting hairs over levels of suicidal." "Supportive as ever," Hermione said. Harry almost laughed. The sound died quickly. He held up the fake locket. "Regulus took the real one. Creature helped." Then Creature came back and Regulus didn't. Which means if anyone knows where the actual Horcrux went after that, it's him. The room went quiet, not because they feared the logic, because they all understood what it meant. Grimmauld again. Black family ghosts, old lies, and the house that had nearly eaten Harry alive last summer. Hermione shifted the books under her arm. "Then we start there." So they did. Grimmauld Place had not improved in Harry's absence. If anything, Sirius's death had made the house worse by giving it something fresh to keep. The first moment Harry crossed the threshold again, he felt it. Sirius's note now impressed into banister, stair, and hall like a new wound layered over old ones. Not fully, not a person trapped there, but enough of the death echo had struck the structure while Harry absorbed the core of it that the house now remembered his end too. That nearly sent Harry reeling. Hermione's hand closed on his sleeve at once. "I know," she whispered, because she didn't hear it but saw the hit. Ron shut the door behind them harder than necessary and glared at the hallway as if architecture had insulted him personally. Ginny stood very still just inside the entry, one hand on the wall, and Harry knew by the tightness around her mouth that the place hit her too. Not by hearing, not like him, but by memory, by older fear, by the body's ability to remember what the mind would prefer to catalogue and move beyond. Creature appeared without being summoned. That alone told Harry enough. The house elf stood at the far end of the hall in his filthy old rag, huge pale eyes fixed not on Harry first, but on the fake locket in Harry's hand. Every spiteful habitual line in his body changed. Creature made a sound that was not speech. Grief, raw and immediate. Harry stepped forward slowly. "Creature," the elf's mouth worked. "Master Regulus's locket," Hermione said very gently. "We found the false one." Creature's gaze snapped to her and then to Ginny, and Harry felt the old house shifting around them, listening. Sirius's death, Walburga's rage, Regulus's hidden defiance. All of it packed into the walls, while the last creature to truly keep the family's buried secrets stood in the hall and trembled. Harry crouched, because people always spoke down to Creature, and that had not exactly inspired trust. "We need the real one," Creature's breathing hitched in tiny, angry little pulls. "Gone," he croaked. "Gone, gone, gone. Thieves, filthy Mundungus Fletcher took what was not his, and Mistress dead, and Master Sirius." He cut off hard at that name. The emotional knot in him twisted. Harry heard then what no one else in the hall fully could. Creature had loved Sirius badly, not in a healthy way. Not in a way that made mutual kindness or wisdom inevitable. But somewhere under the years of abuse traded back and forth, under Walburga's indoctrination and black family rot and Sirius's own inability to see a house elf except through inherited structures until too late, there was grief now. Twisted, guilty, furious grief. Harry put the fake locket on the table by the wall, then he said the truest possible thing. Regulus knew it was evil. Creature froze, the house froze with him. "He told you to help him," Harry continued, keeping his voice low and exact. "He took you to the cave. He came back different, scared. Determined. He wanted it gone." Creature's eyes flooded. No one had ever said Regulus aloud like that in this house. Not as truth. Not as secret resistance. Harry could feel the entire structure of Grimmauld reacting to it, the old lies shifting fractionally in their mortar. Ginny stepped forward next, and because Hermione had been right, because this required someone who knew what an anchor did to the people it fed on, Ginny knelt beside Harry and said to Creature, "I know what it's like when it gets inside you." Creature stared at her. Not understanding every human word, perhaps, but understanding tone, history, wounded kinship. The elf magic around him loosened by one tiny degree. "It makes you think keeping it is the same as serving something worthy," Ginny said quietly. "And then one day you know better, but by then you're already afraid." Creature let out a sound halfway between a sob and a hiss. The story broke open. He told them everything in fragments, tangled with reverence and bitterness and grief, Regulus ordering him to the cave. The potion, the inferi, the return, the command to destroy the locket, Creature's failure because no elf magic he knew could break it. Then the locket hidden away, treasured and hated, until Mundungus Fletcher stole it with the rest of the Black family valuables after Sirius died. Harry listened, not only to the words, to the structure under them. The real locket had never left Grimmauld cleanly. It had passed through theft, cowardice, sale. Its anchor note had been dormant but intact. Still out there, when Creature finished, the hall seemed to exhale. Ron swore softly. Hermione was already pale with logistics. "Mundungus," she said. "We track Mundungus." Ginny rose slowly. Creature had fixed on her with a strange, trembling regard that made Harry ache unexpectedly. Survival recognizes survival. Harry straightened too. "Creature," he said, "if we get it back, if we bring you the real locket, will you tell us everything you know about where it was kept? Every charm, every feeling, every time Regulus touched it?" Creature's old eyes flicked between Harry, Ginny, and the fake shell on the table. Then, in a voice that shook, he said, "For Master Regulus." Harry nodded once. "For Regulus," he agreed. That was enough. Mundungus Fletcher gave them the next link in the chain under pressure, panic, and Hermione's far superior understanding of how to terrify an opportunist without technically using illegal curses. The locket had gone to Dolores Umbridge. That set off a whole fresh category of disgust. By then, the Ministry had fallen. The world outside the Burrow and Grimmauld had narrowed into propaganda, surveillance, disappearances, and the kind of public fear that makes ordinary people lower their eyes in shops and pretend not to recognize one another in case recognition becomes evidence. Harry should have found the shift abstractly interesting from a magical perspective. Ministries leave emotional residues of their own. Institutions curdle in sound before they collapse in structure. Instead, he mostly found it exhausting. The wedding, the escape, the flight onto the road, those things happened in the blur of active war. Harry could not hear the world cleanly at that pace, only survive it. They left the Burrow after death and fire and splintering panic, and the road became their country. Camping was worse than Harry had expected, not because of discomfort. Harry had spent enough of his life under hand-me-down blankets and in magical chaos to tolerate imperfect sleeping conditions, because temporary camps did not hold him. The Burrow had always answered his structure. Hogwarts had shouted at it. Grimmauld had wounded it. But the open countryside, the shifting tents, the constant moving from one hidden field to another left him without the deep note of belonging he had long relied on as emotional ballast. There were no old house beams here. No settled domestic magic. Just weather, mud, 3 teenagers, and the slowly worsening pressure of the dead inside him. Ron and Hermione stood guard in different ways. Ron by staying physically present, by making tea badly, by swearing at tents, by refusing to let silence become too large without lobbing some complaint or joke into it. Hermione by building systems. Wards, timetables, research piles, rationality as shelter. Harry loved them both for it. It still wasn't enough to make the nights easy. When he slept, the echoes in him grew louder without house sound to absorb their edges. Cedric's clean unfinishedness. Sirius's storm-dark, fierce affection. Dumbledore's enormous, exhausted architecture of love and manipulation and necessary sin. Some nights Harry woke with one of them already half risen in his chest and had to sit outside the tent under cold stars until his own note felt like the center again. That was the road, not grand questing. Attrition. Then, at last, Creature came through. Through a chain of loyalty, stealth, and elf magic nobody in the Ministry had thought worth respecting, he got the locket back to them. Harry knew it the instant the package hit the tent floor. The real one did not imitate an anchor, it warped the air. Hermione had barely finished sealing the tent from outside observation before Harry turned toward the bundle and went rigid. The scar flared. The silver in his vision deepened until the seams of the tent looked edged in frost. Ron, who had just shoved aside the flap, saw Harry's face and stopped swearing mid-syllable. "The tit!" Harry nodded. Hermione knelt by the wrapped object but did not touch it immediately. Even without hearing, she felt the atmosphere change. "Tell me before I unwrap it." Harry closed his eyes. Under canvas, in the damp summer dark of a stolen campsite, the world narrowed to the object and the notes around it. Ron's apprehension. Hermione's brilliant tension. Rain beginning softly outside, and in the middle hatred, pride, possession. A soul fragment pinned deep enough to distort matter around it. "Yes," Harry said, "that's one." Hermione unwrapped the locket, black and gold, heavy, closed. The moment it touched open air, the tent changed, not by temperature, by moral pressure. All 3 of them felt it then, because true anchors radiated more than magic. They radiated worldview. The locket carried Voldemort's fragment the way old churches carry incense and judgment, and old empires carry their own entitlement. Its note pressed on the room like a hand trying to teach everyone present to be smaller around it. Ron swore with reverence this time. Hermione whispered, "How do we destroy it?" Harry stared at the locket. Then he said the sentence that would divide their hunt into before and after. "From the inside." They argued for nearly an hour before Hermione stopped calling the plan impossible and started calling it catastrophic, which in Hermione language meant she had accepted it as the least worst available option. "You can't just throw yourself into a soul anchor because the attic ghoul thinks it's conceptually elegant," she snapped. Ron, who had not exactly voted in favor either, was busy staring at the locket as if it might open by itself and insult his entire bloodline. "I mean, that's a sentence I didn't think I'd hear today." Harry sat on the camp stool with the Rowan wand in both hands and the locket on the table between them. "It's not elegance, it's structure. If we smash the shell without the right weapon, we might damage the anchor and leave the fragment loose." Hermione's expression tightened. She hated that he could make such horrifying sentences sound practical. "And inside is safer?" "No," Harry said, "just more exact." Ron made a strangled sound. "Brilliant, exact terror. Glad we've upgraded." Harry would have smiled if he weren't so tired. Hermione paced once the length of the tent, then back again. "Explain the process." So he did, not all of it, not the warden in full. Some things stayed private not because of distrust, but because old magic translated badly into ordinary human language. But he explained echo space. Anchors, the black needle of sound he had heard in the diary, the way Quirrell's parasite note had torn loose when he matched and pulled. The difference between harming an object and unpinning a fragment. Hermione listened the way she always did when fear had to become method or she would be consumed by it. When he finished, she asked the first right question. "What happens to you inside there?" Harry looked at the locket. "That depends on what Voldemort used to make it." Silence. Then Ron, voice flatter than usual, asked the second right one. "And if it pulls you in and doesn't let you out?" Harry met his eyes. "Then don't let it stay closed." Ron went pale with anger. "That is not an answer. It's the only one I've got." For a moment Harry thought Ron might actually throw something. Instead, Ron shoved both hands into his hair and turned away, because some kinds of fear in friendship have nowhere to go if the friend in question is already volunteering for the blade. Hermione stopped pacing. "All right," she said. Both boys looked at her. She was white-faced, furious, and already in strategy. "We set every ward we can inside and outside. You go in tethered." Harry frowned. "How do you tether an echo space?" Hermione's eyes flicked to the Rowan wand, then to Harry's wrist, then to the locket. "Blood, resonance, and physical contact." She inhaled sharply through her nose. "Not much, enough to establish return orientation. Ron and I hold the anchor shell. If the external note destabilizes badly, we force interruption." Harry considered. It was mad. It was also good. Ron looked between them both with the exhausted expression of a boy realizing the two people he loved most were now collaborating professionally on insanity. "Do I get a say?" Hermione did not miss a beat. "You get the job where he doesn't die." Ron looked offended by the phrasing and terrified by the content. Then he said, "Fine," which was, in its way, a vow. They chose dawn. Harry was not sure whether that made the ritual cleaner or simply gave the horror prettier light. The tent held damp gray morning around its seams. Outside, the countryside remained ordinary in the offensive way the world often does while people inside canvas rooms prepare to tear open soul architecture. Hermione had layered wards until the air itself felt taut. Ron had made tea nobody drank. The locket sat at the center of the table on folded cloth like a king's rotten heart. Harry took off his jumper and rolled up his sleeves. Hermione stared. "What are you doing?" "It listens through skin better." Ron made an abortive gesture of protest and then thought better of it because all the alternatives were somehow stupider. Harry set the Rowan wand beside the locket. Then, after one long breath, he put his left hand flat on the blackened gold. At once the world tightened. The locket's anchor note surged up his arm like cold iron driven through a vein. Hatred, aristocratic contempt, possession refined into identity. And beneath all of it, the pinned fragment, deep and needle-thin and vibrating with that uniquely mutilated selfhood Harry had heard before. Hermione's hand closed on his right wrist. Ron, swallowing hard, put one hand over Harry's and one on the locket itself. The tether formed, not visible. Felt. Harry heard the three of them align, his own structure vibrating down toward the anchor. Hermione's fierce rational will wrapping itself into the connection like measured wire. Ron's loyalty acting less like a spell and more like an old road laid underfoot in the dark. "Ready," Hermione whispered. "No, yes," Harry said. Then he dropped inward. The locket's echo space was not a room. It was a wound dressed as a manor. That was Harry's first thought as the inside of it unfolded around him, a long, polished corridor of dark wood and deeper darkness. Candlelight without warmth. Portrait frames empty on the walls, as if the place expected lineage and had never been able to grow its own. Every surface carried wealth as self-regard rather than comfort. The whole structure rang with performance, secrecy, and the dry old superiority of people who believe possession is proof of merit. But under that architecture was something older and uglier. A family dying. Muggle, Harry realized after the first few steps, not the Gaunts. Not wizard blood pride. Something else. Ordinary furniture transmuted by memory. A cheap sideboard, a rug worn by practical use rather than inherited ceremony. Voices at the end of the corridor, frightened and confused. A mother telling children to be quiet, a father trying and failing not to sound afraid. The locket had built itself partly from the murders used to make it. Harry stopped. The house wound around him shifted in recognition. At once the corridor brightened, not kindly, but revealing more. He understood then that echo space did not only house the fragment's preferred self-image. It also housed the cost, the victim note, the blood used in the anchor's making. That was why entering from the inside was more exact. The dead were already there. A door opened at the far end. Tom Riddle stepped through at 16 or 17 again, beautiful and monstrous in the familiar, unfinished way. Not Diary Tom exactly, colder, less eager to be admired, more distilled around contempt. Another listener. He said, and the voice was smoother than Quirrell's parasite and less self-consciously theatrical than Diary Tom's projection. This fragment had fewer confessional habits. It did not need intimacy. It preferred domination. Harry did not answer. Behind Tom, the frightened Muggle family pressed against one another in a narrow kitchen made of emotional residue and last moments stretched too long. They did not have full consciousness. That was not how echo spaces worked, but they had enough shape to hurt, enough to testify by existing. Tom smiled faintly. "You think pity will help you here?" "No," Harry said. He meant it. Pity was not the tool, structure was. He listened deeper. The manor corridor, the false wealth, the polished darkness, all of it was shell. The real anchor note sat under it, nailed through the family's fear and Voldemort's contempt into a black needle of sound somewhere below the floor of appearances. Tom saw his attention shift. At once the echo space changed. The walls elongated. The corridor multiplied into branching passages full of reflections. The Muggle family's fear sharpened into accusation. A little girl's echo face turned toward Harry as if asking why he had come too late. The father's shape staggered forward, clutching at a wound that was not visible but total. The mother's voice filled the hall with wordless pleading. Harry nearly buckled, because this was the danger of the inside method, not physical threat first, moral weight weaponized. The fragment did not need to overpower him with force if it could drown him in what had been done to make it. For 1 6-second Cedric's echo in Harry rose in answer. Then Sirius. Then Dumbledore. 3 deaths inside him resonating toward this new death architecture, all of it trying to become one unbearable chorus. Load-bearing. The warden's warning slammed through him. Harry closed his eyes inside the echo space and did the hardest thing he knew how to do. He refused the dead, not by denying them, by not taking them up as tools. Cedric's note settled back, Sirius's fury sharpened and withdrew. Dumbledore's breadth ceased trying to contextualize everything into one great tragic design. Harry stood in the corridor as himself, and because he did, the anchor became hearable again, there, under the false manor. Under Tom's projected shape. Through the family's terror and the polished contempt and the whole inherited architecture of possession. Black needle of sound, pinned deep. Tom's smile vanished. "Don't," he said. Interesting, Harry thought distantly. Not you can't, don't, because fragments know what they are once heard correctly. Harry stepped forward. The corridor fought him. Memories turned physical. The walls pressed inward with old superiority and cold denial. The Muggle father's shape collapsed at Harry's feet as if begging witness. The little girl's echo stared with dead confusion. Tom moved closer too, shedding polish as he came, his face thinning, eyes darkening into that familiar not-human intensity. "You think you are different," the fragment said softly. "You are only another vessel. Look at you, full already." That hit where it was meant to. Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore. The shard in the scar, Harry's own fear of becoming habitable. The corridor pulsed around that fear, feeding it back at him. Tom's next words came with perfect surgical cruelty. "You do not destroy the dead. You keep them because being empty would prove what you already know." Harry's mouth went dry. The fragment stepped closer. almost kind now, intimate in the worst possible way, that there is more room in you for ruin than for life. The lie was brilliant because it touched truth. Harry had made too much room, he had become too structural, he was in danger. The anchor space knew it because it had been built from the same wound logic as the shard in his scar. For one terrible heartbeat, the corridor almost closed around him. Then, from impossibly far away and impossibly near at once, he felt the tether, Hermione's hand on his wrist, Ron's grip on the locket shell, not as comforting abstractions, as present tense, current life, not dead notes, not architecture. Friendship happening now in a tent on a wet morning while two frightened, brilliant, loyal people held the line and waited for him to come back. Harry opened his eyes. Tom saw the change too late. Harry tuned himself to the black needle, not Tom's face, not the corridor, not the family's accusation, not his own carried dead, only the fragment's exact frequency. Then he overloaded it. The act could not really be called pulling this time. It was closer to forcing an impossible note through a structure, until the structure shattered around the dissonance. Harry matched the needle's vibration with the shard in his scar, with everything in him that had survived death resonance, with the learned brutality of perfect listening. And then he drove that same sound back into the anchor until it could not remain itself. Tom screamed. The manor cracked from foundation upward, the corridor split, the portraits bled darkness. The Muggle family's shapes flared unbearably bright, not saved, not restored, but released from being used as architecture. The father's fear note snapped like thread. The mother's plea dissolved into open air. The little girl's dead confusion gentled into absence. And at the center of it, all the black needle burst. The echo space collapsed. Harry came back so hard it felt like being thrown through his own body from a great height. He hit the tent floor on his hands and knees. The locket in front of him had split open like a mouth forced apart. Black smoke bled from the seam, then vanished. Hermione was shouting his name. Ron had both hands on his shoulders. Harry tried to answer and instead vomited blood onto the canvas ground sheet. The taste was hot iron and lake water and old graves all at once. Hermione made a sound of pure horror. Ron swore loud enough to wake weather. Harry dimly felt the locket hit the floor, felt the anchor note gone, felt the air in the tent change from moral pressure to ordinary fear. Then the world tilted sideways. He had enough time to think it worked before darkness took him. He slept for 2 days, not ordinary sleep, collapse. Hermione later told him he woke twice long enough to drink water and once long enough to whisper something about not letting the shell close again. Ron said that at one point he'd gripped the blankets and said, "Not a room," like it was a threat. Harry remembered none of it. He woke on the third morning to weak sunlight through canvas and the feeling that his entire body had been hollowed out and lined with bruises. For a moment he did not know where he was. Then the tent smell returned. Wet cloth, tea leaves. Ron's socks somewhere being a crime against nature. Hermione's books stacked in a fortress shape. The road, and inside himself, silence where the locket had been, not full silence. He still carried too much for that. Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore, the shard in the scar, his own death resonance. All still there, but one external bell had gone dark, truly dark, destroyed. Harry lay still and let that knowledge move through him. The flap opened. Hermione came in first carrying a mug and looked so relieved she immediately became angry to compensate. "You absolute idiot!" Ron, ducking in behind her, looked as if he'd slept even less than Harry had. "There he is!" Harry tried to sit up. The attempt failed halfway. Hermione shoved pillows behind him with more force than necessary. "How long?" Harry croaked. 2 days, Hermione said. Ron handed him the mug. "You scared the life out of us." Harry took the tea. His hands shook. "Sorry." Ron stared at him for a second too long, then, very quietly and more serious than Harry had heard him in weeks, he asked, "Was that dark arts?" The question sat in the tent between them. Hermione looked down at her hands. Harry knew Ron wasn't accusing him. That was what made it hurt. Ron was asking the real question, the one none of them could dodge much longer. Harry looked at the split, blackened locket on the table across from the camp bed. Its shell was inert now. Dead metal. Empty ruin. Then he looked back at Ron. "I don't know any more," he said. No one spoke for a while after that. Rain tapped lightly against the tent. Somewhere outside, the countryside remained indifferent. The war still moved. The remaining anchors still rang in the world. Harry's body still ached as if every nerve had been drawn through wire. But the first full destruction had happened, not diary luck, not Quirrell's partial severing. A true Horcrux entered from the inside and dismantled at the point of pinning. The cost sat plain around them: blood, collapse. 2 days lost, and a question none of them yet knew how to answer cleanly. Hermione broke the silence first because she always did when silence became too much of a thing to step around. "What was it like?" Harry closed his eyes. The false manor rose behind them, the frightened Muggle family. Tom's contempt, the black needle of sound. "Like walking into the reason it was made," he said softly. Hermione swallowed. Ron looked at the floor. Harry opened his eyes again and added the part that mattered most. "And if we do the others this way, it'll get worse." Ron let out one short, exhausted breath that might have been a laugh in a kinder story. "Brilliant!" Hermione's chin lifted, eyes bright with fear. "And we'll both. Then we learn before the next one." Harry looked at them. One furious, brilliant girl who turned terror into method. One loyal, frightened boy who stayed anyway, and understood the real tether had not been Hermione's clever resonance wire or Ron's grip on the shell. It was this: current life. People who pulled him back by being stubbornly, inconveniently present. Without that, the inside method would have made him into exactly what he feared: a chamber. With it, he was still barely Harry. He drank the rest of the tea, even though it tasted like blood at the back of his throat, and looked once more at the ruined locket. One hollow thing down, more waiting. And now all three of them knew exactly what destroying them would demand. Captured, cornered, and what Harry does when there is no other option. The road taught Harry one thing faster than any teacher ever had. There is a difference between surviving darkness and living in it. By the time winter thinned into that colorless stretch of the year where mud seemed permanent, and even the sky looked rationed, the three of them had stopped resembling runaways in any romantic sense and started looking like what they were: children worn into harder shapes by attrition. The locket was gone. That should have felt like triumph. Instead, it felt like proof of cost. The inside method worked. Harry had torn the fragment free, shattered its pinning, and returned with blood in his throat and 2 lost days in his body. The knowledge sat over everything that followed. Every plan, every argument, every night watch rotation in the tent. Every time Hermione spread books across blankets and Ron cursed the state of the world and Harry touched some old object or old wall and listened for the note of another anchor hidden somewhere in Britain's body. Because now they knew what destroy meant: not smash, not stab, not heroic flourish. It meant entering the wound that had made the object possible and surviving the architecture inside long enough to force the shard loose. No one said it aloud often after that. They did not need to. The memory of the locket's echo space hung in the tent with them. The murdered family, the false manor, Tom's contempt, the black needle of sound. Some horrors continue speaking after their actual sounds are gone. That one did. And under it all, Harry could feel the remaining anchors ringing in the world like buried metal struck by very distant hammers. Sometimes one sharpened. Sometimes another fell briefly quiet. Sometimes the shard in his scar would wake in the small hours, and he would sit outside the tent under a moon too pale for comfort, listening to the dark and trying to be a person rather than only a structure. Ron noticed first when the present began slipping under Harry's hearing, not dramatically, in stupid little ways. Harry would stop halfway through answering a question because something in an old fence post nearby had suddenly replayed a death echo from decades ago. And by the time he came back, Ron would already be glaring at him with a frightened sort of annoyance. Or Hermione would hand him a book, and Harry would hold it too long before opening it, because the prior owner's rage or tenderness or terror still clung to the cover strongly enough to demand sorting before language did. Some nights, he woke with Sirius already moving under his anger. Other mornings, Cedric sat too close to his sense of fairness, turning every loss into an accusation that life ought to have been cleaner than it was. Dumbledore, worst of all, had started shaping his caution if Harry got too tired, broad, strategic, exhausted moral calculus pressing at his choices like the ghost of an old man refusing to let the world remain simple. The warden had called that danger load-bearing. Harry knew now what it meant, because every day the dead inside him offered angles from which to think, and every day he had to refuse using them as if they were not available tools. That refusal wore him down. It wore Ron and Hermione down too, though differently. Hermione became more exact the longer the road lasted. Her hair stayed tied back more often. Her lists grew shorter and more brutal. She spoke less of plans and more of sequence, which was how frightened, brilliant people often smuggled terror past themselves by turning the future into tasks. Ron, meanwhile, became alternately funnier and quieter. The funny came in flashes, usually when silence had grown too sharp and needed shattering. The quiet came when he looked at Harry too long and heard no joke worth the distance between them. That was the state of them when they got careless, not stupid, just tired. And tiredness is the mother tongue of catastrophe. They were moving north that day under a sky the color of old dishwater, hedgerows stripped nearly bare, the earth wet enough to drag at boots. Hermione had chosen the route because it kept them away from villages and obvious ministry traffic. Ron hated it because all routes that did not lead directly to food, warmth, or a fight he could define were now suspect. Harry hated it because one of the anchor notes had been troubling his scar since dawn, and the dull, persistent ache made listening feel like trying to pick a single whispered sentence out of a church full of muttering ghosts. They had just stopped in the ruin of a field wall to catch breath and relayer concealments when Harry's name came from behind them, not shouted, called with recognition. That was the problem. A group of men had emerged from the far side of the broken wall and the thin trees beyond it, raggedly armed and hung together not by discipline but by a shared appetite for other people's bad luck. Snatchers. Harry knew the type before he knew the faces. They sounded of opportunism first, ideology second. Fear in their own guts, greed over it like cheap varnish. Their leader, Scabier, Harry remembered later, carried a note that made him feel vaguely dirty just by hearing it. The kind of man who had learned to confuse theatrical cruelty with power because the real thing kept humiliating him. "Hallo there," Scabier said. Ron's hand went to his wand. Hermione's too. Harry's scar burned, not from Scabier. From the word Harry forming in the man's mouth, while the small group's attention fixed on him all at once. Recognition is an enchantment of its own. The next few seconds collapsed. Hermione lunged for Harry's face with one hand and her wand with the other, already halfway through some desperate defensive plan. But Scabier's men were faster than exhausted teenagers this time. Spells burst against the wall, splashing stone and mud. Ron shouted. Harry heard the immediate violence in the air and tried to go low into the present, tried to block the anchor ache and the Snatcher's fear and Hermione's rising panic into one thin, usable line. Then a curse struck the wall above them and exploded a shower of debris into Harry's head. Not enough to concuss, enough to tear open his listening. The world doubled. Every old fear in the field wall, every weather-worn death trace in the hedges, every rat-gnawed bit of farm misery lodged in soil and broken stone came at him in one jagged wave. He heard Hermione screaming his name. He heard Ron cursing. He heard Scabier laugh. Then a stunning spell took him somewhere between standing and falling, and the road became black. He woke in motion. The first thing he understood was that his face hurt. Hermione's emergency disfigurement Hex had worked too well in panic. His features swelled, distorted, and burned. The second thing he understood was that he was tied. The third was that they were being taken somewhere old. He did not know it from landscape. His eyes were half swollen, his wrists numb, his head a cracked bell. He knew it from the sound in the magic. The cart, or crude carriage, jolted beneath them. but through every turn Harry could feel the destination drawing nearer. An old aristocratic structure saturated with dark family use and centuries of deliberate magical violence. It sat in the distance like a bruise on the horizon of his hearing, growing larger. The moment he recognized it, his stomach turned. "Ron," he said, voice rough. Ron was somewhere beside him, bound too, breathing hard. "Yeah, where are we going?" Before Ron could answer, Hermione did. Her voice came from the other side, very controlled in the way it went when terror had been shoved behind a barricade and ordered to sit down. They said Malfoy Manor. Harry closed his eyes. Of course. Of course, the road would eventually narrow toward one of the few places in Britain more resonantly poisonous than Grimmauld Place. Because Malfoy Manor was not merely a family house, it was an operational site. A living aristocratic institution that had spent generations refining cruelty into decor, and the last year turning itself into a receiving chamber for Voldemort's war. Where Grimmauld had been old hurt compacted into private inheritance, Malfoy Manor would be active. Fed, current, a house still being used for fear. The thought made the locket scar in him ring, not literally. There was no anchor here that he knew of, but old Slytherin bloodwork, old superiority, and current death, either use, all moved at frequencies close enough to Voldemort's architecture that the shard in his scar recognized family resemblance and hated it. When the carriage stopped and they were hauled out, Harry felt the house before his ruined face could make sense of the gates. The ground itself remembered people dragged unwillingly up the drive. The front steps knew blood. The door had been opened for terrified prisoners too many times in too short a span and had started resonating with the expectation of submission. Harry stumbled as they forced him forward. Scabier laughed again, too close to his ear. "Careful there, pretty!" Harry very nearly retched. The manor's outer hall swallowed them, and everything in Harry went white. There are places so saturated with death echo that ordinary human language becomes almost dishonest in them. Malfoy Manor was one. The entrance hall hit him first with lineage. Cold, heavy, old-money self-regard worked into marble and silver and long, polished surfaces. But under that came the real thing. Pain, not one event. Not one murder, not one room. The house was dense with them. Prisoners had screamed in the cellar, and the screaming had risen through pipes and floorboards and become part of the stone's internal weather. Unforgivable curses had been cast in drawing rooms meant for polite conversation. Family oaths had been sworn in front of the staircase and broken in the same breath years later. Children had learned fear here in expensive clothes. Servants had moved in rehearsed invisibility. The war had not corrupted the manor. It had simply given old structures fresh permission. Harry nearly went to one knee on the blackened white floor. "Oi!" one of the snatchers snarled, yanking him upright by the shoulder, his vision silvered at the edges. He heard Ron fighting against his bonds, heard Hermione breathing in sharp, measured counts, heard the house itself realize what he was before any of the people in it did. That was the worst part. Old houses know listeners, not by name, by pressure, by the way magic aligns around them. The manor recognized his structure in the first 30 seconds and leaned inward. In the drawing room above, voices rose: Bellatrix, Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, Peter Pettigrew, somewhere deeper in the house like a clotted little note of fear and self-loathing tied to silver. Harry knew them all before he saw them, because the house had already learned to carry their emotional weight. Then Bellatrix Lestrange came down the stairs, and the whole hall tightened as if a knife had entered the room. Bellatrix sounded like devotion sharpened on sadism until the two had become indistinguishable. Not joy, exactly, something hungrier and less human. She looked at the prisoners and felt around the edges of them like a creature tasting blood in water. Her eyes landed on the sword in the Snatcher's hole. Then the world changed. Everything after that happened with too much speed. Questions. Suspicion. Draco dragged in and made to identify Harry through the swelling hex. Hermione renamed herself in a shaking voice and was not believed. Ron was hauled hard enough to bruise. Bellatrix's fear spiked, not fear of them. Fear of the possibility that the sword meant Gringotts had been breached, that something at the center of their side's certainty had already been touched. That fear mattered, because fear destabilizes houses. Harry, half kneeling and bound, and trying not to drown in the manor's noise, heard the room's internal pressure crack around it. Beneath Bellatrix's control, beneath Lucius's cultivated poise collapsing into panic, beneath Narcissa's cold maternal calculation, the house became momentarily more audible. And in that widening, Harry heard the cellar, below them. Lives kept down there, not dead, not yet. Ollivander's exhausted note, Luna Lovegood's strange, steady light, the lingering fear of others already moved through or out, hope caught like a nail in wood. Harry jerked his head up sharply. Bellatrix noticed. She crossed the room in a movement so fast the hem of her dress barely kept pace and drove her wand tip under Harry's jaw hard enough to lift his face. "What do you hear, Potter?" The question was not metaphorical. She did not know what he could do in full. But Death Eaters had spent enough years around strange magic to recognize when a prisoner was listening in ways prisoners ought not to. Harry looked into her eyes and heard beneath the madness the old self Bellatrix had murdered in herself for the sake of worship. Sister, daughter, black, clever. All of it burned away into shrieking devotion. He smiled with his swollen, ruined mouth. "Your house hates you." Bellatrix's face changed. Then she hit him. The curse did not do much by ordinary wartime standards. Enough pain to turn his vision inside out. Enough to make Hermione scream his name. Enough to smear the manor's sound into raw static. But before Harry blacked out again, he felt one important thing. The house agreed. They threw him and Ron into the cellar. Hermione they took upstairs. That was the real beginning of the chapter's horror. Not because the cellar was the worst room in the manor. It wasn't. The drawing room had more recent screams in it. The hall had more blood oaths. The staircase had more family cruelty woven into its rails, but the cellar had concentrated helplessness. Every prisoner who had waited there had left a shape behind. Fear, hope, bargaining, prayer, regret, injury. Harry hit the dirt and stone floor and all of it came up at once. He barely caught himself on his hands. Ron landed beside him hard enough to lose a breath and then was already scrambling up because panic for Hermione overrode all other physical information in him. "Harry, Harry!" "I know," Harry said, though what he meant was only "I hear her." Ollivander stirred first from the shadows, white-faced and brittle as old parchment. Luna came second, her note in the room astonishingly unlike any other, sad, yes, and tired, but not dimmed. Luna always sounded as though the ordinary world had never been her only available register. Even prison could not quite coerce her into more conventional despair. "Hello," she said softly, as if greeting them in a train compartment. "That's not a very good entrance." Ron made a strangled sound halfway between laughter and horror. Harry tried to stand and had to brace against the wall. Above them, Hermione screamed. The sound hit the cellar through old stone and fresh cruelty alike. Ron doubled over as though struck. "No, no, no!" Harry heard more than the scream. Bellatrix was questioning with pain, not because she expected truth from agony in the ordinary way, but because she enjoyed making terror legible. Hermione's note upstairs burned bright through the manor's structure, fury, pain, desperate improvisation, still herself, not broken. Not yet. That should have reassured him. It did not, because the house around the scream was alive with older victims answering. Malfoy Manor did not sleep. That was the truth of it. No cruelty stayed private here. The walls held every tone and passed them forward. Every interrogation added itself to all prior interrogations. Every curse cast upstairs descended into the cellar's waiting fear like polluted rain. Harry closed his eyes. The warden had warned him. A place like this would be apex territory for his power, which was another way of saying it would tempt him into monstrosity. He could feel the manor inviting him to open, to stop narrowing, to let old screams and oath-rot and blood memory and all the dead misery in the walls move through him into answer. He also knew what the cost would be. The locket had nearly killed him, and that had been one anchor in a controlled tent with two friends tethering him back. This would be larger, dirtier, less exact. A whole house full of accumulated pain made available all at once. Hermione screamed again. Ron hit the wall with both fists and then pressed his forehead against it because there was nothing else his body could do. "We have to do something." Luna, astonishingly calm, said, "Yes." Harry looked up. In the half-dark of the cellar, with Ollivander staring and Ron shaking and Hermione's pain still moving through the pipes, Luna looked back at him with that mild, impossible gaze of hers and asked the question everyone else was too frightened to frame. "Can you hear the house?" Harry swallowed. Yes, Luna nodded as if he had said he could hear rain. "Then perhaps the house can hear you." Ollivander made a small, desperate motion with his bound hands. "Mr. Potter," upstairs something heavy crashed. Bellatrix's voice followed, sharp and ecstatic. Ron made a choking sound. And Harry understood all at once that there was no clean answer left, not escape by cleverness alone. Not waiting for rescue, not endurance until the adults sorted it out. They were in the center of a torture house while Hermione bought time with pain, and Bellatrix's house still carried every old victim inside its bones. Harry stood. "No," Ron said at once, not because Harry had explained, but because he knew the look. Harry looked at him. The silver in his own eyes reflected faintly off the cellar's damp stone. He was too pale, hair streaked white at the temples, face still swollen under the disfigurement charm, every line of him altered by years of hearing too much death. Ron saw all of that in one glance, and his own terror changed direction. "That nearly killed you with the locket," Ron said. "This isn't the locket." "That is not better." "No," Harry said. "It isn't." Hermione screamed again. Harry looked toward the ceiling. "She's still herself," he said. "But if Bellatrix keeps going, the house will start closing around the sound. It'll make it harder to find a line through." Ron stared at him, horrified. "What line?" Harry told the truth because there was no room left for anything else. The manor's memory of what's happened inside it. Ollivander went very still. Luna quietly, "That sounds dangerous." Harry almost smiled. "It is." Then he knelt in the center of the cellar floor and put both palms to the stone. The first thing he had to do was stop being Harry Potter, fugitive for 30 seconds, not erase himself. Narrow the present until it could survive what came next. He heard Ron's breathing to his left, heard Luna settling beside Ollivander, heard the cellar's damp, heard the silver hand clinking faintly somewhere in the house above as Pettigrew moved with nervous purpose from room to room, heard Hermione's current pain, heard Bellatrix's delight, heard Lucius's unraveling pride, and Narcissa's cold maternal fear for Draco, and Draco himself making a shape very like panic and disgust at his own role in all of this. Then, beneath all of them, the house. Malfoy Manor held itself like a jewel box full of knives. Old magic braided through foundation and staircase, drawing room and dungeon, portrait and silver. Pure blood continuity made architectural, cruelty refined into habit. Harry opened, not fully, then more. The cellar hit him first. Prisoners sobbing quietly over months, wandless desperation. Bones aching on cold floors. Hope rising and falling each time footsteps came on the stairs. Then the upper rooms. Curses in the drawing room. Family dinners so emotionally poisonous they had become indistinguishable from ritual punishment. Generations of Malfoys swearing oaths under chandeliers and breaking them in private later. The servants learned silence. Bellatrix's victims. Lucius's bargains. Narcissa's lies told to protect what was hers. Draco, at 8 years old, watching cruelty explained as elegance. It was too much. Harry bit through the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste blood. The manor answered blood. At once the whole structure deepened. Not because blood was required in some dramatic old rite. Because blood was current, alive, and the house was built to listen whenever pain and lineage met in the same space. The resonance under Harry's hands sharpened until the stone seemed to pulse like held breath. He heard the warden then, not from the Burrow, from memory. Some houses keep. Some houses wound. The difference is not oldness. It is what they are asked to hold and whether they are ever taught to release. Malfoy Manor had never been taught release, only possession. Harry drew the house into a pattern, not absorbing it. Not that. He could not hold an entire manor inside his own structure without coming apart. He let it move through him and outward. The effect was immediate. Upstairs, Bellatrix stopped mid-question. Harry knew because he heard her certainty fracture. The drawing room around her began replaying itself. Not invisible ghosts first. In sound, the voices of previous victims surfacing in the walls at once. A plea from years earlier in the curtains. A scream under the silver bowl on the mantel. A child's frightened breathing from behind a cabinet where Draco had once hidden during an adult argument. Bellatrix's own curses returning as environmental aftershock. Not literal spells, but remembered violence given weight. The house was opening all its old ledgers. Harry pushed further. In the hall, Lucius froze because the banister under his hand suddenly replayed, with exact emotional fidelity, the oath he had sworn years ago to a master he no longer wanted but dared not disobey. Not words, the feeling of the promise. The cold willingness, the later fear. Oath and betrayal at once, fed back through polished wood. Draco heard himself at 10 asking a servant what happened to a man taken downstairs, and not liking the answer he had always known. Narcissa, moving through the corridor, felt every lie she had told for family fold back through the mirrors. Bellatrix, worst of all, heard the voices of the people she had tortured in that very room rise from table, chair, floorboard, wand rack, her own sleeves. Not as moral vengeance, as accurate acoustics. Malfoy Manor did not sleep. It remembered. And Harry, kneeling on the cellar floor with blood on his tongue and both palms burning against old stone, became for one hideous minute the instrument through which it remembered aloud. The house erupted. Above, people screamed. Not only prisoners, Death Eaters. Lucius barked commands no one obeyed because the walls were already doing their own work. Doors slammed and opened on old arguments. Chandeliers rang with echoes of curses cast beneath them years before. The very corridor outside the cellar filled with a layered, untraceable sound of running feet from prior panics overlaid onto present panic. So no one knew whether to flee or draw a wand at the empty air. From much farther away, through the scar, Harry felt a new disturbance. Voldemort, not present, not physically near. But the connection between them vibrated once, hard and wrong. The manor's sudden spectral storm had touched the overall architecture of his war strongly enough that he felt it, not the details. A distorted approaching version of his own Death Note playing through one of his strongholds. Harry almost lost the line there, because the shard in his scar did not like being used as tuning fork against its maker. Pain lanced through his forehead. The manor surged. Ron shouted his name, distant, frightened. Harry heard something else too, Peter Pettigrew, moving toward the cellar, silver hand opening and closing with nervous, mechanical little clicks. Good, Harry thought dimly. Good, because the storm had to buy them an opening or it was only horror. He drove the house one step further. Every room in the manor began experiencing its own history simultaneously, not every event. Not every year, only the strongest notes, the most repeated, the most blooded, the most denied. Bellatrix heard victims in walls and floorboards, and her own pulse, until her laugh cracked into actual fear. Lucius heard old bargains. Draco heard the first moment he understood his father's elegance depended on other people's pain. Narcissa heard every time maternal love had forced her into complicity, and the house did not allow her to separate one from the other. And Pettigrew, descending toward the cellar because fear and orders still dragged him forward, heard his own guilt. That was what killed him, not Harry, not directly. Peter Pettigrew had lived too long on evasion. He had mistaken cowardice for flexibility and self-preservation for continued relevance. But the silver hand Voldemort had given him was not built for moral ambiguity. It was loyalty made metal. A gift designed to enforce obedience by structure, if not by conscience. when the manor reflected Pettigrew's guilt back at him, not in words, but in the emotional truth of James's trust, Lily's death, Sirius's prison, Harry as child, Cedric in the graveyard, all the accumulated self-betrayal compacted into one returning note. Peter hesitated. Only a second. Long enough. The silver hand tightened at his throat. In the cellar, Harry heard it before he saw it. A tiny horrified choking from the corridor, then the thud of a body falling. Ron stared toward the door, white-faced. "What was that?" Harry's voice came out thin and wrong. "Pettigrew!" The line wavered. He had pushed far enough, too far. The manor's noise was no longer passing through him cleanly. It was starting to catch. Bellatrix's victims, Lucius's oaths, Draco's childhood fear, Narcissa's lies, the prisoner's despair. Too much of it was adhering at the edges of Harry's own structure, looking for room. Looking for load-bearing. The warden's warning became survival instruction. Harry tore himself shut. Not gracefully. He severed the open line by force. The manor roared in protest and then dropped out from under his hearing like a trapdoor opening. The world slammed back into one body, one cellar, one wet stone floor. Harry pitched sideways. Ron caught him before his head hit the wall. The house above was still screaming, but now as separate people again. Running, shouting, Bellatrix in a rage, Lucius ordering searches. The old echoes remained stirred, but the direct channel was gone. Harry couldn't feel his hands, or rather, he could feel them too much. Every nerve was a wire dipped in ice. Harry, stay with me." Ron's voice, too far. He forced his eyes open. The cellar door was swinging inward. Not Bellatrix, Dobby. The elf stood in the doorway like one of those impossible moments history writes once and never properly explains later. Small, shaking, enormous in effect. Old service magic and free choice and desperate courage all at once. "Harry Potter," Dobby cried, voice half joy and half terror. "Dobby has come to rescue you." Luna smiled through dirt and exhaustion as if this were the most logical development of the evening. "Hello, Dobby." Harry would have laughed if his lungs had remembered how. The next few minutes happened under speed and smoke. Bonds cut. Ollivander lifted. Luna helped. Ron half carrying Harry because his legs no longer trusted the ground. Dobby taking the whole cellar's panic and turning it into practical motion. Upstairs, the manor still fractured around its own returning ghosts enough to keep pursuit chaotic. They reached the hall in a blur. Bellatrix saw them. Her scream cut the air like broken glass. Then the drawing room exploded into renewed confusion as some replayed curse cracked a mirror and sent one of the chandeliers wildly swaying. Dobby shouted. The front doors blew open, they apparated, the world tore, then beach, night, salt air, and Harry finally let go. He came awake by inches, not to sight first, to current life waves. That was first, not manor screams, not old houses, not anchors. The sea itself, repetitive and indifferent and clean in the way only very large things are clean. After so long among walls and ruins and tents and old structures, the open sound hit him almost like mercy. Then came pain. His whole body hurt with the deep bruised emptiness of having overdrawn some internal magical credit no healer could quantify neatly. His hands ached. His scar ached. The silver in his vision burned even behind closed lids. The dead in him were quiet not because they had gone, but because he had gone beyond what allowed inner noise to stay audible. When he finally opened his eyes, the ceiling above him was not canvas. Wood. Simple, honest, sea-weathered wood. Shell Cottage. He knew that before anybody told him, because the place sounded like labor, refuge, salt, and people who mended nets and doors with equal seriousness. It was one of the gentlest houses he had ever heard. For one beautiful second, he simply lay there and listened to nothing cruel. Then memory came back whole. Manor, Hermione, Bellatrix, the storm, Pettigrew, Dobby. Harry sat up too fast and the room lurched. Ron, who had apparently been slumped in the chair by the bed for some impossible length of time, woke with a violent jerk and nearly fell out of it. "Bloody hell, Harry!" His face looked worse than Harry expected. Gray with sleeplessness. Eyes ringed dark. The particular fragile anger of someone who has spent too many hours being frightened and has not yet decided what shape to make of it. How long? Harry asked. Ron rubbed his hands over his face. 3 days? The answer hit like cold water. Not because 3 days was longer than before. Because Harry had already known, the instant he opened his eyes, that something in him had settled differently. He turned toward the small mirror nailed above the washstand. And for a second he did not understand the face there, still his. Mostly, still Harry, the scar, the glasses on the table, the stubborn mouth. The cheekbones a bit sharper now than childhood had ever earned. But the silver-gray cast that had once hovered at the edges of his irises had spread. Not fully changing the green, but flooding it with pale metal until his eyes looked like leaves under frost. The white in his hair, once streaks, had deepened too, not enough to make him old, only uncanny. Black hair veined with winter at the temples and above one ear, the lines sharper after the Manor's open channeling. And when he looked away from the mirror, the room left after-images. Faint ones, not vision damage, not exactly echo contours. The chair where Ron had slept still held him in thin silver overlap. The door carried the residue of Hermione entering and leaving over the last 3 days in a pale, repeated arc. The pitcher on the washstand held the recent shape of Bill's careful hands. Even the blanket across Harry's knees shimmered faintly with Molly-like domestic magic, though Molly was nowhere near the cottage. His hearing had not only deepened, it had become visible. Ron saw him realize it, and something in Ron's face tightened so painfully Harry's own breath caught. "What?" Harry asked. Ron looked away first, then back, as if trying to decide between kindness and honesty and failing to find a version of either that wasn't brutal. "For a bit," Ron said quietly. "I didn't think you were coming back right." Harry went very still. Outside the sea went on. The cottage held them both gently. Inside Harry, Cedric and Sirius and Dumbledore lay quiet but present. The shard in the scar colder than usual. The Manor's open flood thankfully not retained. Ron stood up abruptly and crossed to the window, because standing still in front of Harry was apparently harder than pacing. "You were there, I know you were, but when we were getting out, after you did that to the house, when you looked up," he stopped, started again. "That wasn't you, was it? Something else was looking out of your eyes." The room held that sentence a long time. Harry could have lied. He could have said exhaustion, shock, the way silver eyes frightened people into saying mystical nonsense they didn't really mean. He could have made a joke. He could have hidden behind theory. Instead, he looked at Ron's back by the window and told the truth. "I was there," he said. "I chose it." Ron closed his eyes. "That's worse," he said. Harry did not disagree, because that was the point, wasn't it? Not possession, not excuse, choice. He had opened himself to Malfoy Manor because there was no other line through. He had let a torture house remember itself through him and turned that memory outward as weapon. He had done it knowingly, not happily, not casually, but knowingly, and now his eyes carried it. Ron turned back at last. The fear in him had not gone. Neither had the loyalty. They coexisted in the bright, ugly way real love often does when confronted with changing people. He looked at Harry not like a monster, not like a martyr, but like his best friend had stepped closer to something Ron did not understand, and he hated the distance without being able to deny it. Harry knew then that this was the new cost. Not only blood and sleep and white in hair and silver in vision, witnesses, friends having to decide whether the person they loved was still the same person after using magic like that. "You should have stopped me," Harry said, though he knew it was unfair even while speaking. Ron gave a short, hollow laugh. With what strong moral disapproval? Harry almost smiled. Ron didn't. He sat back down slowly in the chair by the bed. "It worked," he said at last. "Yes, Hermione's alive, Luna's alive, Ollivander's alive. We got out." "Yes," Ron looked at his hands. "And Dobby's dead." The cottage shifted around that truth, not sharply. Shell Cottage held grief cleanly, the way good houses do, making room without clutching. Harry closed his eyes. Dobby had not lodged in him the way Cedric or Sirius had. Maybe because the beach had taken the death in open air. Maybe because elf magic passed differently. Maybe because Harry had been too far gone at the moment, it happened to hear the note cleanly enough to hold it. The absence of that burden did not make the loss smaller. It only made it different. When he opened his eyes again, Ron was still looking at him with that terrible mixture of love and frightened honesty. Harry said, "I don't know what I'm turning into." Ron answered too quickly, as if he had been carrying the line for days. "Then you'd better turn into whatever kills him before he turns you into anything else." There it was, not reassurance, not comfort, a decision. Ron stood, came over, and without any preamble or elegance punched Harry lightly on the shoulder. It hurt, which absurdly helped. "Don't do that again without warning me first," Ron muttered. Harry let out one breath that was half laugh, half failure. "All right." From the doorway, where she had apparently been standing long enough to hear more than either of them would have liked, Hermione said in a voice hoarse with exhaustion, "That is not a promise he can actually keep, Ron." Neither boy had heard her arrive. Ron turned. "You've been there long." "Long enough." She stepped in carrying a tray and looking somehow both more composed and more breakable than Harry had ever seen her. There were marks healing on her skin from Bellatrix's work. Her eyes, however, were clear. Furious. Present. Hers. Harry saw her and something in his chest loosened. Hermione set the tray down. "You can argue about metaphysical corruption after soup." Ron snorted despite himself. Harry looked from one to the other at the current life of them and understood that the manor had shown him the edge not only of his power but of his friendships. That edge had held. Barely, but it had held. Outside, the sea kept breathing. Inside, the cottage held 3 exhausted, half-broken teenagers and the aftermath of a horror house, and made room without trying to keep any of it forever. That difference mattered, because the hunt was not over. One Horcrux had died in the locket. Another had screamed itself empty in the diary. Quirrell's fragment had been torn free. The fake cave had led to Regulus. Malfoy Manor had shown Harry the maximum scale of what his power could do if he let a whole house think through him. And now, in the quiet after surviving it, he understood the next truth. He was close to the ceiling of what he could wield without becoming more chamber than person. There were still hollow things left, which meant the last part of the war would not be about learning whether he could destroy them. It would be about whether enough of him remained each time he did. The Deathly Hallows, the Scar's truth, and the Warden's final lesson. Harry buried Dobby by hand because magic felt wrong for certain endings. He did not decide that as philosophy. He knew it the moment they laid the elf's small body above the tide line at Shell Cottage, and the sea moved in and out beyond the dunes with that ancient, indifferent patience only water truly possesses. Wands could dig faster, better, cleaner. But magic, for Harry, had become too bound up with structure, residue, and the dangerous convenience of solving impossible things by forcing his way inside them. He wanted one act after Malfoy Manor that did not involve attunement or anchorwork or old houses speaking through him. So he took the spade. Ron took one too, then Dean. Then Bill, quiet and weathered and understanding more than he asked. Fleur stood a little way off with arms folded tight against herself, and grief radiating from her in sharp, clean lines. Not because Dobby had been hers, but because goodness dying in war wounds everybody differently, and none of those wounds are false. Harry dug until his palms blistered under healing skin. The earth here sounded different than the earth at the Burrow. Shell Cottage sat on labor, salt, refuge, old family care, and the practical emotional residue of a house that had made room for the hurt without teaching itself to keep them. Even the ground carried that. The grief around Dobby did not cling to the sand in the same grasping way Sirius's death had clung to Grimmauld or Bellatrix's victims had clung to Malfoy Manor. It spread, opened, touched sea and air and the people kneeling there with shovels in hand. Release, Harry thought dimly, sweating into the damp wind. This is what release sounds like when nobody traps it. That mattered. Because Dobby's death did not lodge in him the way Cedric's had, or Sirius's, or Dumbledore's. Harry felt the note of it, yes. A fierce little life ending in chosen loyalty, freedom, terror, and triumph all at once. But it did not catch inside him. It moved through the shore, through those standing there, through grief openly shared and not hidden in walls or architecture. The difference made his throat hurt. When they finished, Harry carved the words himself. Here lies Dobby, a free ELF, not because inscription fixes grief, because naming matters. The dead do not owe the living symbol, but the living owe the dead accuracy where they can still provide it. Afterward, while the others drifted inside in ones and twos under the strain of all they had just survived, Harry remained alone by the grave for a little, while with the sea and the wind and the thing Dobby's death had taught him. Not all endings must be carried. Some can be let into the world. That was the first step toward the stone, though Harry did not know it yet. The second step came from Bellatrix's fear, not her cruelty, not her torture. Her fear, Shell Cottage became, for 3 brief days, a war room made from exhaustion. Ollivander mended enough of himself to speak. Griffook took inventory of advantage and insult alike. Hermione slept in fragments between waking pain. Ron hovered around all of them like a loyal, badly camouflaged storm. Bill and Fleur offered refuge with the steady competence of people who understand that some kinds of hospitality are strategic as much as kind. Harry listened. Not to every room all at once. He had learned at last that way lay erosion, but to the lines that mattered. Ollivander's knowledge of wands, Griffook's note around goblin rights, betrayal, and old greed never fully severed from old grievance. Hermione's brutal clarity even from bed. Bellatrix's panic at the sword and what it implied. The Lestrange vault. That became the next shape almost before anyone spoke it aloud. If Bellatrix had panicked because the sword seemed to have been taken from her vault, then something in that vault mattered enough to make her imagine a breach more dangerous than Harry Potter himself standing in her drawing room. Harry did not need Dumbledore to explain the logic. He had spent too long listening to the architecture of this war to miss where terror pointed. Still, they discussed it, because saying a truth aloud makes it real in a different way than hearing it alone. Hermione sat propped up in a chair with blankets around her shoulders, pale but burning. Ron leaned against the mantel, trying to look like being near Bellatrix's household aftermath had not scared years off him. Griffook, perched with thin, bitter dignity, studied them all as though deciding which humiliations he could most profitably survive. Harry put the conclusion into the room. There's a Horcrux in Bellatrix's vault. Griffook's expression did not change much. That was the goblin way, but his emotional note tightened into alertness immediately. He did not know the word Horcrux in Harry's private structure, perhaps, but he knew when an object mattered in ways beyond gold. Ollivander, from his chair by the window, looked older than wood. "You are certain?" Harry thought of the fake locket and the real one, the diary, Quirrell, the cave shell that had copied an anchor without containing it. "No," he said first, because certainty is a dangerous drug in war. Then, "I'm certain enough." Hermione's eyes met his in them. He saw the whole argument already completed. Gringotts, security, dragon, cup, sword, goblin terms, risk layered upon risk until it became absurd and therefore inevitable. Ron exhaled sharply through his nose. "Right then. We're robbing Gringotts." Bill, who actually worked for Gringotts and was therefore better placed than any of them to understand how appalling that sentence was, shut his eyes. "No," he said, opening them again, "you are going to attempt suicide with architecture." Harry almost laughed. Griffook did not. "I may be persuaded to assist," he said. There it was, not generosity. Transaction, not all allies arrive by liking you. That was one more thing the hunt had taught Harry better than childhood should have. Gringotts, when they finally went, sounded like a cathedral built by creatures who trusted stone more than mercy. Harry had been to the bank before, of course, as a child, as a student, briefly and brightly, under the wide, ordinary spell of Diagon Alley days, when money and vaults and goblin rails seemed merely part of the wizarding world's theatrical furniture. He had never heard it properly. Now, every marble slab in the entrance hall carried centuries of meticulous grievance. Contract, debt, oath. Intrusion, theft remembered from both sides in entirely incompatible moral shapes. Goblin architecture did not hide its emotional logic the way wizarding houses did. It declared it. You are entering a place that trusts agreements, ownership, and consequences more than your comfort. Behave accordingly. The disguised approach, the lies, the old wand, the tension, all of that happened in the surface layer of events. Underneath, Harry was listening for the vault and the dragon long before they reached either. The vault came as pressure first. The Hufflepuff cup rang differently than the locket had, not because the fragment changed species, but because anchor and object always altered one another. The locket had wrapped the shard in aristocratic contempt, secrecy, and old theft. The cup sang with theft too, yes, but also with legacy, possession through beauty, and a smug old confidence in being admired while used for wickedness. The fragment inside it had been nailed through a different emotional architecture. Less intimate than the diary, less sullen than the locket, more ceremonial, more proud. Harry felt it and went cold. Then he felt the dragon. That nearly stopped him in the track before the cart ever reached the deeper tunnels. The creature's note hit with such depth and misery that the Horcrux pressure beside it dimmed for a second. This was not basilisk age, not castle monster ancientness, not a predatory architecture bred into underground silence. This was living pain made structural by captivity. Hunger, burns, chained movement, repeated punishment, blindness from abuse, the slow killing of a mind not by one grand cruelty, but by the endless repetition of restraint. Every chain strike and prod and commanded suffering had gone into the dragon's resonance until the whole tunnel carried it like weather. Harry caught the rail so hard his knuckles hurt. Hermione, disguised and white around the mouth already, murmured, "Harry!" He did not answer at first. Because the dragons trapped death misery, death not yet completed, life made to feel like prolonged ending, was one of the clearest living notes he had heard in years. It was almost unbearable. They passed deeper into the vault line. The cup sharpened. The dragon throbbed. By the time Griffook got them to the Lestrange vault, and all the protections had begun their mad multiplying glitter around them, Harry was operating at the thin, dangerous edge where hearing turns into compulsion. The cup screamed the instant he saw it, not audibly. The anchor note rose out of the pile of treasure like black metal dragged across a bell. Wrongness wrapped in stolen beauty. A hollow thing hiding among the hoarded wealth of people who believed possession justified itself. Ron shouted for speed. Hermione was already moving. Gold multiplied. Heat climbed. Panic became practical. Harry saw the cup, saw the blackened pressure around it, and heard from farther down the line the dragon again. Something in him made a choice before his mind finished describing it. They ran cup in hand. Treasure doubling. Griffook betraying them because of course he did. The sword gone in a flash of goblin grievance and self-interest, and the cart hurtling toward catastrophe. All of that mattered. What changed the escape, though, was the dragon. When they spilled into the deeper chamber where it hung chained and half-mad with pain, Ron saw monster first. Hermione saw obstacle. Harry saw a living creature made into a sustained death echo by imprisonment. And because he was already half open from the cup, from vault pressure, from too much old gold saturated with too many ugly human wants, he did the strangest thing possible in the middle of a Gringotts heist. He knelt in the tunnel and listened to the dragon, not the chains only, not the fear, the misery under both. The ancient memory of open sky still somehow alive beneath all the years of dark. The dragon reared, ready to blast anything that moved in the wrong way. Then Harry pushed one note back at it, not command, relief, not full healing. That was impossible in one beat and with no true skill for creature work. But the brief, honest resonance of release. The emotional shape of a chain not because it is broken, but because it should be broken. The dragon froze. Its one clear eye swung toward him. In that second, Harry understood that living creatures, too, could recognize when someone heard their suffering accurately. Then the dragon moved, not at them, for itself. The chains came apart under its own strength, and its roar tore the tunnel's whole moral shape open. Stone shook. Goblins screamed. The tracks shattered. In the chaos that followed, Harry and Ron and Hermione did not ride the dragon so much as cling to a disaster already committed to its own escape. When the creature burst upward into real daylight and the world opened under them in impossible wind and white cloud and brilliance, Harry heard the dragon's note change, still pain, still terror, but threaded through with sky. He laughed then, wild, half-broken, the kind of laugh that comes only when survival and pity and absurdity hit all at once. Hermione shouted something that might have been his name and might have been a prayer. Ron yelled with the clean, bright panic of someone too alive not to. They let go over the lake because even heroics have practical limits. The dragon flew on, and for one brief, beautiful span in the cold water below Gringotts, Harry felt what it meant to help a trapped thing out of its structure without taking it into himself. That lesson would matter later, too. They did not destroy the cup at once. Harry could not. The inside method demanded more than physical strength. It demanded coherence, orientation. Enough of himself left intact to enter the wound and not come back wearing more of it than he had brought in. After Gringotts, he had neither. They camped in woodland thick enough to hide them and quiet enough to let the aftershocks settle. Hermione warded everything twice. Ron made a fire too small and then too large. Harry sat against a tree with the cup wrapped in cloth on his lap and listened to the road of himself creak under weight. The dragon had not lodged in him. That was good. Griffook's betrayal had not surprised him. That was useful. The cup, however, felt eager, not in the diary's intimate way. In the way grand corrupt objects are eager, assuming eventual handling by somebody who matters. Its anchor space pressed outward through gold and old prestige and murder history, making itself felt whenever Harry's fingers brushed the handles. By dusk, he knew waiting longer would only make the object more present in the camp's atmosphere. "It has to be tonight," he said. Hermione looked up from her notes with her face already telling him she hated that answer. Ron, cleaning mud from one sleeve with more concentration than the sleeve deserved, swore immediately. "Your body says no," Hermione said. "My body says a lot of dramatic things." "Harry!" He met her eyes. There was no room left for the lie of "I'll be fine." All three of them had gone past that language, so he said only the part they all knew: "If we camp with it, it camps with us." That ended the argument. Not because they agreed happily, because they recognized truth when it hurt. This time the tether was stronger. Hermione refined the resonance structure until the connection between Harry, the shell, and the two of them felt almost braided rather than merely improvised. Ron insisted on staying physically closer, hand not only on the cup, but braced against Harry's shoulder, as if preparing to anchor a man through a flood. Harry was too tired to mock him for the sentiment, which was how Ron knew he was truly worried. The cup's echo space opened differently than the locket's. No false manner, no long corridor of aristocratic rot. Instead, Harry found himself in a room that should have belonged to celebration and had been poisoned into triumph. A drawing room, richly appointed, full of admiration made vulgar. Glass cabinets, gold light, a pedestal at the center. The emotional architecture of being chosen, displayed, desired. Hepzibah Smith's delight had become part of it, the vain, affectionate thrill of owning beautiful old things and believing them proof of worth. Under that delight was theft, then murder, then Tom's cold-ascendant contempt turning the whole scene into an altar to acquisition. The fragment presented itself not as Tom standing before him this time, but as voice from every reflective surface. "You always take what shines." That was the lure of the cup, not intimacy. Covetousness moralized into destiny. Harry had learned enough from the locket to ignore the voice more quickly. He listened beneath it, found the pinning note buried in the emotional architecture of stolen beauty and dead admiration, and went for it at once. The cup fought dirtier than the locket in some ways, not by deep psychological truths, but by temptation and self-justification. It offered heroism, importance, chosenness. Every ugly seduction that power hands frightened boys when they have lived too long around prophecy and war and adults building them toward utility. It showed him himself crowned by necessity. Feared, central, unavoidable, Harry almost laughed in its face. Because Voldemort still did not understand the Burrow, he did not understand that Harry's deepest shaping had not been uniqueness. It had been being one child among many, expected to clear plates and share space, and not make a ceremony of himself. The cup's grandeur found little purchase there. That did not make the destruction easy, only simpler. He found the black note under the false gleam and crushed it by resonance, using not only the shard in his scar this time, but the exact memory of the dragon choosing sky over chains. Release against possession. Motion against display. The fragment shattered under that dissonance, and the whole echo space imploded in a burst of broken gold and one final furious hiss. Harry came back harder than from the locket, but faster. He still vomited. There was less blood this time. Progress, he thought dimly, before he passed out against Ron's shoulder and woke hours later with Hermione muttering over his pulse, and Ron refusing to pretend he had not been counting the breaths. 2 down. And now the remaining ones sang clearer than before. The diadem called from Hogwarts. Harry knew it the next day, not because the castle was near. It wasn't yet. They were miles away, hidden under hedges and wards, and the thin, fraying, ordinary routines of war children pretending strategy made them less lost. But once the cup's note went dark, another sharpened in the pattern immediately, Ravenclaw, not by name first. By texture, a different kind of anchor space pressure, pride not aristocratic like the cup. Intellect, concealment through accumulation. Something old and clever and hidden among hidden things. The resonance tasted of dust, forgotten brilliance, and secrets stored not because they were evil alone, but because they had become too useful to throw away. Hogwarts, Harry said before he fully knew he would. Ron, halfway through chewing stale bread, blinked. What? Hermione sat upright so fast her book slid off her knees. Which one? The next one. Harry pressed fingers to his scar. It's there. The word Hogwarts changed the camp, not because either of them doubted him now. They had gone far beyond doubt, because Hogwarts meant return, battle, final structures, places that had made them and wounded them. Teachers, ghosts, hidden rooms, the last stage of things becoming too large to control, Hermione said what all three were thinking in some form. If we go back, that's the end game. Harry nodded once. Ron swallowed whatever argument he might have started and instead asked, "And the snake, Nagini, the living anchor?" Harry looked down at the ground, still ringing, still closed to Voldemort, more unstable now that so many external pins were gone. He could feel her through the scar in a way he had not before. A living structure carrying a fragment under too much pressure, coiled near the center of Voldemort's moving life like the last external defense around a thing hidden in flesh. "Not first," Harry said softly, "but soon." No one liked the answer. It remained true. That night Harry dreamed of the Burrow attic, though he slept under canvas. The dream was not dream in the ordinary sense. Too sharp, too structured. The slope of the roof exact, the old wardrobe exact. The warden where it always sat, pale and listening, as if the distance between countryside and home meant less to old bonds than humans like to imagine. "You have reduced the chorus," it said. Harry, standing in the dream attic with the silvered weight of the scar pulling at his forehead, did not bother asking how it had found him. The Burrow bond had long since stopped obeying geography. "3," he said. "2 outside you, 1 inside." There it was. Harry looked up. "Say it." The warden descended from the wardrobe without sound. "You are a Horcrux." Not surprise, confirmation. Still, Harry felt the word go through him like cold. "I know, no," said the warden. "You suspect. Now know." The attic darkened around the edges until only the two of them and the deep note of the Burrow remained. Then the warden lifted one long finger and touched the air over Harry's scar. At once, the internal architecture opened. Harry saw it more clearly than ever before. Not only the jagged splinter lodged in the wound, the way it had fused. Lily's sacrifice echo, not as shield on skin now, but as a death refusal transformed by love, and then transferred by the Weasley blood adoption into house bond and family structure. Voldemort's soul fragment, driven into that sacrifice wound and trapped there, unable to leave, unable to wholly dominate. The warden bond, awakened by the ritual and drawn to the impossible braid of almost death, family magic, and alien shard, three things. One structure. His power was not the shard alone. It was the shard forced to resonate through Lily's echo and the Burrow's ancient family attunement under the attention of a warden that watched thresholds and continuities. That was why he heard the dead. That was why the castle screamed for him. That was why houses recognized him. That was why the anchors answered when he listened. He had not inherited rattle magic as a bloodline craft. He had become its only living practitioner because nothing like him should have cohered, and yet had Harry swayed. The warden let him. The fragment in you is source and wound both, it said. Without it the hearing changes, narrows, softens, but does not vanish entirely. Lily's echo remains, the Weasley bond remains, I remain while you remain. Harry's mouth had gone dry. So if it dies, you continue, differently? That should have been reassurance. Instead, it felt like countdown, because if the fragment in him was a Horcrux, and not accidental in structure no matter how accidental in origin, then once the diadem and Nagini were gone, only his would remain. And then the war would narrow to a single unbearable necessity. The warden saw him reach that conclusion. Yes, it said. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his voice sounded older than he wanted. Then I need the stone. The warden's pale gaze sharpened. Not because the thought was new, because Harry had finally arrived there for the right reason. Yes, it said again, not to call them back, to release what he carried. They returned to Hogwarts through Aberforth, secrets and war-split inevitability. The hogshead smelled of stale ale, old argument, and Dumbledore family grief kept mean and practical. Aberforth himself sounded like a man who had spent years reducing every tenderness to irritation, so he would not have to explain the shape of what remained. Harry liked him instantly for entirely unfair reasons. From there, the road up into the school became less journey than homecoming through fracture. The room of requirement answered almost before Hermione finished thinking it. Inside, the DA gathered in bright shocked notes, Neville steadier than ever, Ginny hard as flint, Luna still carrying impossible light even after captivity, the room full of current life and accumulated resistance. Harry heard them all with hungry relief. It helped. Not enough to quiet the anchor map. Enough to remember why the war was not only architecture and dead things. He found the diadem within the hour, not because of clues, not because of books, not because Helena Ravenclaw's shade eventually whispered truth, though that happened too in its own haunted old way. Harry found it because the Room of Hidden Things was a scream composed entirely of secrecy, and one note inside that scream was wrong in exactly the way only a Horcrux could be. The room itself nearly flattened him. Thousands upon thousands of hidden objects, concealed shames, stolen jokes, abandoned projects, illicit bottles, old school fear, adolescent vanity, secret despair, private triumph. Generations of children using the same chamber to remove evidence of themselves from official sight. All of it piled into towers and lanes and whole topographies of hidden life. And in the middle of that massive human echo, the diadem sat in its own cleaner ugliness, pride weaponized into intellect. Stolen legacy turned crown. Tom had hidden it in the perfect place, among secret things in a castle that had spent centuries producing them. Harry stood still in the shifting lanes of junk and listened until the note clarified. Hermione touched his arm. "Do you have it?" "Yes." Ron, eyes on the mountain ranges of school debris all around them, muttered, "Because from where I'm standing this room has about 50,000 wrong-looking objects." Harry almost smiled. Then he walked. Straight through one narrowing lane, around an old broken cabinet that still held several years' worth of bad decisions, past a mound of tarnished trophies thrumming with abandoned ambition, and came to the bust with the ugly old wig and the dark glint beneath it. The diadem. Ravenclaw's lost crown. Horcrux, this anchor space opened faster than the others, as if it had grown impatient with secrecy. Harry barely had time to tell Ron and Hermione, "Same tether," before the note pulled him in. The diadem's inside was not a house and not a room. It was a library on fire that insisted it was still a library, shelves reaching upward into dark, knowledge as superiority. Questions turned into hierarchy. Rowena's brilliance warped by Tom's theft into a structure where intelligence had ceased to be curiosity and become self-worship. Books opened and spoke in other people's voices. Every hidden school shame in the room of requirement fed the place with little tributaries of secrecy. At the center sat a version of Tom not as charming boy or cold young man, but as the idea of the exceptional self. Beautiful. Singular. Entitled to all things because they could be understood and therefore taken. This fragment fought hardest with comparison, not family or grief or possession this time. Worth, would you not rather be the only one who can do this? It asked through shelves and ash and turning pages. The only one who hears the true shape. The only one who can enter where others drown. Why pretend otherwise? Why cling to the ordinary when the ordinary has long since rejected you? It was, Harry thought distantly, an extremely Ravenclaw-shaped temptation delivered by a Slytherin's soul. He was too tired for it. That, unexpectedly, saved him, because the offer of exceptional isolation only seduces people who still hope uniqueness will heal their loneliness. Harry had lived too long in the Burrow for that lie to find perfect purchase. The ordinary had not rejected him. It had fed him, yelled at him, knitted him jumpers, and made him wash dishes. He destroyed the diadem by hearing not the fragment's brilliance but the rot under it. Knowledge severed from love, wit turned into hunger, pride trying to wear understanding as crown. The black pinning notes split under the pressure of all the humble human uses of knowledge the fragment could not honor, Hermione's research done to save, Lupin's notes written to share, Arthur's curiosity fueled by delight rather than domination, Ginny's learning after the diary as reclamation rather than possession. The library fire collapsed. Harry came back coughing, ash in his mouth that was not ash. The diadem blackened in Hermione's hands, and then simply came apart. By the time he steadied, the map inside him had changed again. One object left, one living anchor, and him. Nagini died before the forest. That was not how anyone later told the story cleanly, because the last hours of war blur even in survivor memory. But Harry knew the order. It mattered. With the diadem gone, Nagini rang so loudly through the scar that he could barely hear ordinary voices when Voldemort drew near the castle lines. The snake's note was different from the other anchors because it lived. Warm blood, coiled instinct, creature self wrapped around an imposed fragment. The anchor space was not an object wound. It was a constriction. A second rhythm throttling a living one. When Voldemort gathered his forces in the dark outside Hogwarts, and the castle held its breath between skirmishes, Harry finally understood how it could be done. Not by entering from shell. By entering through the shard. He sat in a shattered classroom while battle moved elsewhere and put both hands over his scar. Hermione knelt in front of him, eyes full of panic and trust. Ron stood by the door with his wand drawn because helpless vigilance was still a form of love. "What are you doing?" Ron asked. Harry's voice was thin. "Using the line." Hermione understood first. Horror crossed her face like weather. "Harry, if you go through the connection, I know." "No, you don't, because no one does." He almost said, "I do enough." Instead he said, "It's now or later in the forest." That silenced both of them. Current life against necessary death again. Hermione grabbed his wrist hard. "Then come back fast." Harry closed his eyes and went down the scar. What followed could barely be called space. More like being forced through a vein full of someone else's hatred, until it opened into a living cage. Nagini's own awareness moved around him. Animal, sharp, hungry, terribly constrained by the human fragment knotted through her. Voldemort's soul piece in her did not present as Tom or manor or library or crown. It presented as command. Survival through domination. Life made leash, and beneath it Harry found the snake, not innocent, not evil, a creature, trapped. He did not pity her, he recognized structure. Then he tore the fragment loose. Nagini convulsed somewhere far away in the real world. He felt the physical backlash through the line. The pinned note snapped under a surge of dissonance so violent the snake's own life note broke with it. The anchor and the living vessel collapsed together. Harry came back with blood streaming from his nose and the certainty, before anyone told him, that the last external Horcrux was gone. Only the one in him remained. The room tilted. Hermione was already pressing a cloth into his hand. Ron was swearing in long, coherent paragraphs. Harry laughed once. He couldn't help it. It sounded exhausted and terrible. "What?" Ron demanded. Harry looked at them both through silver-flooded vision and said the sentence he had been carrying toward for years. "It's just me now." No one in the room misunderstood what that meant. The snitch opened in the forest path. The way to that moment was shorter than it should have been. Once Nagini fell, events stopped pretending they were many and became one. Voldemort called a ceasefire and demanded Harry come out. The castle reeled in fresh dead and fresh fear. The surviving defenders moved through corridors carrying the notes of battle with them, loss, rage, endurance, disbelief that there could still be more to give. Harry felt all of it and did not absorb any of it. That was the point now. The point was not to become fuller, to become lighter. He found a quiet passage near the edge of the grounds and took the snitch from his pocket. "I open at the close." Dumbledore's voice lived in the memory of that phrase, not in the metal itself. Harry's fingers shook once around the golden sphere. All his life after childhood had become a long education in thresholds. Near death, adoption, housebond, castle, diary, graveyard, ministry, tower, manor, and now the final one. He understood at last what the close meant for him, not victory, not old age. Near enough to death that the world and the next thing blurred, he whispered, "I am about to die." The snitch clicked open. The resurrection stone dropped into his palm. It was not loud. That surprised him more than anything. No grand ancient artifact pressure, no aggressive magical self-importance. The stone sounded like a held hand, not safe, not simple, but liminal, made not to drag the dead back in violence, nor to anchor them, nor to deny passage. A bridge, temporary, exact. The warden had been right. Harry closed his fingers around it, and the three echoes inside him rose instantly. Cedric first, clean, bright, unfinished. Sirius next, storm-dark, fierce, terrible in how alive his death had remained. Dumbledore last, vast, sorrowful, tired, still too large. Harry leaned back against the cold stone wall and let tears come at last, because the stone made weeping structurally possible in a way carrying had not. "I'm not calling you back," he whispered. The corridor around him held current battle fear at a distance. Somewhere far off the grounds groaned under giant movement and spellfire. Here, for one fraction of time, there was only a 17-year-old boy, a dead man's toy, and the impossible architecture of love and grief. "I'm letting you go." Then he turned the stone. Cedric came first, not as flesh, not as ghost, not even as the near-solid shades of the canonical forest. In Harry's experience, the stone translated carried echoes into presence long enough for release. Cedric stood before him in graveyard robes, yes, but quieter than memory had kept him. Less accusation, more truth. "You held on hard," Cedric said, Harry's throat closed. "I didn't mean to." "I know." That was Cedric. Even here, Harry looked at him properly. "I'm sorry." Cedric's expression did not become saintly. He had never been that simple, but the sharp unfinishedness of his death note softened. "Then stop keeping it like apology changes. What happened?" The sentence cracked something open. Harry nodded blindly. Cedric stepped closer, not touching, not because the stone did touch the way living hands do, but because emotional distances still matter even in threshold spaces. "Take my body back," he said quietly, echoing the graveyard's old impossible request. Was never meant to become "take my death with you." Then he was lighter, not gone yet. Ready. Sirius came next like weather breaking. 1 second the corridor held only Harry's breathing and the stone's hum. The next Sirius Black leaned against the opposite wall with all his old careless grace and none of his old prison rawness. He looked younger and older both, more himself than the echo Harry had been carrying. That hurt more than if he had looked dimmer. Harry laughed once through tears. "You always arrive like trouble." Sirius's mouth twitched. "You have excellent taste in trouble." Then the humor gentled away, and what remained was the thing Harry had spent a year refusing to flatten: love, not parental replacement, not clean redemption, not tidy Godfather story comfort. Love with teeth and failure in it. Love that had wanted to save and sometimes wanted to be saved by the child it adored. Love still worthy, still real, still dangerous in memory if carried wrong. Harry looked down because he could not bear it otherwise. "You were becoming load-bearing." Sirius went very still, then he laughed once, not mockery, more recognition so sharp it almost became pain. "That sounds like one of your attic nightmares talking." "It's true. Probably." Sirius's voice softened. Harry looked up. Sirius's next words entered him like warmth through old frost. "Missing me is not the same as needing my anger to stand upright." Harry made a broken sound. Sirius smiled, small and fierce, and finally not trapped in a last note. "You know what I was when it came down to it? Not a war, not a prison, not a noble tragedy." His eyes held Harry's. "A man who loved you, let that be enough." Then he too became lighter. Last came Dumbledore, or rather, last Harry allowed him to come. For a second he considered refusing. He still had that right, even now. Even after Tower and silence and grave manipulations done in the name of larger structures. The stone did not compel truth. It only bridged what the bearer opened. Then Albus Dumbledore stood in the corridor, not imposing and not diminished, robes quiet, old face full of the exact sorrow Harry had spent so long hearing around the edges and hating because it never prevented the next necessary cruelty. They looked at one another a long time. Finally Harry said, "You should have told me." "Yes," Dumbledore said, no defense. That more than anything, let the anger move. "You used me." "Yes," still no defense. "But not only that," Dumbledore added, and the old ruinous tenderness in him sharpened into speech. "I loved you badly in places where I ought to have loved you cleanly, and wisely in places where wisdom resembled coldness, and strategically in places where strategy wounded the thing I most meant to preserve." He looked old then, not mythic, old. "I do not ask your forgiveness as price for going on, only that you not mistake my failures for proof that you were ever less than cherished." Harry swallowed hard. There are apologies that rearrange history. There are apologies that do not. This was the second kind. It did not heal. It made truth navigable. He nodded once. Dumbledore inclined his head, and some intolerable breadth in Harry's chest finally loosened. "Good," the old man said very softly. "Then set me down." Harry did. One by one, the three echoes rose out of his internal structure and through the stone's temporary bridge, not called back into life, not banished, simply released from being architecture inside him. Cedric went first, clean as a bell fading over water. Sirius next, leaving behind not emptiness, but a different shape of love no longer sharpened into constant reflex. Dumbledore last, vast and quiet, and then gone past hearing. When the stone's hum died in Harry's hand, he remained leaning against the corridor wall with tears drying on his face and a sensation so strange it took him several breaths to name: space. Inside himself, not hollow, not lonely, room that belonged to him again. Lighter than he had been since the graveyard. The shard in the scar still pulsed, but it pulsed alone. The walk to the forest was quieter than any battle should have allowed. Voldemort's summons rolled over the grounds. The defenders regrouped in fear and fury and disbelief. The castle still held its 1,000 years and the fresh dead of the night. Somewhere Fred already lay beyond hearing, though Harry did not touch that note. He would not. He could not. Not now, not if he meant to remain himself long enough to finish. The stone rested cold and simple in his pocket. The invisibility cloak lay around his shoulders like an old promise of threshold crossing. The shard in his scar rang louder with every step toward the trees. Harry moved through the edge of the grounds and into the forest, as if walking into a chord resolving. Without Cedric, Sirius, and Dumbledore inside him, the difference was immediate and terrible and clean. The world did not become easier, it became his again. Fear sounded like fear rather than Sirius's anger. Grief sounded like grief rather than Dumbledore's breadth. Injustice sounded like his own outrage and not Cedric's unfinishedness. He had not realized how much of the last 2 years he had been hearing himself through carried dead until their notes were gone. He was still haunted, just not occupied. The forest floor held old animal endings, war movement, spiders, roots, moonlight residue, too many things dying naturally and unnaturally in one deep living world. Harry heard all of it and remained in step. Ahead, Voldemort waited with the terrible gathered silence of followers around him. Harry stopped once beneath the trees and put his hand over his scar. The fragment in it answered at once, not with words, with frequency. A perfect hated match to the soul notes he had destroyed in objects and snake and man. The last pin, the last black needle. The source wound of his power and the final external thing standing between Voldemort and actual mortality. The Warden's last lesson came back. A kill can be a signal if tuned correctly. That was the final structure. Voldemort had always tried to destroy by imposing dissonance, his will against another life, violent separation, death as command. But the killing curse required the living target to remain wholly other. That was its path. It killed through imposed contradiction. Harry was not contradiction to the shard. He was its current anchor. If he went into death willingly, and tuned himself not away from the fragment, but exactly to it, if he made the incoming curse strike the shard's own frequency rather than resist it, then Voldemort's violence would do what all his own methods could not safely do. Kill the fragment without destroying the structure holding the rest of Harry. He did not understand all of that mathematically. He understood it like resonance, like old music. Like a house knowing which beam may be cut without bringing down the whole roof if the load has already shifted elsewhere. Harry stepped into the clearing. Voldemort turned. The Death Eaters went silent in that strange, hungry way crowds do when they believe they are seeing destiny instead of simply another child walking to meet murder. Harry looked at Voldemort and for the first time in years did not hear a system of anchors around him. No diary, no locket, no cup. No diadem, no snake, only the body rebuilt around mutilated soul and the fragment in Harry answering like final kin. The relief of that was grotesque. Voldemort's voice came thin and cold through the clearing. "Harry Potter, the boy who came to die." Harry almost answered no. The boy who came to make you mortal. Instead he kept still, because this part had to be exact. He let the shard in his scar come fully forward in his hearing. Not control. Not merge. Here. Match. The same black note he had shattered in all the others, but here braided through Lily's sacrifice echo and the Burrow bond and everything that still made him himself. He aligned not with Voldemort the man, but with the fragment the man had left in him. A line opened. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry did not resist. That was the hardest part, not courage, but precision. To stand under hatred and not put your own life into opposition at the wrong angle. To make yourself, for one single terrible second, a correct resonance rather than a defending one. Avada Kedavra. Green light came, Harry met it tuned. The curse passed through him like a struck string and found what matched. The fragment screamed, not aloud, not for the Death Eaters. Inside the scar, inside the old wound, inside the whole impossible braid that had made Harry what he was, Voldemort's soul piece tore loose and died. Harry felt it burn out of structure, taking with it the deepest source of the rattle-hearing's unnatural reach and leaving behind Lily's echo and housebond and self. Then the world vanished, and for the first time since he was 1 year old, Harry Potter went down into darkness carrying only his own note. Every echo, every fallen fighter, every oath, and the spectral cage Harry returned to the world through noise, not pain first, not sight, noise. The forest was wrong with it. 100 recent heartbeats, wandwood under sweating hands, Death Eaters shifting in their boots. Voldemort's serpentine breath moving through a chest that should not have been standing if justice had any interest in speed. Bellatrix's hunger. Narcissa's fear sharpened to a single private line. The trees themselves holding battle residue from the night like static between trunks. And beneath all of it, silence where the shard had been. That was the first miracle, not a heavenly one. Not relief clean enough to make him weep, though relief was there too, vast and dizzying. A structural silence. The black needle in his scar, the final anchor note not his own, was gone. Harry felt the absence the way someone who has carried a stone in one boot for years might feel the sudden honesty of walking without it. He was still himself. That came second, not empty, not erased, not a husk with the dangerous piece removed, still himself. Lily's echo remained. The Burrow bond remained. The warden's attunement remained like an old deep note under everything else. His hearing had changed, not lesser exactly, but no longer sharpened by a foreign splinter. The world sounded clearer and farther at once, less crowded by the shard's family resemblance to death, more truly his. Harry lay still in the leaves under the borrowed death act of the forest clearing and understood all this in the instant, before Voldemort's followers began to move around him with the giddy, exhausted confidence of people who believed the story had finally chosen their side. Then Narcissa bent over him. Everyone later remembered what she asked. Is Draco alive? Is he in the castle? Harry knew the question mattered in one world-historical sense. What mattered more to him in the moment was her note. Narcissa Malfoy had always sounded to Harry like maternal devotion forced to live inside compromised structures. At the manor, he had heard the lies she built, and the love those lies served. Here, in the forest over the body of a boy she had watched the world try to weaponize since childhood, that note had become almost pure. Fear for Draco, nothing else worth much beside it. Not Voldemort, not ideology, not triumph. Only the single appalling love of a mother who would step across any law remaining to get one more answer about a child. Harry whispered back, "He's alive." The truth went through her like water into roots. The lie she told Voldemort afterward was built on that truth, and because it was built on love rather than strategy alone, it rang solid enough that even Voldemort, mortal now, though he did not know how thoroughly, did not hear the fracture. They took Harry's body, or what they believed was his body, back toward Hogwarts. He was aware of Hagrid's arms before he opened his eyes again, aware of the giant's grief, which sounded like mountains failing. Not tidy sorrow, not articulate pain. Simple, monumental heartbreak moving through an enormous chest that had once held a baby in a ruined cottage, and now held what everyone believed to be the same child dead at last. If Harry had needed one more reason to stay still until the right moment, that would have been enough. He let Hagrid carry him, and as they crossed from forest to grounds, the castle came back into his hearing, changed by battle and by the absence inside him. Hogwarts no longer screamed the way it once had. It still sang with death, with history, with oaths and fear and all the fresh wounds of the night. But now Harry heard it less like an assault and more like an instrument too large for one person to play alone. The castle's old notes were there. The dead from the battle were there. The defenders' grief and stubbornness and exhaustion were there. Yet between those vast old resonances he could finally hear the spaces. Release had begun making room, not enough, not yet, but enough that he knew, even before the last stage unfolded, that the dead need not all end as burdens if the living chose differently than Voldemort always had. They came out into the grounds before the survivors. The scene struck him like a broken chord. The defenders gathered along the steps and broken walls of Hogwarts, teachers white-faced and bloodied, parents arriving through smoke and panic. The Order, the Weasleys, Hermione and Ron in a knot of living fear so sharp Harry felt it through half-shut eyes like the edge of a blade. Ginny burning with furious disbelief. Neville like a note of iron hammered flat and made stronger by the hammering. Luna bright and steady in impossible ways as ever, and under all of them, fresh dead, Colin, Lavender, Remus, Tonks, others, so many others. The castle held their new notes in immediate cruel brightness, because death in battle lands hard before it settles. When Voldemort's voice rolled over the grounds declaring victory, Harry had to force himself not to move at the wrong sound. He listened instead. That was what he had left. Not a wand advantage, not prophecy as shield. Hearing, structure, choice. Voldemort spoke to the crowd, and the crowd answered him with silence, shock, or submission according to the shape of each listener's fear. Harry heard the shifting emotional field of the grounds better than any single speech. Bellatrix's hungry delight, Lucius's exhausted relief braided with dread, Narcissa's attention not on her lord at all, but on Draco somewhere in the Defenders. The Defenders' despair fighting with refusal and not yet losing. Then Neville answered. Of course he did. Neville Longbottom, who had sounded increasingly through the war like a boy hammered into a weapon, and still somehow kept soft places inside him for kindness, stepped forward under Voldemort's mockery and became, in that moment, one of the cleanest notes in the entire field. Not because he was fearless, because his fear and his courage had finally fused into the same thing. Harry heard the sword before he saw it, not literally. The emotional residue of Godric Gryffindor's blade had changed over the years. It no longer rang merely with chamber heroics or ancient founder prestige. It had acquired new notes from being the weapon of recovered histories and stolen courage. And when it came out beneath the sorting hat and into Neville's hands, its resonance bit through the field like struck silver. Nagini's death had already happened in Harry's own sequence of understanding, but the body truth of it had not yet been seen by everyone else. When Neville's blade finished what Harry's inner tearing had started, when the serpent's body split and the last external vessel of Voldemort's soul died in undeniable flesh, the entire battlefield changed note. Voldemort felt it. Harry heard the exact instant. A gap opened in the Dark Lord's internal structure, not visible, not named, but resonant. Mortality, long deferred by architecture and fragmentation, hit him as actual vulnerability for the first time since before Harry was born. The Defenders heard something too, though not all knew what. Hope, perhaps, not bright yet, but no longer abstract, and Harry understood the timing had come. He rolled from Hagrid's arms and the world broke open. Chaos, after revelation, always sounds less like surprise than people dropping the stories they were using to stand. That was what happened on the grounds. One heartbeat Harry was dead in Hagrid's arms. The next he was moving, wand already up, body no longer carrying the shard, magic cutting through the gap in everyone's belief like a match in dry straw. The Defenders erupted. The Death Eaters stumbled in shock. Spells flashed from every direction at once. Hagrid roared loud enough to make the nearest windows shake. Voldemort screamed, not in fear at first, but in rage at narrative insult, at the intolerable fact of the boy refusing the script one last time. Harry hit the ground running, not toward Voldemort immediately. That would have been the grand gesture. Grand gestures kill more children than they save. Instead, he ran into the battle proper, while the field shattered into dozens of smaller wars, and what he found there changed the shape of the end. Because the battle, from Harry's hearing, was not a duel with many spectators. It was a symphony of death echoes accumulating in real time. That was the most awful thing he had ever known. People fell, and their notes struck the castle instantly. Not all dead at once, not all cleanly, not all with the same force. Some left bright bursts of terror, some diffuse exhausted releases, some wild unfinished grief tearing through the stone so hard nearby portraits shuddered. And Harry, no longer carrying the shard, no longer protected by the excuse that some foreign piece of soul made this his necessary burden, had to choose over and over whether to reach. The temptation was immediate. The old reflex had not died with the Horcrux in his scar. If anything, it felt more his now. A habit learned through years of hearing death too closely. Someone fell, and part of Harry's magic wanted to close around the note before it dispersed. To keep, to structure, to prevent absence by making his own body a house. He did not for the first body, not for the second, not for the third. Every refusal hurt. The castle roared around him as if offended by such abundance of endings. Teachers' spells crossed overhead. Giants moved at the edges of hearing like collapsing towers. The room of requirement bled fire notes from earlier destruction. The dueling in the entrance hall made old founder oaths ring through marble. And then Fred died. Harry felt it before Molly screamed. That was the cruelty of blood bond resonance, not literal blood in the magical legal sense. The Weasley adoption rite had made him line enough that family echoes struck him on that frequency whether he wanted them to or not. Fred's death note came through the battle not as anonymous fresh dead, but as brother. Laughter turned to sudden impossible interruption. Shared Burrow summers. Mockery as love language. Firework mind. Then the shock of being ended mid-brightness. It hit Harry like a fist through the sternum. For 10 full seconds the world narrowed to one appalling choice. He could take Fred. The reflex rose with almost no moral language around it, just structure. Family note, close enough, strong enough, available. He saw in one flashing dreadful vision exactly how it would happen. Harry opening just enough, Fred's last note folding inside him. Molly's grief spared one kind of emptiness only to be traded for another Harry would then have to carry forever. He could do it. That was the horror, not that he wished to. That he genuinely could. And this more than Nagini or the forest or even the locket, became the line between him and Voldemort. Because Voldemort's whole life had been built on the refusal to let anything die cleanly if he could force structure to remain. Horcruxes, possession, fear. He had spent his magic anchoring what should have passed and weaponizing what should have been mourned. Harry knelt amid smoke and broken stone and did the hardest thing he had ever done. He let Fred go, not by denial, by hearing accurately and not taking. Fred's note rang through the castle, through Molly's scream, through George's soul-splitting grief, through Ron's shock, through every sibling and wall and stair that had ever known the twins' laughter. And then it moved outward into battle and house and the living who would remember him. Harry doubled over with the force of not catching. Tears came hard and immediate, but his structure remained his own, and the battle went on. After that, the castle changed, not because Fred's death alone awakened it. Too many had already fallen for any one note to claim sole command. But because Harry's choice not to absorb the dead altered his relationship to the whole field. For years he had heard Hogwarts as a place full of trapped resonance. Now, in the middle of its greatest crisis, he heard something else. A castle trying to carry its own, not perfectly, not painlessly, but genuinely. Hogwarts was 1,000 years of student fear, teacher oath, battle, feast, punishment, love, pride, and accumulated magic. It had enough structure to answer if answered rightly. Harry stood in the midst of shattered corridors and burning side rooms, and understood the final use of rattle magic not as possession, not as individual dual work, but as orchestration. He became, for one terrible luminous stretch of time, the castle's listening point, not merged with it, not consumed. He had learned too much by then. Instead, he opened along the oldest lines available, the founder oaths in the stones, the repeated sacrificial notes of generations of defenders, the protective architecture built into staircases and halls and hidden rooms. Then he answered them back not with his own dead, but with the last living note of everyone who had fallen that night and not been absorbed. That distinction mattered. He was not calling spirits to war. He was building structure from the final truthful notes of their lives as the castle already held them. The result was horrifying. The corridors of Hogwarts filled with spectral projections not of full people, but of thresholds and endings given shape enough to disorient invaders. Death, eaters moving through the West Passage, found themselves walking through layers of prior battle notes. The sensation of every defender who had ever stood in that place refusing surrender. A staircase near the trophy room replayed, in raw emotional force. The panic and courage of students evacuating under attack until grown wizards faltered and lost formation. In the shattered wing by the charms corridor, the castle pushed back with old dual residues sharpened into defensive acoustics, making every aggressive spell cast their return to its owner with the emotional weight of all prior spells launched in the same direction. It was not possession. It was resonance made architectural. And because Hogwarts itself had always held these notes better than Harry's body could, he did not need to keep them inside. He only needed to tune them long enough for the castle to answer. The room of requirement became a genuine nightmare. Death, Eaters trying to regroup through its smoke-stung upper corridor, found the old fiendfire catastrophe there turned against them. Not literal fire again, but the emotional structure of those who had died fleeing it. Terror, entrapment, the suffocating knowledge that one's own side's brutality had created an environment too monstrous even for loyalty to survive. The walls gave it back to them until several broke and fled in blind panic down the wrong staircases. Elsewhere, McGonagall fought like a note of iron made elegant. Kingsley moved through the entrance hall like a measured drumbeat. Hermione's current fear and brilliance and absolute refusal to lose anyone else cut through corridor noise like sharpened glass. Ron's rage, now fuller because grief had reached his own center, sounded almost Weasley ancestral in its refusal to become despair. And Harry kept listening, not to all. To enough. Each time someone new fell, the temptation returned. Take, hold, structure, keep. Each time he refused. Each refusal made the next harder and the castle's response broader. The dead were not his to own. The dead were the battle's truth, and Hogwarts could bear truth better than one ruined 17-year-old ever could. Then Voldemort entered the castle proper, not physically first, resonantly. The defenders felt it as dread, some of them, the Death Eaters as rallying terror. Harry felt it as the final major hostile note crossing the threshold into a structure no longer full of his anchors, and therefore no longer secretly allied to the Dark Lord's persistence. Voldemort was in Hogwarts now as a mortal man with a mutilated soul, and no external structure left but followers, fear, and his own considerable magic. That was enough to remain catastrophic. It was no longer enough to remain inevitable. The final confrontation did not happen in silence. It happened in the Great Hall because all endings in this story wanted witnesses. The hall by then was beyond mere ruin or ceremony. It had become the center of the castle's wounded present, bodies carried in, families finding one another, survivors bloodied and shaking, teachers still standing with the strange, exhausted grandeur of adults who have spent all their power and remain upright anyway. Harry entered to 1,000 current notes and one ancient room hearing them all. Voldemort stood opposite among the remains of his own side, pale and furious and no longer mythic in Harry's senses. Deadly, yes. Vastly skilled, yes. But stripped now of the hidden, stabilizing architecture that had always made him feel more than one man, Harry heard that difference and loved it. The exchange of words happened, necessary perhaps for everyone else. For the room, for history. Harry told the truth about Snape, about the Elder Wand, about the failure of Voldemort's understanding. The hall listened in gasps and disbelief, and the wounded quiet that follows too many hours of screaming. But under the words Harry was building something, he was listening to the room itself. The great hall held every death of the night now, not as trapped ghosts, as fresh last notes layered into ancient stone. Colin's fierce young hope, Lavender's terror and refusal, Remus's tired devotion, Tonks's bright fierce love, Fred's laughter cut short, countless others lesser known and no less real in resonance. The castle had them, the hall had them. Harry would not absorb them, but he could tune them. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his. Then, in the split second before the spells met, Harry did not aim first at the man, he aimed at the space around him, at the hall's accumulated dead, at the castle's ability to hold what Voldemort had always spent his life trying to deny. Every last note of the battle, Again, not whole consciousness, not summoned spirits, not grotesque resurrection, rose in resonance around Voldemort as Harry answered them through the Great Hall's thousand-year architecture. The effect was not visible at first. People would later remember only a strangeness in the air, a pressure, a hush that shouldn't have existed in a room that crowded and wounded. To Harry, it was clear as iron bars. A spectral cage, built not from souls, from endings. From the final truthful notes of lives Voldemort's war had taken and failed to own. He could not penetrate it because it was made of the very thing he had spent his life mutilating. Death accepted accurately rather than warped into anchor or trophy. Every fragment he had made, every murder used as engineering, had depended on treating endings as materials to master. The cage answered with the opposite principle. Endings that belonged to themselves. Voldemort fired. So did Harry. To most eyes, perhaps, the spells only met. To Harry's hearing, Voldemort's killing curse struck first against the spectral cage and lost coherence there. Not stopped like by a wall, unmade by incompatible structure. Harry's spell, the ordinary disarming charm, still the same stubborn old refusal to become a murderer if disarming truth would suffice, passed through that collapse and struck the already faltering wand allegiance at exactly the angle it had always been waiting to resolve. The Elder Wand answered its true master. Voldemort's magic folded back on him, and because there were no Horcruxes left, no hidden pins, no external rooms into which his death could flee and continue calling itself continuity, the ending he had denied to others came to him plain. He died. Not explosion, not demonic spectacle, dissipation. A body failing around a soul that had nowhere left to anchor. Nowhere to bolt, no willing vessel, no object, no snake, no boy with a shard in his scar. Harry heard it go like pressure releasing from a house after a storm breaks every locked window at once. Then the hall exploded, not with magic, with the sound of the living. People screaming, sobbing, dropping wands, collapsing into one another. Disbelieving joy and fresh grief tearing through the same space, because victory never arrives without the dead already laid out nearby to complicate it. Harry stood in the center of it for one long, impossible moment and felt the cage dissolve back into the hall's own keeping. The battle notes did not vanish. They settled, joined older layers, became part of Hogwarts' long burden rather than his. That was the final mercy of the chapter. He did not have to carry the castle too. Then his knees gave. And Harry Potter, who had listened to death for 16 years and spent the last night refusing to make himself its house, collapsed onto the great hall floor while the war ended around him in sound. What survives the final frequency and the shape of a life after haunting when Harry woke, the world had gone soft at the edges, not gentle, just quieter. That was the first thing he understood. For years, every waking had begun with pressure. The Burrow's deep domestic note, Hogwarts' old stone density, Grimmauld clenched inheritance, tent canvas full of too little history to hold him properly, the constant underhum of the scar answering distant anchors, the dead in him, the dead around him, the old violent signatures embedded in rooms and objects and bodies and names. Now he opened his eyes and found the hospital wing ceiling above him, white and familiar, and no black needle sang from his forehead. No alien shard answered the air. No Horcrux architecture hid under his own pulse. He lay still for a long time and listened with the stunned care of someone waking after years of a bad sound and discovering silence where it once lived. Silence was not the right word. Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing still held old injuries, childhood fevers, broken bones, poisonings, tears muffled into pillows, relief, fear, and the particular impatient practical love of generations of magical healing. Hogwarts itself still spread all around him with 1,000 years' worth of layered history. The Great Hall still carried battle. The castle still kept the dead of that final night, but it no longer struck him at the angle the shard had forced on his hearing. Everything was there. Nothing was inside his skull the way it had been. Harry lifted a hand slowly to his scar. It was still there, raised, thin, lightning-shaped but quiet, no answering throb, no hateful match note in the blood, just skin, memory, and an old wound now finally his own. That realization should have felt triumphant. Instead, it made him cry, not dramatically. Not the violent grief sobs that come with fresh funerals or unbearable fear. Simple tears, the kind that arrive when the body understands safety a few minutes before the mind allows itself to use the word. He turned his face into the pillow and let them come. The curtain around the bed had been left partly open for air. Somewhere nearby another patient shifted. A tray clinked softly in Madame Pomfrey's office. Outside the windows, morning was coming over the lake in pale strips. Harry cried until the relief wore all the way through him and left behind the other thing, the cost, because quiet did not mean untouched. When the tears eased, he sat up slowly, and the room doubled for a second. Not because of damage this time, but because the edges of objects still held faint afterimages of recent emotion. The chair by his bed retained the impression of someone sleeping in it badly. The water glass on the bedside table still shimmered with Pomfrey's brisk efficiency. The blanket across his knees held Molly's hands. She had tucked it around him not long ago. His hearing remained changed, softened, manageable. The warden had told the truth. Without the shard, he was not emptied of rattle magic. He was narrowed into something survivable. Harry looked toward the small mirror hanging on the wall opposite. The boy in it looked more himself and less. The green in his eyes was his again, more visible now that the old invasive metallic sheen had receded. But the silver-gray cast had not vanished. It lingered, faint and permanent around the iris, a weathering rather than a possession. The white in his hair remained two streaks at the temples and one narrow thread above the right ear. Winter left in black. He looked 17 and older and also, somehow, more like the child he had once been. Recognizably a Weasley in his face now if one knew what to look for, not in features borrowed by blood, but in the openness the Burrow had taught into his posture even after everything. And recognizably something else besides. Haunted, perhaps, but not consumed. The curtain snapped wider. Molly Weasley came through like weather. Harry had enough time to think oh no before she reached him, saw him upright and awake, and made a sound so strangled and relieved and furious all at once that only Molly could have produced it. Then she had him. Arms crushing, apron smelling faintly of soap and smoke, and one of the hospital wing kitchens she had probably invaded against instruction. Cheek pressed into his hair, one hand braced so hard at the back of his head it hurt. "Don't you ever," she said into him, voice shaking with the effort of making anger do the work grief would otherwise attempt. "Ever do that to me again?" Harry laughed helplessly into her shoulder because there was no sensible answer to that, and because the feeling of her alive and real and loudly furious was more medicinal than anything in the wing. "Sorry," he said, which was inadequate, and therefore exactly the sort of thing one says to Molly Weasley after surviving the apocalypse. She pulled back enough to look at him. Mothers who have kept 7 children and then one more alive into war become frighteningly good at visual inventory. In one glance she took in the quiet scar, the changed eyes, the white in his hair, the absence of fever, the return of expression, the tears not fully dry on his face, and whatever else only she could measure, her own expression altered. Not because she understood every magical detail. She didn't need to, she knew. The thing in him was gone, some enormous strain had broken, and what remained was still her son. Molly touched the scar very lightly with 2 fingers. "It stopped hurting," she said. It was not a question. Harry stared. She gave him a watery, irritated look. "Don't be ridiculous. Of course I could tell. You've touched it in your sleep for 16 years. The simple intimacy of that almost undid him worse than waking had. He swallowed. "Yeah." Molly's mouth trembled once. Then she put both hands around his face and kissed his forehead just beside the scar, exactly as she had before each first day at Hogwarts and 100 smaller departures since. "All right," she whispered. "All right." Then, because this was still Molly and emotional generosity had strict practical limits before tasks resumed command. She stepped back and said, "Eat before your friends trample the doors down." They came in layers. Ron first, because of course Ron first. He entered like someone trying very hard not to run and failing in every limb except perhaps the legs. He stopped 2 steps from the bed and stared, not politely, not theatrically. Just stared, eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep, face bruised with battle and grief, and every argument he had been having internally since the great hall floor took Harry away from him again. Harry looked back. For one suspended beat neither spoke. Then Ron said, with deep sincerity and no lead-up at all, "You look less haunted." Harry snorted. It came out half a laugh and half a choke. Ron's shoulders lost about an inch of rigid terror they had been carrying for days. "Still a bit haunted," he amended. "Just not like a house is trying to wear you as a jumper anymore. That's vivid. I've been very stressed." That was when Harry knew they would be all right, not untouched, not fixed, but all right enough to keep becoming whatever came after boys surviving war. Ron moved forward and hugged him awkwardly, too hard, all elbows and genuine feeling and no interest in elegance. Harry held on just as hard. "I thought," Ron said into his shoulder, and stopped there because some sentences do not need finishing when both people know the ending. "I know," Harry answered. Ron sat in the chair by the bed afterward and looked at the room as if daring it to try anything while he was present. The difference between before and now revealed itself then in a quiet, private way. Harry could sit with Ron and not feel watched, not because Ron had changed. Because Sirius's echo no longer stood so close to Harry's own anger and affection that every bond got filtered through old dead need. For the first time in years, his best friend's presence arrived with only Ron in it. Loyalty, humor, fear, stubbornness, love, irritation, courage that did not pose as courage. It was unbelievably restful. Hermione came next, after Pomfrey's strict rules had been violated enough to permit it. She entered carrying papers because her response to overwhelming emotion remained offensively consistent. Harry saw her and smiled before he meant to. Hermione stopped in the doorway, looked at his face properly, and made the tiniest sharp sound in the back of her throat. "Oh," she said. Harry frowned. "Oh, what?" She crossed the room, set the papers down, and stood over him with tears in her eyes and the furious composure of someone who intends to have all her feelings under professional management, even during the end of one age and the beginning of another. "The pressure's different," she said. That was Hermione. Even relief arrived observed. Harry tilted his head. "You can tell." "Not the way you mean," she said quickly, already annoyed by her own inability to explain accurately enough. "But you used to feel—" She gestured, then looked disgusted with the gesture. "Like a room listening back while you were in it." Harry went still. Hermione's chin lifted. "Now you mostly feel like yourself in a room." For one strange moment he wanted to laugh and cry at once. Because of all people, of course Hermione would be the first to phrase it in structural terms close enough to the truth to hurt. She blinked hard, then added in a smaller voice, "I was worried you wouldn't." Harry held out his hand. Hermione took it at once and squeezed until both of them probably lost circulation. When she sat, she did not let go. Then, because she was Hermione and grief without work became unbearable too quickly, she tapped the papers she had brought. "I've started notes." Ron groaned from the chair. Hermione ignored him. "Not for publication immediately," she said, with the offended tone of someone preemptively defending herself against accusations not yet made, and not in any form that could be weaponized. But there needs to be a theoretical account of echo anchoring, resonance thresholds, inhabited structures, and non-coercive release before the ministry gets to define any of it themselves. Harry stared. "You've written a paper." "A framework," Hermione corrected. "The ministry is already asking questions." That sobered the room at once, because of course they were. Voldemort dead did not mean the wizarding state had become wise overnight. It meant every surviving institution was now full of frightened adults trying to decide what exactly Harry Potter had been doing in their school, their war, and their houses for 7 years. Ron scowled. Classify this, classify that, shove it in a filing cabinet and call it public safety. Hermione's mouth tightened. Exactly. Harry looked at the notes. She had written headings already in her precise slanted hand. Resonant residue and lived space echo anchor theory on the ethics of release vs retention preliminary observations on non-wand attunement in post-traumatic magical subjects. He barked a laugh before he could help himself. That last one makes me sound like a cursed greenhouse plant. Hermione almost smiled. It's a draft title. But her eyes never left his face for long. The paper was not only scholarship, it was protection. If the ministry came asking, Hermione intended to make Harry's power legible only in the safest possible language and bury the rest under enough ethical caveats and theoretical complexity that any bureaucrat trying to turn it into a weapon would die of reading fatigue first. That, too, was love. Harry understood and loved her for it, so much he had to look away. The ministry did come asking, not at once, not while bodies still lay in ordered rows and families went looking for what remained of the dead and the castle still smelled of smoke, but soon enough. 3 officials arrived in the headmistress's office 2 days after Harry woke, shoes too polished for morning, and voices pitched with that careful mix of deference and entitlement state functionaries use, when they know they are speaking to a national symbol and expect paperwork from him. McGonagall had them seated before Harry entered. That alone helped. Minerva McGonagall felt, in this new era, like the first right note after a long, wrong song. The castle accepted her, not because she was warm. Warmth had never been her most obvious register. Because she belonged to duty in a clean way, one not contaminated by ambition for its own sake. Hogwarts under her sounded stricter and saner both. When Harry came into the office, she stood by the window with one hand on the back of her chair and did not move to coddle him or pre-translate the room. That was also love. The 3 ministry witches and wizards sounded of anxiety layered over professional curiosity. One of them, a thin man from magical law enforcement, carried suspicion he was trying to dress as concern. Another, from the Department of Mysteries by her note, sounded almost hungry with institutional fascination. The third, older and more careful, mostly feared scandal. Harry sat. The questions began politely. How had Voldemort been defeated? Exactly. What was the nature of the spectral phenomena reported by numerous witnesses during the final battle? Had Harry been taught any classified or obscure branches of magic by unauthorized parties? Did he understand that magic involving death, echoes, or residual consciousness might fall under ministry review for public safety? Halfway through the second question, McGonagall's teacup cracked on the saucer. No one mentioned it. Harry listened. Not because their factual questions deserved his full hearing. Because he wanted the emotional truth beneath them before deciding what to say. They were afraid, not of him personally, exactly. Not in the way Draco had once recoiled on the train. Afraid of the category? Wizarding government likes magic it can rank. Teach. Ban neatly. Tax, perhaps, if given time. Harry's power had moved through houses, objects, institutions, and battlefields in ways that ignored all their usual categories. They wanted to name it before it named them back. He thought of Hermione's notes, of the Burrow, of the Warden, of the years spent being asked to explain impossible things to people who would rather turn them into manageable files than admit the world was larger and stranger than policy liked. Then he answered, as little as possible. Yes, Voldemort had split his soul. Yes, some dark objects had been involved. Yes, the castle had responded during battle in ways difficult to explain and perhaps impossible to replicate. No, he did not intend to submit to study. No, he did not intend to demonstrate anything. No, there was no curriculum he would recommend, no school of magic to be formalized, no useful combat technique to be extracted and standardized. The woman from Mysteries leaned forward. "Mr. Potter, with respect, if there exists a branch of magic related to post-mortem resonance." "There does," Harry said. She brightened. Harry continued, "And none of you should touch it." That silenced the room, not because he spoke loudly, because the truth in it rang hard. He let them hear, just for 1 second, enough of his own note to understand this was not a modesty performance or the secretiveness of a boy enjoying myth. Just enough for them to feel the cost in him, the white in the hair, the winter in the eyes, the stillness that had survived and would rather not be tested by anyone carrying a ministry badge and a clipboard. The older official swallowed. McGonagall, still by the window, said in a tone smooth enough to frost glass, "My student has answered with admirable restraint. I suggest you depart before I test the limits of mine." They departed. The cracked teacup remained cracked. When the door closed, Harry let out a breath and only then realized how tightly he'd been holding himself together through the interview. McGonagall came around the desk and looked at him over the rims of her spectacles. "You were very polite," she said. Harry blinked, then he laughed. It startled both of them. McGonagall's mouth twitched in that nearly smile it took a war and the death of a tyrant to earn. "Do not let them study you," she said quietly. "I wasn't planning to." "Good." She paused, and for a moment the headmistress fell away, leaving the woman who had once watched him walk into Hogwarts too young and too famous and too cursed. "You are not a department." That sentence sat with him the rest of the day. Recovery was not dramatic. That, too, felt almost like a mercy. No single morning arrived when Harry woke fully healed, fully ordinary, fully clean of all war's residue. Instead, there were smaller reckonings. The first night, he slept all the way through and woke startled because dawn was already on the window. The first time he walked a corridor at Hogwarts and heard old stone without also hearing 3 layers of death pressing against the inside of his own ribs. The first time he laughed at something George said and did not afterward feel Sirius's lost laughter trying to harmonize with it from inside. Ugh. The first time he sat beside Ron for an entire hour in silence, while Hermione read aloud from some post-war ministry proclamation and experienced nothing from the silence, except Ron and Hermione. The hearing remained. He still touched objects and felt traces. He still knew when old rooms held bad histories. He still heard grief in houses and lies in family silver and the emotional architecture of old magical spaces more than any living person probably ever should. But now the world no longer rushed him by default. He chose when to open. That choice changed everything. It let him realize how tired he had truly been. It let him sit at Fred's funeral and hear the Weasley family's grief move outward through field and weather and gathered mourners without trying to catch any of it himself. It let him stand with George and know that George's terrible maimed laughter would remain George's to rebuild or not rebuild, not something Harry needed to take into his own structure to honor. It let him attend Remus and Tonks's burial and understand, with a kind of broken adult clarity, that Teddy would grow under old war notes whether anyone liked it or not, and that the task of the living was not to erase those notes but to keep them from becoming the child's load-bearing beams. That understanding, more than any ministry interview or surviving battle, made him feel older than 17. And yet ordinary things began returning too. Food tasted like food again more often than like remembered grief. Sunlight in the hospital wing was simply light. The Burrow, when he finally returned to it after the funerals and the official statements and the first stunned aftermath of peace, did not hit him like a sacred structure or a desperate lifeline. It hit him like home. That difference made him stop in the kitchen doorway with his bag still in hand. The Burrow looked the same and not, same patched chairs, same clock, same improbable walls, same kettle, same tea stains in the grain of the table. Same doors that shut slightly differently according to weather and mood. Same stairs that held the memory of generations of children stomping up them in joy, rage, or half-dressed panic. But without the shard, Harry heard the house's deep note more cleanly than ever before. not a support holding him together from outside. A place that had taught him how to remain a person when other structures wanted to use him differently. Molly looked up from the stove. Arthur looked up from a disemboweled Muggle radio. Ginny, seated on the counter, despite all prior parental prohibitions, turned and grinned with sudden pure relief. Ron, already there, because of course he was there, threw a cushion at Harry's head from the sofa and said, "About time." Harry caught the cushion. Then he stood there in the kitchen with the white in his hair and the soft silver in his eyes and the scar no longer answering anything alien, and understood with painful force that survival had not removed him from ordinary life. It had returned him to it altered. That was enough. The months after the war acquired shape slowly. Hermione did finish the paper, or rather the first paper, then the second, then a redacted version of the first one that read like an academic fortress, built expressly to prevent ministry simplification of echo magic into a training manual for bureaucrats and future tyrants. She worked on it in the Burrow at Hogwarts in London, and sometimes with Harry nearby so he could correct any term that made violence sound too tidy. He refused co-authorship. She glared and put his objections in the acknowledgments anyway, for HPW, whose experiential corrections prevented approximately 17 dangerous oversimplifications and who remains unfairly difficult to cite. Ron said that was Hermione's version of love you. Hermione said Ron was an idiot. Harry kept the page. The ministry, when the papers finally circulated in limited academic and legal circles, found itself confronted not with a neat magical category called rattle magic to be regulated and weaponized, but with a thicket of ethics, caveats, house structure theory, trauma thresholds, anti-coercion principles, and several memorably brutal footnotes about the historical wizarding tendency to mistake rare magic for public property. This slowed them down magnificently. Harry appreciated that. Ron, for his part, did something subtler and perhaps just as important. He remained. People often write loyalty as grand gesture because it photographs well in memory. Real loyalty is more repetitive. Ron spent whole days with Harry without making a project of Harry's not being project anymore. They fixed things around the Burrow, went into the orchard, sat by the pond, helped George when George allowed help and stayed nearby when George didn't. Argued about Quidditch, ate too much treacle tart, did absolutely nothing for long stretches, and through all of it, Harry discovered the line that the story had promised in outline was true. Ron was the only person who could spend an entire day with him without Harry feeling watched. Partly because Ron did not monitor like Hermione, or worry like Molly, or observe like the ministry, or calculate like surviving old men. Partly because Ron had grown up in a house with a ghoul in the attic and 7 siblings and parents whose love was practical and noisy, and therefore did not flinch much at haunting so long as it washed up for dinner. But mostly because Ron never loved Harry for being strange. He loved him in full knowledge of the strangeness and sometimes in defiance of it. That makes a different atmosphere. Harry did not have to be useful near Ron, or symbolic, or academically interpretable, or morally instructive. He just had to show up and occasionally catch things Ron threw at him. There are cures more powerful than spells. Autumn came. The world kept going. It felt rude and right. Children went back to Hogwarts under McGonagall and 1,000 necessary repairs. George laughed sometimes and hated himself for laughing and kept doing it anyway. Ginny grieved with teeth and then chose life so ferociously it almost frightened onlookers. Arthur worked 3 jobs worth of ministry cleanup with the air of a man too tired to be impressed by peacetime incompetence. Molly fed everyone. Hermione argued with legal frameworks. Ron learned there were, in fact, multiple forms required for post-war reconstruction grants and reacted with injured disbelief. Harry moved among all of it, changed and still changing. Sometimes people stared. He got used to that. The white in his hair would always draw the eye. The silver gray at the edge of his green irises made strangers think of frost or moonlight or old family curses. and then feel rude for thinking it. He had, as the outline had promised, a stillness about him now that unsettled strangers before he smiled and made them remember he was only a boy after all, or trying to be. The hearing stayed manageable. He could pass through a crowded room without drowning. He could sleep. He could touch his scar and feel only an old story, but some things remained. Houses still spoke. Old oaths still rang. Grief still had shape. And one night in late November, when the leaves around the Burrow had gone copper and then nearly bare, Harry realized he had not climbed to the attic in days. The realization startled him, not because he had forgotten the warden. Never that. Because he no longer needed the attic every time the world became too loud. He stood in the kitchen after supper while Molly scolded someone in the garden and George and Ron argued over exploding chess pieces. And Ginny stole the last piece of pie with tactical brilliance, and he understood suddenly that the deepest phase of his life had passed. Not ended, changed. The attic had carried him through becoming. Now it waited for him to return not as child desperate for structure, but as someone who had lived through enough to understand the gift properly. So he climbed. The stairs to the attic were the same. That mattered disproportionately, same narrow rise. Same slight lean in the boards halfway up. Same banister he had tapped with spoons as a toddler answering patterns he had not yet known were language. Same dust in the corners, same strip of colder air under the hatch where the upper reaches of the Burrow held weather a little differently than the rest of the house. Harry stood below the attic hatch and listened. No knock came at once. No urgent summons. No warning. No come. Only the quiet warmth of a house unafraid of him anymore. He lifted the latch himself. The ladder folded down. Harry climbed. The attic smelled exactly as it always had. Old wood, dry lavender, iron, dust, the faint mineral scent of things stored because life has not yet decided whether they are trash or history. Moonlight through the little window made the trunks and crates and broken furniture into familiar silhouettes. At the center of the room, beneath the highest point of the slanted roof, the warden waited. It looked smaller, not physically quiet. The old terrible attentiveness remained, the pale aware eyes, the paper-colored skin, the impossible sense of a thing older than household nuisances choosing once upon a time to wear ghoul shape because ghoul shape was what humans nearby could tolerate. But its note had changed. Rested, maybe. Or rather, resting. Harry stepped off the ladder and for a moment neither of them moved. Then the warden gave one slow rattle, warm as an answer, warm as home. Harry sat down in the dust exactly where he had sat as a child, back against the trunk under the rafters, knees up, hands loose around them. The attic floor took his weight with the old honest creak of familiar wood. He looked at the warden. The warden looked back. For the first time in years, Harry did not begin with a question about death. He said, "It's quiet." The warden's head tilted. "Different quiet," Harry amended. "Yes." No long lecture. No threshold theory, just yes. Harry laughed then, a real laugh, not a battlefield bark. Not the cracked, astonished laugh of surviving something insane, not the helpless, almost laughter of grief circling exhaustion. A genuine laugh. It bounced off the beams and the old wardrobe and the stacked trunks and sounded young in the attic, younger than he had felt in years. The warden's pale gaze remained on him, and if it had ever known how to be pleased, it knew it now. Harry scrubbed one hand over his face, still smiling. "You could have told me it would feel like this." The warden answered in the old exact way. "No," Harry snorted. "Of course not. You would have listened to the wrong expectation." That was so infuriatingly consistent with every lesson it had ever given him that he laughed again, softer. Then he looked around the attic, at the cradle, the wardrobe. Arthur's saved junk, Molly's retired pans, the dust, the moonlight, the years, he could hear them all still if he chose, the old family continuities, the blood adoption rite. The first night he had climbed up here and met something terrible and kind in the same old shape. The childish tapping games that had been lessons. The warden's first naming of death resonance. The nights after Quirrell, after the diary, after Sirius, after Dumbledore, after the locket, the warning about load-bearing. The first true knowledge that he himself had been the last Horcrux. All of it remained in the attic, none of it pressed. That, more than anything, felt like peace. Harry leaned his head back against the trunk and let his eyes drift shut for a moment. Below him, the Burrow lived. Molly's voice rose from the kitchen. Ron shouted something indignant from the garden. George laughed briefly, actually laughed, and Ginny answered with some wicked remark that made Arthur wheeze with amusement. The clock ticked. The pipes muttered. A spoon fell. Someone swore. Someone else was told not to swear. Home, loud and alive and not at all interested in the dignity of endings. Harry opened his eyes again. "What are you now?" he asked the warden. The old thing was quiet long enough that the wind outside the attic window had time to move the bare branch of the nearest tree across the moon once. Then it said, "Less needed." Harry swallowed. The answer was not sad. That was what made it nearly unbearable. The warden went on. "Not gone. Not ended. Watching is older than urgency." Harry nodded slowly. That, too, felt right. He looked down at his hands. No black needle, no load-bearing dead. Only scars and skin and the faint hum of a magic that had once nearly unmade him and now sat in him like whether he finally understood well enough to live with. "I'm still hearing things," he said. "Yes. Not everything. No. Good." At that the warden's head tilted again in the old near-amusement way. "Yes," it agreed. Harry sat there a long time after that, not needing more. The attic did not require speeches. Some relationships end in declarations. Others survive by becoming quiet enough to no longer need them. Eventually he rose. The warden did not stop him. At the hatch he looked back once more. The old thing had settled itself beside the wardrobe, not hunched in warning, not bright in attention. Resting. The house around it no longer needed a guardian at full watch. The boy it had listened into language and structure and survival no longer needed a threshold watched every hour to remain himself. Harry smiled. "Good night," he said. The warden rattled once, slowly, warmly. And Harry went down the ladder into the noise of the Burrow, into ordinary life still mended and remending itself after extraordinary ruin, into a kitchen where somebody had burned something slightly, and Molly was pretending not to notice because tonight did not need any more discipline. He was home, not because the haunting was gone, because it no longer owned the shape of his life. The ghoul slept, and Harry remained,